Okay, it has begun, but we got to let it breathe just for a quick moment while we bring on our Facebook community. Make sure we get all of MHH under one umbrella here as we kick off a very, very exciting night. Tons and tons of rumors and buzz just cranking out. But listen up. We are stoked to have you guys with us. It's a Huddle Up podcast night, but tonight it's more of a Mile High Huddle night. It's the NFL draft. It's the MHH War Room. We're calling it a draft hangout, a draft watch party. I'm your host, Chad Jensen. With me, my partner in crime on the Huddle Up podcast, Zack Kelberman. We're going to go through and introduce everybody here around the horn here, Zack. But real quick, starting with you, how are you tonight? What the Sam Hill is going to happen?
Oh, man. I didn't think we'd be talking about the possibility of Aaron Rodgers coming to Denver and almost being a done deal on draft night. Teddy Bridgewater one day or Aaron Rodgers the next. It's like, what simulation are we living through this year? But I'm excited, Chad, to see where they go and what they do with this pick. And it's finally here. It feels like Christmas morning right before you go downstairs and open your presents.
Also, we got Erick Trickel with us. Been with MHH since the very, very beginning. Eric, dude, could it be Aaron Rodgers, a Denver Bronco? I mean, we're hearing from Mark Schlereth right now. Deal for Rodgers as close to done as it can get. Dude.
It seems like it's a very real possibility that's going to end up happening. I know that he wants to be in Denver. He wants to be closer to the West Coast. His fiance lives in Boulder. There's a lot linking him to Denver. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, but it's definitely a possibility.
We got Eric's partner in crime on the Dove Valley Deep Divers podcast, Lance Sanderson, in the hizzy. Lance, what's going on, bro? You feeling good about tonight?
Well, yeah, man, feeling great now that we've got the news of Aaron Rodgers potentially coming to Broncos country. That's going to be just great. And first things first, guys. Mile high, hello, everybody in Broncos country. Welcome in. It's good to be doing this again. I had a lot of fun last year, so I'm stoked, man. Whether it's Rodgers potentially moving up for Justin Fields or whatever it could be. I mean, I'm very excited to see what's going to happen here.
It was 2 years ago we had you credentialed at the draft in New York,
yep.
And you were there when Drew Lock decided to take his ball and go home, go back to the hotel and all that. That was exciting stuff. I'm going to introduce this power duo together, Nick Kendell, Carl Dumler of Building the Broncos. Starting with you, Nick. What's going on, bro? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. Happy to be here. Happy to be alive. It's been a long day, long week leading up to this point, but I do want to share the stage here with Carl. Everybody in the chat, wish Carl a happy birthday. I'm not going to give away his age, but man, happy birthday to Carl. Man, one of the nicest, most genuine, giving people that I know. And I'm happy to be here with all you guys, but Carl's number one in my heart. I'm sorry.
Carl, what a birthday present for you to have your birthday coincide with arguably your most anticipated day of the year, football-wise.
Yeah, so I woke up this morning, and one of the first things I did was message some of the guys and say, it's draft day. And my wife came in the room and she goes, oh, happy birthday. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's today too. And so you see where my priorities are here today.
We definitely understand that. Nick's partner on the Mile High Insiders podcast, Luke Patterson, with us, back in the saddle. Luke, it's great to have you back. Dude, I mean, still, I'm like, my brain is still buffering with this sincere, plausible possibility of Aaron Rodgers landing in the Mile High City.
Yeah, I was joking with you guys before the show started. Aaron Rodgers is hijacked the NFL draft for 2021. Not sure if it's a payback move for his slide in 2003 or just I got to get out of Green Bay, but it's absolutely crazy. I'm pumped to be here. The up to the minute coverage is awesome. It's cool to interact with some of the other hosts, and it's awesome to be here, man.
It's great to have you back. And also we have with us Mr. Trevor Judge. Now, those of you who are the dedicated podcast listeners and watch each and every live stream, you're going, maybe you don't read as many of the articles. You're more into the video and podcast side. You might not know Trevor, but Trevor's been with MHH as an analyst now for, I don't know, Trevor, what's it been? At least 2 years, right? It's been at least 2 years.
Yeah, something like, a couple drafts. Yeah.
We wanted to get him involved in tonight's live stream watch party. How are you doing?
I am fantastic. I am just so ready to see what all these last few months of research and prospecting and everything is going to actually culminate on this night. And I'll tell you, to y'all's point, Aaron Rodgers is just dropping a bomb on the whole draft. So really excited to see what happens.
Indeed. It's going to be fun. Now, tonight, it really is. It's, we don't have some program rundown that we're going to be cramming down your throats. We're really going to be reacting to the very same things you guys are seeing in real time. And the draft, course, set to kick off here in 15 minutes. And who knows, maybe we'll get some blockbuster news between now and then, or at least during the draft, we shall see. But the one thing that in the back of my mind, guys, if the Broncos do, of course, make that trade, you don't look the gift horse in the mouth if you're able to get a reigning MVP. First time it would have ever happened in league history that to see an reigning NFL MVP get traded. But nevertheless, you know that if he does get dealt to Denver, Zach, you're saying goodbye to that number 9 pick.
Yeah, but you're getting a future Hall of Fame quarterback. So that's a pretty fair trade if you want to consummate that. It's just wild to me. It's like, where did this rumor come out of? You know, a couple days ago, the Packers GM said, we want Aaron to be here for the foreseeable future. And it seemed like the whole contract saga died down a little bit. And now he's one step out of Green Bay and one step toward Denver. It's wild how those things happen. But you know what? All things considered, I'd be happy with Aaron Rodgers more so than Deshaun Watson. I know that's kind of a fiery take too.
I think it's happening, guys. I think it's about to go down here pretty soon. So I don't want to jump the gun, but
I want to ask the uncomfortable question. Is anyone here not okay with this happening? I mean, it seems really weird. Here we are on the cusp of the draft, round 1. We all have our opinion of who the Broncos should select. And are we all comfortable with Aaron Rodgers? I know I am.
I'm pretty comfortable with Aaron Rodgers. The one thing that does kind of give me pause is just he's 37 years old, so it's kind of a short window time frame kind of a thing. That opens up. I mean, the Broncos would be the best team in the AFC West, and that's over the Kansas City Chiefs, over Buffalo, over Baltimore. I mean, if you put Aaron Rodgers on this roster, like, quite honestly, I love this roster. I think they're built to win right now, and a quarterback, they're a quarterback away. Well, you get a top 2 quarterback in the NFL and stick him onto this roster. That's an amazing thing, but it's like a 3-year window. So is it going to be leading into a quarterback purgatory, or the Broncos going to give up like 3 first-round picks for him, or what's the situation here? I can see the flip side of this coin where it might be more feasible and maybe more prudent to take a look into going and getting a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance. However, if it does happen, I'm all for it. Like, I definitely would accept this if it came down.
It's not a gift horse. You look in the mouth, right? Real quick, right. John, let's thank Christy and welcome Christy and everybody else. We are so grateful to have each and every one of you with us here tonight. Welcome. That's a shout out to Facebook. That's a shout out to Twitter. That's a shout out to Twitch and our great YouTube, hardcore dedicated YouTube community. Christy, we call her on our show, of course, the Queen of MHH, jumping in from the top rope with an extremely, extremely generous super chat, as she is wont to do from time to time. And here she is. Love you, Christy. Really appreciate you. She says, draft day with my boys. Zach, she's flexing hard for the community.
Christy is absolutely unbelievable, and I think everyone on this dais right here can echo that. She's been a tremendous support to all the podcasts, and that's why she's truly the queen of the entire network. When you were talking, though, about Aaron Rodgers, Chad, I had a question come to me I want to pose to everyone else. If they are on the verge of acquiring Aaron Rodgers, what was the motivation of picking up Bridgewater then?
Insurance. At the time, I don't think that they realized that Aaron Rodgers was going to be available. It didn't seem like it was headed to this thing. So they just went and got Bridgewater as insurance, as if they weren't able to get a quarterback for tonight, because they've wanted a vet quarterback to at least compete with Locke or mentor a rookie, one of the two. Rodgers just became available and it just started calling, and so it seems to be just that insurance.
Guys, this is crazy. Aaron Rodgers. All the momentum is Aaron Rodgers is coming to Denver, Nick.
I'm beside myself. Also, I want to get back. We're calling Christy the Queen of MHH, but she's gonna have to take that title from Eric first. No, I'm just kidding. Had to do it. Guys, we've been all different. A bunch of us different opinions about the quarterback situation here. But if there was one reality that we could all get behind, probably, people said, "Oh, what about Rodgers?" Oh yeah, pie in the sky. This may happen. This gained so much momentum over the last time. There's multiple people far more connected than me that are saying this is really about to go down. I think it's an interesting conversation here where you talk about these young rookies, Trey Lance, Justin Fields, the cost-controlled quarterback. But make no mistake about it, this Broncos team is a quarterback away from contending. I mean, the offensive weapons, they're young. This is a young offense, and it's ascending offensive line. The defense has no legitimate holes. I mean, people are talking about the coverage linebacker or whatnot. You know what really helps with coverage linebacker issues? If you put up 40 points a game. So, for real, it's outscore them. So this really might be going down, guys. Today's been kind of a wild ride in general, kind of in disbelief. But I'm not even worried about the pick number 3 right now. Like, right, we're like Trey Lance, Mac Jones. What happens there depends on what happens with the Broncos, their ability to get a quarterback or trade down. If you get Aaron Rodgers, it doesn't matter. You're getting up right now. It's not like, oh, maybe 2022, 2023, you have that growing period for a rookie quarterback. Giddy up. We're going. Like, it's 2021. We're going for it.
I got to ask this question. Jay coming in here on the chat stream here, asking Carl here. Can we get a monkey tail for Aaron Rodgers? Is that a thing too?
Yes. I will add him to the list. I didn't have him on the list because I didn't think this was ever in the realm of reality of Aaron Rodgers coming to the Denver Broncos. I mean, this is like a Madden move. And we always make fun of people who are like, oh, yeah, just trade for this player. That never happens. This is, I mean, like Chad said, this has never happened where a reigning MVP has been traded right after they had their MVP season. So just, I really am speechless right now of what to even think about this.
Dude, it's almost like, and let me throw this over to Trevor, and then I want to get Luke's thoughts too. Trevor, it's almost like, I mean, do you remember where you were when the news broke that indeed Peyton Manning had chosen to sign with the Denver Broncos? If that happens, I mean, it's almost more of if this happens with Rodgers, this almost feels like more of a unicorn tentpole event than even Peyton Manning, because, you know, at least he was a free agent, right? And you could kind of picture there was a competition to land him, man. It just kind of smacks of unreality.
Right. Yeah. And I'll tell you, I remember exactly where I was when that news broke. It was one of the biggest moments in Broncos history. I mean, the fact that Rodgers is 37, I mean, yeah, that is a concern, but, you know, he just came off an MVP season. I don't see any signs of him slowing down. And to the point about, you know, trading for Teddy Bridgewater, you know, it's insurance, but, he's also a heck of a backup. If you bring in a 37-year-old quarterback and you have to go to your backup, do you want to go to Teddy Bridgewater or do you want to go to Drew Lock if he's still on the roster? So I think a lot of things play really well. I mean, you can't have too many good quarterbacks in the room. And I agree with y'all. Aaron Rodgers on this team on paper puts them up in the top tier of the entire league, not just in the AFC West or in the AFC. So if you're buying that window, even if it is a 3 or 4 year window, I think you have to do it, because the slow and steady approach that I think a lot of us have looked at and looking at these rookie quarterbacks and building this team up, which certainly is George Payton's approach, that's not going to put you ahead of the Kansas City Chiefs in the next 2 or 3 years, unless you happen to strike gold and you find your next Patrick Mahomes in this draft.
Luke, your thoughts?
Let's be honest. We can't afford the Raiders to get this cat either, right? Then the Broncos are looking at Pat Mahomes twice a year, Justin Herbert, and welcome Aaron Rodgers to Las Vegas. That would be absolutely terrible. George Payton, I don't know what he did to deserve this. Now, we could talk about his patience and everything like that, but the Teddy Bridgewater news, I think we all saw that coming. It was just a little bit of a surprise happening a day early before the first round of the draft. As far as Aaron Rodgers goes, I give up anything and everything to go after this cat. Now, it looks like 3 1s is the asking price, but are we expecting any starters to go with that? I know it's a rich price, but I would argue, maybe a Bradley Chubb has to go. If you're the Green Bay Packers, you got to start looking at maybe potentially 1 starter, maybe even 2 from the Broncos, in addition to those first round picks as well. So something to consider, but you still pull the trigger, you do the deal, and you get a quarterback, the reigning MVP in Aaron Rodgers.
That would be gnarly. Real quick, shout out to Simon up there north of the 49th parallel. Appreciate you, my friend. He says, what's up, MHH? The day is finally here. Quarterback, corner, linebacker, tackle, trade up, trade down, trade for Rodgers. We find out shortly. Time for Peyton to do this. Let's get it. Great content through all of this. Simon, appreciate you, my brother. And it's that level of support that we get from the great superstars in our community that allows us to continue bringing you this content, investing our creative energies into this type of content. So shout out to you, my friend. We really do appreciate you. And then I see one here also. Daniel, thank you for that super chat, my friend. Make sure you connect with us. And this is to everybody out there. Make sure you connect with us on Twitter. That's one place that it's really easy to keep the conversation going outside of these live streams. Daniel, you guys are awesome, he says. Thanks so much for making the draft that much better. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate you, my friend. And tonight, Zach, I think it's going to be a pretty active night in the chat. Fans are pretty amped up.
I mean, especially now. I mean, the possibility or the probability of the Broncos landing Aaron Rodgers. I have another question to pose to you guys, though. Is there a limit where it's too much? I mean, Luke mentioned multiple first-round picks and 2 defensive starters. I mean, Chad, I saw you make a little groan there when he said that. Is there a limit to you guys as to how much you'd give up for Aaron Rodgers?
No.
You're going to want some draft picks to still hold on to, and you're going to want like a guy like Bradley Chubb still, because the window is now. It's not like Deshaun Watson where the window is over 10 years. You don't want to be giving your primary players away right now, but if 3 first-round picks and a second, maybe somebody like Deshaun Hamilton or I don't know, something like that, get it done. Because with Aaron Rodgers, with the way this roster is set up, with Vic Fangio's defense to boot, this is the team that's going to be picking 26 to 32. Right? So like those first round picks, they drop off massive value the farther you get from one overall. So if you can give up first round picks and you know that you're going to be in this window of contention for the next few years, do it.
Well, let's be honest. The Packers have to be greedy with this, right? They can't necessarily, they don't hold all the cards necessarily, but they hold a pretty big card. If you're the Green Bay Packers, who do you want from the Denver Broncos? I can tell you Noah Fant's at the top of my list. That's definitely a rich giveaway. You're seeing Noah Fant become one of the most, I think, dynamic tight ends after having a rough start. And I put my foot in my mouth early. I called him a bust, and I've recanted that since. But I'd be comfortable with giving up like a Bradley Chubb, those 3 firsts, and Deshaun Hamilton. Sure, why not? Drew Lock. Let's go for it.
Man, thank you for that super chat, Vincent. I'll say this, as far as what I would give up, I'm okay if you can get Aaron Rodgers and it is 3 firsts, all right, and then that's the starting point. I mean, I think you just give up what you got to give up to get him here. But where is that realm of reason, Eric? As a guy that has been doing this a long time, and you've seen a lot of the precedents that have been set over the years. I mean, this would be an unprecedented type of move, but nevertheless, based on just NFL precedent, what we've seen over the years, as Zach said, is there a bridge too far to get Aaron Rodgers in Denver?
I think there is a bridge too far to get him. I mean, he is 37 years old, and part of the issues in Green Bay is that even though he just signed an extension last year, he already wants a new deal. He wants to be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. That's part of the problem. So yeah, there is a step that is too far. I'm not sure what that is, because we've never seen a move like this before. I'm not sure if it is 3 firsts, Noah Fant and somebody else, or Bradley Chubb and somebody else. I don't know about that, but I'd basically be willing to give them whatever they wanted for an MVP quarterback. I mean, it makes them the best team in the NFL, in my opinion.
The only thing I'd worry about, Lance, dude, is that collarbone, that collarbone of Rodgers that has, it's been a little bit pesky over the years.
Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, like I said, 37 years old, you're just not sure how far he's going to take. And Eric kind of put out a good point there with him being kind of not necessarily a diva, but more of, I mean, he wants things his way. I mean, that was a big thing with Mike McCarthy getting fired. So how does his relationship with Pat Shurmur go? He wants to be challenged and have an offensive scheme that's going to challenge him as a quarterback. As far as a compensation, though, I'm down with 3 firsts. I don't necessarily know about Noah Fant, but Tim Patrick is a really intriguing option to me as far as a piece that you want to potentially get rid of. Because he's on that restricted free agent tender. He's going to be looking for a deal here. They need weapons in Green Bay, and if you're giving up number 9, maybe they come up and they double down on the wide receiver. They get Tim Patrick, and then they get like a Devontae Smith, and they turn that wide receiver core into something just legendary for Jordan Love to jump into and have some success right away.
Josina Anderson coming here saying, in regards to Denver, I'm told one of Aaron Rodgers' biggest attractions to the Broncos has been the sense of freedom he would feel with the offense with Elway still in the building. And Packers clearly have many things to think about. And then also Peter Bertowski of The Athletic, he's covered the Packers for years, saying that the connections from the Green Bay to Aaron Rodgers have gone from talking to a full-blown yell. So I think this is coming down the tracks. I think this is going to happen. It's going to happen.
And it's
Chase Wellner, real quick. Let me just shout out Chase and then hold your thought. MHH Assemble, you guys rock. I'd honestly rather watch this than any other draft coverage. Chase, you the man. Go on.
No, I appreciate that, Chase. And well, let's just be honest. I think Aaron Rodgers, he's arrogant, but don't we like that about Aaron Rodgers? Don't we like that confidence? Don't we? I'm not going to call it swag. Swag is something that we see with Drew Lock and some of these young kids that don't quite work out. I want confident quarterback. I want a Super Bowl winning quarterback. I want the MVP. And that's what you're getting in Aaron Rodgers. It feels so surreal, guys. It's bizarre. I know everyone probably feels anxious. I feel anxious. We're all waiting for this other shoe to drop. That shoe just happens to be Aaron Rodgers. And I hear you about his age, 37 years old. I get it. I would take 1 to 2 years if it means going from arguably the bottom of the barrel to a Super Bowl contending team. I'd do it. I'd trade Jerry Jeudy and 3 firsts, maybe even Bradley Chubb too. You got to look at it, though. You're not going to keep all these starters.
Man, more and more buzz. We're all getting, our phones are lighting up with communications, let's just say, from our colleagues, our sources around the league. Things are cooking. Real quick shout out, Chris P. Appreciate you, buddy. All I want to know is, who are we taking in the 7th? Hey, that's why we got the draft experts on with us here. Anyone want to take that?
Name somebody from the Iowa Hawkeyes, and we're in, baby. Let's do it now. I don't know. Probably looking for a running back there, kind of more of a special teams contributor that late, but we talked about it. We talked about the holes on this team for a long time, but many of us have also said, you know what covers holes? Elite quarterback play. You can have a non-perfect roster and a flawed roster if you have a special quarterback, a top 5 quarterback. Obviously, depth is going to matter at some point. We saw that with the Chiefs last year with the offensive line falling apart. Maybe don't take a running back in the first round. That's another conversation to have. But I mean, gosh, man, this could be a pretty special, memorable night. And the Broncos not even making a singular pick.
I love it. I love it. With
crazy.
The seventh rounders. We're talking about tight ends like Noah Fant. How about we talk about another Noah Gray from Duke? I like him a lot. John Bates, Boise State. A couple late round tight ends. Maybe if the Broncos wanted to go that route.
It doesn't. I mean, late round guys, but man, if the Broncos can get Aaron Rodgers and still be able to nab Richie Grant at 40, I'm telling you, that's where I'm at. That's where my head's at. That would be. I could turn the draft off completely and just go lay down in peace. And if I had to die right then, it would be just perfectly fine.
Getting Aaron Rodgers and pairing that with Richie Grant would make Denver go from one of the youngest teams to one of the oldest.
Oh, easy, man.
We got a super chat from Corey H. Brings back, harkens back to Kevin Costner, Aaron Rodgers, no matter what. Man, this is so crazy, guys. Just last night, Zach and I were on this podcast breaking down what the Teddy Bridgewater deal meant. Victor, thank you for the super chat, buddy. And he says Luke nailed it.
Thank you.
And now here we are talking about Aaron Rodgers plausibly, realistically coming to Denver. Carl, dude, I'm seriously it just does surreal, unreal. It's
happy birthday, Carl.
Crazy. Yeah.
My daughter might be mad that she didn't give me the best present this year. But no, it is. It's still really hard to believe that this is going to happen. I keep waiting for the alarm to go off and wake up from this dream and then just be really disappointed the entire draft day. But this is the NFL. It's been kind of a crazy year with everything that's going on. And I mean, obviously we saw Watson was possibly going to be traded. Wilson was possibly going to be traded. We see the 49ers trade up for their quarterback. And it's just, I mean, this has been one of the craziest years we've probably ever seen in the NFL when it comes to the most important position. So, I mean, it makes sense that, of course, during draft night, the craziest thing would happen.
Guys, sorry, I'm just looking at these messages and stuff I'm getting on my phone. It is a hopping night. We got one here from Chris, a.k.a. Crudum, jumping in. Had him on the Huddle Up podcast last night. It was great to meet you in person, or as close to as in person as we can get here in the current climate. Appreciate you, my friend. He says, draft night, let's go. I always love Zach's passion and input. What are your thoughts about making a real offer for Rodgers, Zach?
I mean, I'm pinching myself as well, like everybody else, like Carl, like Luke. And to Luke's point about the shoe dropping, won't that happen relatively soon? Because I feel like the Broncos' 9th pick would be part of that package. So a trade could conceivably go down relatively. I mean, we're talking in the next couple of minutes, potentially. So I'm excited about it. I mean, the possibility of getting the reigning MVP and pairing him with, if they keep those pieces together, Noah Fant, KJ Hamler, Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, you have Melvin Gordon, you have a pretty good offensive line, you have Albert O, Tim Patrick. I mean, this is an offense that has young weapons. They needed that quarterback to push them over the edge. And I agree, it wasn't Drew Lock last year, but if you can get Aaron Rodgers, Chad, or anybody else, I mean, how could you smirk at that? Scoff.
Man,
Scott Smirks.
Pobby, love you, appreciate you. You've been so generous. I mean, you're always generous, but this week in particular, you've just been on fire. Just know that means the world to us. You know we love you. She says, happy draft day, guys. Go Broncos. And I know that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of us on this podcast tonight will be probably since Christmas, we've been keeping warm with the blankets that Pobby sent out to the pod host. So we all know the heart, how big the Pobby's heart is.
Yeah, appreciate you,
On
Pobby.
that, I just
Happy
want to
draft day.
say, as a thank you to Pobby, is my office is really cold, so I use your blanket whenever I'm live to help keep my legs warm.
Yeah.
Really appreciate the blanket.
Love it. All right. Let me just quickly see here, John.
Well, and here's a question for you guys real quick. Is this the first time where the Broncos, like Broncos country, would actually benefit from waiting? Like, say Jacksonville goes on the clock here, right? It's like, okay, well, we could actually use some extra time right now here in Denver. Maybe it's not so bad waiting for Trevor Lawrence to be called at the very last second.
It's crazy. Like, everyone wanted this answer to happen like right now. You know what I mean? And it's like they wanted Denver to go get Matt Stafford. They wanted them to go get Sam Darnold or whatever quarterback, whatever one you want to. I mean, Deshaun Watson, trading up for Justin Fields, Trey Lance. But if this is actually going to happen the way that we think it's going to happen, and Aaron Rodgers is coming here, you wait until draft night to be able to land Aaron Rodgers, a Hall of Fame player. Like, this couldn't have worked out any better. And maybe it does show everybody that, hey, patience is just is a virtue. And that's, I mean, it's going to be amazing for the Broncos, hopefully.
And it's going to be amazing for the coaching staff. It's going to be, I'll secede right now to Nick Kendell. I said Vic Fangio is going to get fired after this year. Not with Aaron Rodgers here. If Aaron's going to be like, here, do the defense. I got the offense. You know what? I don't need you to care about the offense. It's finally maybe a match made in heaven. Aaron Rodgers and Vic Fangio. They can both stick to what they do well at, and that's their side of the ball.
And then you have Mike Kliss interjecting. While there are various reports out there on Aaron Rodgers and the Broncos, I'm told Broncos are not in talks with Green Bay. All Broncos brass in war room gearing up for the draft. So, of course, Kliss being the wet blanket.
Oh, it's that lying season. Here we go. I love it.
I mean, it's not.
This is going to be insane.
This
This is going to be insane.
Appreciate that.
All right,
update.
Sorry, real quick. Let's grab the super from Victor. While we're still waiting on the precipice of things really getting going in earnest, let's try and catch up on some of our great supporters here. Victor, thanks again. Probably the most exciting draft in the decade. Time will tell. I mean, even if you take away the Aaron Rodgers component, I think this has been one of the more hotly anticipated drafts relative to Broncos country. And then we also got Kirk Erickson. That's a newer name that we don't recognize on Super Chat. So welcome, Kirk. Thank you very much for the support. Connect with us on Twitter. He says, first super, gents. I usually listen at work the day after, but wouldn't miss the draft. I'll try to tune in more often to chat with Broncos country. Keep up the good work, boys. Thanks for the best Broncos content anywhere. Hey, dude, hats off. Appreciate you, Kirk, for real. And it's not just, it's not about supers. It's about community and being engaged, contributing to the conversation. So keep coming back, my friend. We'd love to have you in the live chats and sounding off. Real quick here, we got one from the doctor. All right, the doctor, he's on call tonight, and we need him because we're all about to pass out. We're all about to have seizures. But now this is the PhD doc. All right, Dr. Bush in the house. Thank you, Christopher. Really appreciate you. Good to see you. Hope you're enjoying draft night so far, my friend. John, real quick, guys. We got Zeus in the house. Joseph, Michaela's in the house. Sal, that quartet, if possible. And then, guys, whatever's on your mind while John gets those queued up.
Yeah, I think it's interesting when you start to see these conflicting reports. I don't know about you. Sometimes we're all involved in these conflicting reports. It's just the nature of the beast and covering the Denver Broncos and covering the NFL. Definitely makes for interesting social media, to say the least. I expect you're going to start seeing some keyboard warriors getting after it if they haven't already started, that are friends in the Denver media, at least to all of us. But when I'm hearing Zach tell us Mike Klis is kind of refuting these reports, I find it interesting. Mark Schlereth obviously has a good beat on what's going on. Mike Klis does as well. Andrew Mason, our friends at KOA, the Fan. It's that season of lies. It's who do you know, and do you want to believe them? It's really about preference at this point, and we gotta wait.
We got Zeus in the house. Zeus McPeak.
Zeus.
Good to see you, bro. Appreciate you. Hope all is well in your neck of the woods. He says, hi, all. Finally. Yep, it's here, buddy. It's here, and we're about to sink our teeth into it. Also, we got here, James. Sorry, the chat jumped you. We can't find your actual super, but we still got your message, and we're still going to read it, and we're still going to give you some love and shout you out. He says, I don't want Rodgers for the short term. I want to compete for the next 15 to 20 years. Short-term gain, long-term loss. All right, Eric, your thoughts, your reply to that.
I think it gives you a lot more options going forward if you get Rodgers. I mean, you can still go and get a project in a year or two, depending on what Denver has to give up. Maybe with some comp picks that they get, because they won't be able to keep everyone. They're able to pair those up and get more of a project type. I don't think that it's necessarily rules you out of this being a long-term move. I mean, Rodgers himself, 3, 4, 5 years, I think that's what he has left in the tank. But I don't think that it's just just a short-term move. Denver still has options with what they can do going forward. Maybe they end up keeping Drew Lock and continue to work with him. Who knows? But definitely not just a short-term move. And even if it is, you take it if it gives you a chance at a Super Bowl.
Joseph, thanks for the super chat, my friend. Connect on Twitter. He says, can we get a show with Zach, Eric, and Nick? Maybe a little debate. In all honesty, we have been discussing behind the scenes, and it's coming down the pike soon. We're not going to go overboard and try and create, wedge content that's contrived where we each just take an opposite perspective and force it down your throat. But on the issues that we really do have truly, dug in opposing views on a given topic, we are going to start setting up some pod streams on those very issues and making it available to our supporters both on YouTube and Facebook. So just stay tuned for that, my dog. You will eventually get your wish.
That would be interesting.
That would be a lot of fun. Like quite honestly, I remember, what was it? Prior to the season last year, Chad, you had to take a huddle up night off, and I got to host for you and sit in with Zach. And Zach was very ardent against Garrett Bowles and him turning into anything that was actually going to be, a high quality player.
We don't talk about that, Lance.
we've had to eat. The amount of sriracha the two of us have had to put on the crow, we've had to eat on Garrett Bowles is, it's too much to even be contemplated.
Yeah.
John Houston jumping in here with a $5 super. Come on, guys, let's roll it back with our boy Locke. Have some faith. Hey,
Who?
It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, though. I want to answer this question. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out. If the Broncos do go get, Aaron Rodgers, and they think that Drew Lock could potentially, continue to develop. He needs some time to just continue to work on his craft and everything. I see the potential. There's definitely some talent there to work with. It's just how long are you willing to wait with him as a starter? Well, if you get Aaron Rodgers and you're looking at a 2 or 3 year window, you can reevaluate that situation and keep Lock in tow and potentially have him develop behind Aaron Rodgers, similarly to Aaron Rodgers developing behind Brett Favre. There's a lot of different ways that this can play out, guys. And that's actually kind of an enticing scenario to me.
Can I just say real quick how nice it is, all right, to see this draft unfolding with people in the crowd, with normalcy. We have inched close. It's not quite back to normalcy, like perfect pre-pandemic normalcy, but my goodness, is it great to see this happen. It's straightforward. Good to see you, bro. He says, draft day, baby. Going home early. Yeah, you get home, kick those feet up, keep the pod on. We're going to be breaking this down for you. Sal, appreciate you, dog. He says, y'all looking pretty fresh. Appreciate that very much, Sal. Connect with us on Twitter. Also, shout out to our Twitch community, Psycho Vantis. Appreciate you, my friend. And this is a message to all of you out there. If you're listening on Facebook or Twitter or YouTube, and you also happen to be a Twitcher, hey, at various points during our live streams, because we're going to be streaming through this entire first round, all of day 2, all of day 3, during these streams, be sure to head on over to Twitch, log in real quick, open up into one of our streams, contribute to the conversation there, because it's very helpful for us as we're trying to get our Twitch channel to a point where it's monetized and we can benefit from that. So that's one way organically you guys can help us do that. All right. But the notion, Carl, of, hey, man, I don't want to bring Aaron Rodgers here because of the implications for Drew. Like, I'm a Drew guy, right? I'm a Drew stan, if you will, right? I'm a Drew truther. But even I can't look that gift horse in the mouth. I mean, we're talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Right. Well, I think it's Mike Clay has the Broncos with the 6th best roster in football right now. Mm-hmm. And that's including them having a bottom 5 quarterback position. And so you look at this roster and you look at a lot of the young talent that they have. You got Von Miller with maybe 1 to 2 years left here in Denver. You just see the potential that this team could actually go win a Super Bowl in the next 2 to 3 years. And to me, if you get that kind of shot, you go take it. You don't really care about some other players' feelings that they might be frustrated that they don't get their chance. If you got the MVP on your team, I'm sorry, you go get that. And you go compete for Super Bowls. That's what this is about. That's what us as fans want. And to go away from that and just hope that a quarterback's going to develop, it's just not the way you go about football. I'm sorry. I want to go compete for Super Bowls every single year. And right now, I don't think Drew Lock puts them over the top to going towards that, especially when you got Patrick Mahomes in the division. And it just right now, if you go get Aaron Rodgers, I think the Broncos really are the best team in the AFC West.
Ooh. That might seem like a hot take, guys, but contemplate it for a moment. Michaela, good to see you. Appreciate you. Rocking her MHH shirt. Love it. She says, Aaron, and by the way, I noticed in this one, you have cropped it where we can actually make out that very, very, let me say, tastefully designed T-shirt by Miss Christie, right?
Yeah.
Aaron, she says, Aaron frickin' Rodgers, holy cow, this gets crazy. I heard Green Bay really wants Locke. Is it true? Now, real quick here, Trevor, the idea of, look, again, I'm a Locke truther, all right? I'll stand up and be counted, but if you're going to bring in Aaron Rodgers at 37, still playing at an elite level, I mean, reigning MVP, and Green Bay is willing to take Locke off your hands as part of the compensation, do you even really think twice about that?
I mean, I don't think so. I mean, I hear your point, Lance, about, potentially having Locke groom behind an Aaron Rodgers, but Locke doesn't have a whole lot of time left on. He's halfway through his rookie deal. I mean, he was a 2nd-round pick. He only had, the 4 years. So, what are you looking at there? Is he going to be ready 2 years down the line? And then you have to look at re-signing him at that point. There's a lot of variables there. So if throwing in Locke discounts the price of everything else you have to give up, then I think it's really a no-brainer. And, the picks, 3 first-round picks, if you've got a MVP caliber quarterback on your team, you're going to be picking at the bottom half of those first rounds anyway. So I'm not so worried about the picks. I think it's really just what players get thrown in as part of this potential deal. I think that's going to be what we are really spending our time kind of digging into and trying to figure out, was it a good trade or not? I think at the end of the day, though, based on what George Paton has done so far this offseason, if this deal actually does go through, I have a feeling that he's going to come out on the better side of things. The Teddy Bridgewater trade, we didn't think that we were probably going to get him for a 6th-round pick and only have to pay him $3 million this year and void next year's, altogether. So I think it's a no-brainer. You throw in Drew Lock all day, twice on Sundays.
I agree.
Levi,
can we just
be
be honest? Let's just be honest real quick. And Levi Hope coming in with a generous super chat. Finally back, guys. Working. Great to see everyone. Let's get this started. Thank you so much, Levi. We appreciate your support. Go Broncos. Here, let's just be honest about Drew Lock. Drew Lock is not winning football games for the Denver Broncos. I would argue to say Drew Lock is not good at football. Let's just stop pretending that Drew Lock is going to develop. It's not to say that there's not potential there, but this league waits for nobody. I'm sorry, Drew, your time was up. I'm sorry you had Pat Shurmur. I'm sorry. It just that wasn't a good hand that was dealt to you. I get that you've had coaching turnover. Everybody's dealt with a lot of the same challenges that Drew Lock has. I feel for Drew. I think he's a good kid. I think he cares, unlike Paxton Lynch. I think Drew wants to get better. I'm not sure about Green Bay wanting Drew Lock with regards to that previous super chat. It's not something that I've been hearing, but I think if you're the Broncos and Aaron Rodgers comes here, you've got Teddy Bridgewater, who's a very competent number 2. I don't mind having Teddy here at all. I don't know why you would want Drew Lock on this roster at that point.
All right, we
Rodgers
got
did
Joey,
have-
who's
Go ahead.
got a question here. Sorry, Nick, and I'm going to let you answer this. You ready?
Yes.
Does Rodgers have any trade clause? Does he get to choose who he goes to?
Carl's saying yes, he does have a no trade clause. I mean, he's a great quarterback, so I don't know the specifics of Rodgers' contract, but Rodgers is also 37 years old and looks like he enjoyed himself hosting Jeopardy. So he also has the card to play where, hey, Green Bay, if I'm not out of here, I'm gone. I don't need football. I can go hang out with my movie star fiance in Boulder and, do whatever the heck people do out in Boulder. Looking at you folks watching the draft right now. You know what I'm talking about. So he's got leverage. If Rodgers want to sit on him, or if the Packers want to sit on him, and he doesn't want to play ball, then he cannot play ball. Rodgers never seemed like somebody who absolutely needed football, right? Like he's a guy who's an incredible quarterback, really hard worker, puts obviously the time in the craft, but he has things outside of football going for him. So if they don't want to play ball and Rodgers is done with them, then he could easily say, all right, it was a good career. I'm out.
So just looked it up. Apparently there's only 8 players in the NFL with a no trade clause, and Aaron Rodgers actually isn't one of them.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
Good to know.
You guys all said yes. I didn't know.
Hey, but even if he did have a no trade clause, I mean, look, I read a report earlier, and I'm trying to rack my brain from who it came from, but that he has made the threat, similar to what we heard from Deshaun Watson earlier in the spring here, that, hey, trade me or I'm just not going to play. I'm done. And if that's the case, the Packers, I think, especially considering his legacy, he's up there with Favre, he's up there with Bart Starr. Very ironic that trio each have played. Like if Rodgers gets dealt 16 seasons as a Packer, 16 seasons as a Packer for Favre, 16 for Bart Starr, the irony is pretty thick. Jacob, appreciate that super chat, buddy. And he's got a message for you, Nick. Appreciate the work, Nick. Big Broncos energy.
Absolutely. Jake and I go way back, dating back all the way to elementary school, 5th grade. So Jake and I have been friends for a long time. Appreciate it. Both him and I would lock eyes and wear that John Elway number 7 jersey on the playground. I remember those days playing flag football in elementary. So appreciate it, Jake. You're a great guy, man.
Duke Boynton, dude, it's been a minute. Super. Yeah, thanks, John. It's better that way. You're right. Thank you, dude. Good to see you. It's been a minute. We have missed you. No lie. He says, I just had to stop by, say howdy, y'all. Missed every single one of you. Have a blast tonight. We have missed you too, my friend. Hope things are good in your neck of the woods. And, hope you stick around tonight. I hope you're back with us again tomorrow night for day 2. It's going to be an absolute gas. Let's see here. Where are we? We're at 6:22. I'm trying to get to the timeline as current as possible. John Day from Georgia. I'm just seeing, because you're right, that format, it's better with that many of us on screen to do it like this. Thank God for Buona Beast. All right. Thank the football gods for Buona Beast to keep this thing rolling on the 1s and 2s. Day from Georgia. Good to see you, bro. My first draft with y'all. I'm psyched. Hashtag Broncos country. Hashtag state of being. And you are one of our great supporters and superstars, Dave, that exemplify that little catchphrase that sprang up however long ago it was. Broncos country is not a geographic location. It is a state of being. It's wherever you are, Dave, and you're in Georgia, and we love you, my friend. So, all right, it's looking like things are – the draft, they're on the clock. Are the Jags? We all know what the pick's going to be.
They need to hurry the hell up. They've had 5 months on the clock. I don't know what the suspense is for.
Let's go. What the Sam Hill is going on here?
We need this time. We need this time to get this deal done with AA Ron. We gotta.
Maybe.
We need it. We need it. I'm getting conflicting reports. That makes me nervous. I'm getting a little upset now. Mike Kliss shooting down all of our optimism.
Well, maybe they're getting ready to throw a wrench in the work and take Zach Wilson instead of Trevor Lawrence. Who knows? This would be so much fun if that happens.
I love it, Lance.
I'm trying to see what Adam Schefter is reporting here, but Nelson, appreciate you, my friend. Not a name I recognize on Super Chat, so welcome. Thank you, Nelson. Make sure you connect with us on Twitter. He says, hey, fellas, my first ever Super Chat. Welcome. I'm a huge fan of all the shows. It is draft night. Let's draft a QB or Rodgers, and let's have ourselves a ball. Yeah, dude, it's an exciting time. Even if they don't end up landing Aaron Rodgers, here we are in the first round. It's a historical night. This is the type of day where Broncos fans the world over, you wake up, you put on your jersey, you put on your Broncos gear, You attack the day, and your boss is probably not even really looking at you too sideways. He's letting you come in your Broncos jersey because it's draft day. And for all of us here, I mean, Zach and I, we're not the draft gurus at Mile High Huddle, but even for us, this is one of those days on the calendar that you circle, Zach, you relish, and really, really anticipate.
Yeah, and finally the pick is in. It's Trevor Lawrence. Hate to spoil that for anyone out there, to Jacksonville, and now hopefully the Jets can keep this moving forward. I want to just get to pick number 3. That's when the draft really starts to me.
Do you got that official, Zach? Are you watching it? I have it pulled up on my phone. I haven't actually.
I'm
seen
on
it
Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's try and figure out who. All right. So Zach, that was off Twitter, right?
Yeah.
So real quick.
Do we know who's tipping picks? Because I do. If you guys want to know it.
Well, I think what we want to try to do tonight is avoid, at least on the Broncos side, we don't want to spoil it if the Broncos do indeed make a pick tonight. We want to try and do it in as close to of real time as possible so we don't spoil it for anyone. But then again, they're here listening to us to get the information. So if the Broncos make the pick and we get the information, I mean, it might just be in our best interest and our community's best interest to just get it out there if that's the pick and start analyzing this thing.
Well, the first 2 are going to go chalk. So.
Yeah, I have Roger Goodell walking to the podium right now.
Yep.
So if that gives any kind of an inclination as to where the timing is of this, so if we're not tipping picks off of Twitter, we're doing it from the live stream or whatever source you guys are watching this on live. I have and it's Trevor Lawrence from Roger Goodell right now. So.
Yep, I got that as well. How weird, or let me ask you guys this, because speaking of Trevor Lawrence and the Jacksonville Jaguars, Denver Broncos former quarterback Tim Tebow reportedly worked out for them at tight end. What's everybody make of that? I mean, could we see Tim Tebow catching touchdown passes from Trevor Lawrence on red zone? Are we going to be looking at Tim Tebow as a tight end fantasy flex? I mean, what's going on here with Tim Tebow and the Jacksonville Jaguars?
It's like asking, are you going to look at Tim Tebow, the Mets baseball star? It never happened, and he's 10 years too late to be converting to tight end. He should have done this at least 6 years ago or so. So I don't know what he's trying to do. Keep his name in the headlines, keep himself relevant. Just retire from sports. Go do something around the country. Be a motivational speaker. I don't know why you're trying to get involved with Jacksonville now when you've been out of the NFL picture for quite a long time.
The Broncos wizard, Mundungus, in the house. Good to see you, buddy. He goes, if it will help get Rodgers, I'll throw in my 2011 Equinox and my firstborn. Mundungus, you could probably live with that because you got a new one on the way this year. So, you could probably live with that compensation.
Appreciate it, Mike.
John, do you have, by chance, 25-year veteran of the United States Air Force, Chris Hernandez? If so, let's grab Chris here. Yep, it's looking like... Well, I don't know. I'm seeing Zach Wilson. His girlfriend?
Mom, I think, right?
His mom? I guess she does. Yeah, she is. Yeah, that must be his mother.
All right. Who's got better hair, Drew Lock or Zach Wilson?
Oh, man.
Same
Zach
barber.
Wilson.
Same barber.
I'm going to say our own Trevor.
What's up? Chris Hernandez with a very generous super. And happy birthday,
Thanks,
Chris. It's
Happy
also
birthday,
Chris's birthday as well.
Happy birthday, man.
Saying draft time. Let's go. Orange and blue.
Love you, Chris. Love you. Still one of our favorite YouTube profile pics of all time. And, of course, one of our favorite members of our community. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing better. Back on your feet with things, rocking and rolling, kicking butt, kicking life's butt. Great to have you with us, buddy. Thank you for the support.
And now Ian Rappaport's saying an update on the Packers. That's not really an update. Green Bay says they haven't engaged at all. Despite a few teams calling about trades for Rodgers, the Packers have no plans to trade him, so nothing has changed currently.
I mean, do we expect any less out of Green Bay side of things?
So
No.
what I agree, and I agree with that, Eric. And something else I would add is, I guess that means he's not going to San Francisco, right? I mean,
Yeah.
We know Zach Wilson's here, so we could pretty much rule that out. I think we all pretty much doubted after the news broke, late last night that he would be traded in the same conference, especially a team that they would actually, in all actuality, see in the conference championship. They don't want to see Aaron Rodgers. They would have to deal him to an AFC team if it was in their best interest.
Well, and I would add, Mike Silver earlier said the big sign for the Broncos is if they trade back, that means that they're working on a deal with Rodgers. Just means that they're trying to buy some more time, trying to get a little bit more draft allocation, possibly get some 2022 picks to kind of throw in there. So that's something to kind of keep an eye on. If the Broncos, I mean, obviously if they take a quarterback at 9, that means they're off on Rodgers. But if they try to trade back, that doesn't mean that they're off on Rodgers. Just means that they're trying to build more time into it.
That could backfire. I mean, if you're looking at the Broncos moving back to get time, I hear that and that makes sense. But what if Green Bay things shut down all of a sudden, or another trade partner comes in out of nowhere? John Gruden, not necessarily out of nowhere, but that's a big risk. And maybe obtaining Aaron Rodgers, that'd be tough.
Yeah, it is. It's a huge risk all the way around. I mean, you go for a 37-year-old quarterback, that's a risk. You go for a rookie quarterback, that's a risk. You trade back, hoping that you land Rodgers. I mean, that's just the fun of the game right now for the Broncos. Is everything's a huge risk, and everything could end amazingly, and it could end as poorly as possible at the same time. So, Peyton, what a first year as a GM to have all this going on his plate.
Let's hope he sticks it. Let's hope he sticks this one. He's done a very good job so far, and don't get me wrong, I love every move he's done. I mean, he bolstered the cornerback depth. The only thing he really hasn't done is figured out the quarterback situation, which could be coming down the pike here anytime now. The linebacker position, but he went out and got some value signings with Kyle Fuller coming in, $9.5 million. That's a great signing for this defense. You've got the Shelby Harris deal, you've got the Justin Simmons deal as well. Like there's a lot to like about it. Now let's just hope that he hammers this one down and finalizes his team and puts them into contention right away. Trevor, what do you think, dude? We haven't got to listen to Trevor here in a minute. What do you think, man? What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, I was just going to say, we're talking about, trading back, still being in the mix for Rodgers. Like, I feel like the pressure is really on Green Bay to do something before it even gets to that pick, or even before it gets to San Francisco for that matter. Because, if Rodgers is really digging in and taking this stance that, hey, I'm not going to play in Green Bay, it is in their best interest to move him right now when they still can, and they can capitalize on a number 3 pick or a number 9 pick or one of these premier selections in this draft. The only reason that I would see that not happening is, maybe they aren't in love with some of these guys at the top of this draft, which I find hard to believe because there's such really good talent here. But I think that the pressure is squarely on Green Bay. And I think that they need to do something quickly. So we'll see.
John Houston, thank you for the super chat, buddy. And he says, I always liked Bernie Kosar. Nice guy. Poor Bernie, man. This guy, who knows what his NFL legend could have been if not for one John Elway, a guy that got, what was it? I'm probably the oldest guy on screen right now. So I think my memory is the one that probably stretches back the furthest, but 2 AFC title games for sure. Was it 3? Was it 3 that Bernie led the Browns to? I can't remember for sure, but I know it's 2. Poor Bernie, man. But he still had quite the career for the Browns, and he's a legend in Cleveland to this day. Like he's, in the 90s, started doing media. He's a legend. He's had his hands in a few different things. All right. Real quick, guys, couple shout outs here. Appreciate you guys heading on over to Twitch and our Twitch community. Appreciate you guys. Keep that conversation going. Make sure you're talking on Twitch. That is crucial. Also, we have, about 700 live viewers with us right now on YouTube, and a couple hundred on Facebook, and then you add up Twitch and Twitter. We got a lot of Broncos fans in the house with us. Guys, we would really appreciate it. Even if you're only with us for a few moments, please like the video, all right? Or if it's a platform that's a heart instead of a like or a thumbs up, interact with it. Give us the thumbs up. It helps us out tremendously. And really what it does is if it helps us grow and reach new Broncos fans, right? Like-minded Broncos fans just like you. So think about this, all right? You got Broncos fans out there wandering the desert that might be ignorant of what's out there, this community, waiting to embrace them, waiting to bring them on in to the manger. So you liking this video could help reach those very Broncos fans. Appreciate it.
And
Franklin,
Chad, it does look like the pick is in for the New York Jets. Surprise, surprise, Zach Wilson, BYU.
Yep. He's making the walk, and the Niners are officially on the clock. Franklin, thank you, buddy. At a local establishment watching the draft, but you guys and gals are on my phone, so I can be a part of this great community as the draft happens. Go Broncos. Appreciate that, Franklin. And by the way, if you're on Twitter, connect with us, my friend. I've tried to find you after a couple of these most recent shows, and I can't find a Franklin Peterson. So do one of these waves in the mentions, and we'll connect.
I feel
So,
bad
guys-
for Zach Wilson. I really do.
Yeah, talk about Zach Wilson and the Jets.
Zach Wilson, I liked Zach Wilson a lot. He was actually one of my favorite. He was my favorite quarterback candidate. The big concern for me, everybody's going to talk about his arm. Everybody's going to talk about his improvision. One of the big concerns, and Nick and I have talked about it on MHI a little bit. Nick's always reminding me, when he gets pressured, bad things tend to happen. And he did not get as much pressure at BYU as he's about to get in the AFC East. So I think that's going to be really, really tough. The New York Jets are not known for doing well with quarterbacks in the first round, still searching for their savior. I hope it works out for Zach Wilson, but I'm a little nervous for the guy.
It just seems like of late, New York is where with the New York Jets, that's where highly drafted, much anticipated, much coveted quarterbacks go to wither. Jacob Chase, thank you, buddy. I got off work, threw on the pod in the truck to learn. Aaron Rodgers may be on his way to Denver. My mind is blown. Guys, it sure was feeling like that. And it's still, it's I don't know, Mike Kliss with the wet blanket. Then the report that comes out, the Packers, they still have no intention of trading him. It's hard to say. But the guys in Denver, the ones close on the Broncos side of things, are reporting that the deal is basically done. All right. It's this close. It's happening. Now, who knows? If it doesn't happen, guys, I guess you'll just have to, we'll all have to console ourselves, I guess, Carl, with, Drew Lock, Teddy Bridgewater, and whatever the Sam Hill happens at pick 9.
Yeah. I mean, just if they don't get Rodgers, there's still other options out there. I mean, we could still see a Justin Fields or a Trey Lance that ends up in Denver, and that could be a great thing. I mean, we've been talking about it for months on a lot of our shows of just how great this quarterback class is. And so I don't think it completely takes away from those. It's just kind of hard going from, oh my gosh, Broncos could be the top team in football to, okay, now we got to hope that this rookie develops. So that there is some drop off there, but it's still, there's a lot of good things the Broncos could do tonight and still make this team a lot better and have a lot of hope for the future. So it would be a little let down, because we've all been pretty hyped up. I mean, my blood pressure, I'm pretty sure it's spiked right now. Just waiting for all this. And it's an emotional roller coaster right now for Broncos country. And I love it. This is what it's about. This is the fun of football. You just never know what's going to happen.
Well, and we don't know what's going to happen with San Francisco here in the next 4 minutes. My palms are sweaty. I'm nervous. Hair on the back of my neck is up. I don't know about you guys, but man, we've been guessing for weeks since the San Francisco 49ers came up to 3. What's everybody think the Niners are going to do? I mean, this is it.
So
Kyle Trask.
I gotta ask you. I gotta ask you one thing here, Luke. You said your palms are sweaty. Is there vomit on your sweater already? Mom's spaghetti.
Mom's spaghetti. Yeah, man. I tell you what.
Knees weak, arms are heavy.
Yeah, that's right. We'll get a little B-rabbit going on, but no, man. 49ers, I don't know what they're going to do. So much of this draft has been contingent on this number 3 pick.
How about everyone at the same time? We all say who they're going to pick on 3.
All right, let's do it. Ready?
1, 2, 3.
Trey
Lance.
Trey Lance.
Oh, I love it. Is that 100%?
Yeah, I didn't think we'd all
Nope.
be on board with the same pick.
I said Mac Jones.
The money
Yeah.
swung from Mac Jones to Trey Lance, as far as Vegas is concerned, day of the draft, basically. That's the last thing I heard.
And that was
Yeah,
weird.
it looks like there's a lot of cheering going on right now. So it looks like they might be making the selection instead of trading it over to Green Bay. So it's going to be good news.
That's
for the
good for
Broncos,
Denver.
right?
So, Mike, thank you for the super. Hopefully, we've updated you a little bit on what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. What's the buzz? Sorry, I missed the news. Yeah, I mean, hopefully you're up to speed now, Mike, but it could be happening. Stay tuned. Stay with us because things are popping.
Mac Jones looked very sad a second ago in the green room, so not sure. Maybe the Niners are waiting 2 more minutes to give him the call. Looks like they panned. Was that Trey Lance or Justin Fields' family?
Couldn't tell.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mac doesn't look like a guy who just picked.
That was Justin Fields they just showed.
Okay. All right. And then you got Booger McFarland. Oh, Booger. Crudum coming in with a very generous super chat. Appreciate you so much. Do we got news, Chad?
Yeah, real quick. Got to welcome on Tom. Sorry, Tom. You're sitting down there in the green room, and there's so many of us on right now. It took me a second to look at the clock. I'm like, it's 6. Oh, Tom's going to be on. Guys, This is Thomas Hall, bottom right-hand corner. Many of you know that Tom needs no introduction. Of course, the brainchild behind, I should say, Convincing Numbers on YouTube. It's been a while since he really cranked out the Convincing Numbers series, but trust when we say Tom's had a lot going on in his neck of the woods, Zach.
It's Trey Lance. Sorry, Tom. It's good to see you on here, but
Tom,
the
what's
pick
going
was
on? The
in.
Niners are picking Trey Lance. How you feeling, buddy?
How am I feeling? Is that the question for me? You can hear me okay? My mic broke down on me. So
Yeah, you're okay. Just speak with a little volume and you'll be fine.
All right. I would have been surprised if they went with Mac Jones. So I think Trey Lance is right up Shanahan's alley. So mobile quarterback, I think he's going to work wonders with him. So
Does Trey Lance start from day one, or is he going to be sitting behind Jimmy Garoppolo? And when Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt, we'll finally see Trey Lance.
that's a good question. Everybody says Trey Lance isn't ready, but I don't know. I think there's a lot of rumors going around that Garoppolo is going to be traded, so you might see Lance from day one. It's hard to say, but I think there'll be a lot of growing pains with that. But I think Shanahan's got a good offensive mind. They'll figure out how to use him, even if he's starting from day one.
All right, real quick, Crudum, appreciate you, brother. No place I'd rather be than here with my football priest, talking and enjoying the draft. We are grateful to have you with us, my friend. Really appreciate you. All right, real quick, John, I want to go around the horn. We need Sareth. He has a super sticker. Real quick, guys, we'll keep it relatively brief. Eric, your thoughts on, your boy McCorkle? He didn't go. It was Trey.
It was always going to be Trey Lance. I mean, there's no way the 49ers wanted to go and settle for Jimmy Garoppolo Jr. if they're trying to upgrade the quarterback position. They just got lost to a quarterback that was mobile, was a threat with his legs in the Super Bowl a couple years ago, and Patrick Mahomes. They weren't going to settle for an immobile quarterback that doesn't have the best arms. No matter how smart he was, no matter how well he can come and run the offense, that just wasn't the way they were going. It was always going to be Trey Lance.
What are your thoughts, Nick?
I mean, I'm so excited to watch Trey Lance in this wide zone offense. Mike McDaniel, he's good. Maybe they're not going to trade Jimmy Garoppolo now to give Trey Lance a year, but the dude is brilliant. He's got incredible arm talent. He's built like a truck. He's the youngest quarterback in this class. And heard from, talking to people that Trey Lance was leaning that way. A lot of people said Mac Jones still, but when the trade happened, it just screamed Trey Lance. So, I'm a little bit bummed because he was a guy that I had a lot of hopes on. The Broncos maybe taking a swing on, especially after they landed Teddy Bridgewater yesterday. But I'm happy for Trey Lance. He's going to an awesome situation, and I'm happy he is going to the NFC.
Hey, guys, real quick. I'm hearing some clicky-clacky. So if you're not talking and it's possible to mute yourself when you're not on the mic, do so to avoid some of that clicky-clacky popping sounds. Also, Tom, I'm getting a message from Mr. Producer. If it's possible, sit a little bit closer to whatever device has the mic, just a little bit closer. It's a little quiet, according to John on the end there. So, Sareth Chang, appreciate you, brother. You're amazing, dude. Thank you for that super chat. Glad to have you with us, my friend. Great to see you. And Tom, I don't know if it's possible with your device to mute when you're not on camera or on mic when you're not actually speaking, but maybe look into that because actually you can do it right now through StreamYard. Yep, you did it. Perfect. You demand. So you're good. And once you go on mic, like if we swing it over to you for a comment on something, just unmute and boom, and then mute off. I do it every time I'm not talking. I mute my microphone. FYI, John, I did just send it, so check it out, buddy, on that email. All right. Let's see, Carl, your thoughts on Trey Lance to San Fran?
Yeah, it's a great pick for them. I really didn't understand the whole Mac Jones. Like I said, he's a guy that you can win with, but not be a guy that you win because of. And Trey Lance is one of those guys with the ceiling that he has. He could easily be the best quarterback in this draft, and he's going to probably the best situation of any of the top quarterbacks. The 49ers have a lot of talent, got one of the best offensive minds in football that he's going to be working with. And it just sets up well for him to be successful even early on, because he has the legs, he has the arm. It just, I'm glad that he went there. and I think he's going to do great. And I find it funny that 2 North Dakota State quarterbacks have seen 2 of the biggest draft day trades, or not day trades, but trades in the draft to go up and get them. Of all the colleges, that's the one that has seen teams just really go crazy for quarterbacks. And so happy for him. I'm just interested now, where does Mac Jones go in the draft? Because it just kind of seems like it was either 49ers or it's going to be like down into the teens.
Could be Washington. I could see Chicago choking and trying to trade up to go after him, right? They like to do that. They like to give away the house to go get an awful quarterback in the draft.
You're not wrong there, man. You're definitely not wrong there. Is the whole Mitchell Trubisky trade, they got scared somebody was going to jump him with the 49ers, and they gave up, I don't even remember what it was, a second and a third round pick or something like that to jump up from 3 to 2 to take Mitchell Trubisky. Like, it's absolutely terrible. But I mean, McCorkle is at least, I think he's better than Mitchell Trubisky. I think he may not be the athlete that Trubisky is, but he's a much more accurate passer. He's got a little bit more experience as far as like being at Alabama for more than just a couple of seasons. And he didn't play a whole bunch of games. And I mean, that's the big knock on Trey Lance. I mean, Mac Jones and Trey Lance played the same amount of games, 17 total starts between the two of them. So, I mean, it's a very interesting thing to me, and I think that if you're going to have him learn behind anybody, you got Andy Dalton and Andy Dalton 2.0. So I mean, why not? Like, if that's the move you're wanting, then there you go, you got it.
I love it. And we
got reminder, guys, if you're on mic and we flash a super, grab the super, because otherwise we'll be here till kingdom come. Because everyone is being so outgoing and everyone's passionate in the chat. So just give them if you're on mic and John flashes a super or I flash a super, just grab it. And I'm going to do it in this case. But Jeff, thank you, buddy. Elway Super Bowl, end career. Manning Super Bowl, ends career. Rodgers Super Bowl, ends career. All Broncos. We shall see, Luke.
Yeah, we shall see. I'm excited for Trey Lance. Makes me wonder where Mac Jones is going to go as well. I don't hate Mac Jones the way a lot of folks do in terms of hating on a prospect. I don't think he has a noodle arm. He's just was born in the wrong decade. This is not where the NFL game currently is. It's where that dual threat quarterback is. I'm excited for Trey Lance. I'm excited for Kyle Shanahan. I think they've got a lot of work to do, but I don't think we're surprised. What happens now with Atlanta? That's one of the biggest questions, and it's got to be Kyle Pitts.
Let's get some thoughts here from Trevor. Trevor, there's been, I wouldn't necessarily call it debate, but some of us here on the podcast side have been a little bit split over, not necessarily that Kyle Pitts is not an elite caliber tight end, right? But like the wisdom, if you're the Denver Broncos and he's on the board at 9, taking him at 9. What are your thoughts on Kyle Pitts?
I mean, you gotta love Kyle Pitts. He's a surefire blue chip prospect. I don't think there's really any way you can go wrong with taking him. I definitely understand the argument of Denver taking him at 9. It's kind of, you're just loading up on a position that is already pretty loaded to begin with, and on top of the receiver position. It looks like the Falcons pick is in right now. I do expect this is probably going to be Kyle Pitts here. But that'll be interesting to see. I think if he's there at 9, I'm not sure that he actually is the pick. I think they would rather move down if that were an option, or look at some of the other guys that are on the board.
Tom, unmute, because I'm about to ask you a question here as I say thank you to Rello Takeover. Good to see you, buddy. What's up, y'all? Broncos Draft, Broncos Country, MHH War Room. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Of all your analytics, Tom, I know you've gone back, looked at probabilities, this position, that position, this pick in the draft, first round, success rates, miss rates. What can you tell our listeners on the analytics side about the wisdom of taking a tight end in the top 10 or the top 5, no less?
Well, from what I've seen many times is you can wait to get a tight end later that's going to provide you adequate, if not better than average on impact as far as playing in the NFL. There has been only one tight end in the top 10 in considerable amount of time of the stuff that I've studied, and that was Eric Ebron. And, he has been serviceable. So in my mind, you wait on a tight end. You don't take him in the first round. You wait till the later rounds because you're going to find somebody.
Make that number 2. Kyle Pitts has just been selected by the Atlanta Falcons.
There you go.
I mean, Pitts is an amazing talent. I think he's going to maybe be a little bit different, used a little bit differently than some of the tight ends have been used in the past. So maybe he breaks that mold. But I will say I also looked at some of the tight ends that had been selected in the first round compared to the ones that provided really good impact in the NFL, were pretty good starters, versus the ones that weren't. And there are some traits that Kyle Pitts has that can make him a superstar in the NFL.
All right, real quick, shout out to our Facebook super supporters showing us the love with some stars. Randy Jones, appreciate you, brother. Gary Leeds Palmer, David Wilder, Joe Kinghorn, that's a really cool name. Tim Klunder, Tom Agnetti, let me scroll over. Denise Phillips, Marvin Bigelow, Claude Riley, Esteban Rivas, another really cool name. And Facebook's telling me there's even more. Victor Rios, Brad Murdoch as well, one of the OGs. Appreciate each and every one of you. Just understand tonight, things are really hopping. If we're going to definitely be checking back on the back end to see your stars and give you shout outs when you do. We might not be able to see every actual comment attached to those or questions attached to those stars in real time, but keep it coming, guys. It all adds up and it all supports the content you're getting right now. All right. So with the Bengals going on the clock here soon, right now, guys, let's just talk about Nick. Let me get over to you for a second. It's been a minute. The way the board has fallen now, let's just take that. I guess you can include Aaron Rodgers as part of the analysis here, but how will this, the way it's fallen so far, how's it shaping things for the Broncos at 9?
Well, everything shapes around the quarterback decision here. And obviously, there's a lot of talk about Rodgers still to the Broncos, but a lot of it will come down. Green Bay has to agree to a trade, right? And Ryan Harris, former right tackle of the Broncos, now doing radio bits, hosting radio for 92.5, I believe. And he's saying that he's talking to a few Packers sources saying the Packers front office has decided to call Aaron Rodgers' bluff and that no trade will be made currently. So the Broncos now are in a precarious situation where they are sitting there looking at the board. How much do they like Justin Fields? Is it worth it to sit there and wait and maybe trade back and gamble on getting an Aaron Rodgers in that trade back? You have Teddy Bridgewater. You have Drew Lock already there. Or do you like Justin Fields enough where, assuming now that he's not at the pick 1 through 4, he'll probably be there at 6. If he's there at 6, do you like Fields enough to go up and get him? Or is it more of you're going to sit there at 9, trade back from 9, and accumulate assets where you can still be a front runner for Aaron Rodgers if this does get dragged out? Because the Aaron Rodgers thing just feels like it's going to end in a divorce either way. Do you want to put yourself in a position where you can be one of those teams to make the strongest bid for him?
Zach, it feels like if you're the Packers and you can see the writing on the wall with Aaron Rodgers, he's trying to force his way out. He's already threatened he won't play if you don't trade him. Don't you feel like it's incumbent to get that deal done ASAP while the getting's good? I mean, striking while the iron's hot in terms of the value teams might be willing to give up while they're still in the top 10.
Yeah, I understand how important he is to the Packers and how much he's brought the organization, but he's coming off an MVP season. He's 37 years old. His value will never be as high as it is right now. And they drafted his successor last year. How long is Jordan Love going to sit on the bench for? Why did you use a first-round pick on him anyway? So I would think that if they want to get a deal done, they would look to get it done now. I saw that after June 1st, the financials make a deal a lot more palatable, but the Packers can't wait that long because no one will be pining for Aaron Rodgers. Everyone that needs a quarterback right now will solve that position in the draft. So I would tend to think that the Packers, if the time for calling his bluff was a few months ago, the time for making a deal is now. And the fact they haven't says to me that maybe there was a little more smoke from one side or the other that set this whole rumor in motion.
By the way, real quick, Bama Broncos, appreciate you, buddy. He goes, I'm more excited than a twister in a trailer park. Bring on the freshest blood. Really appreciate you, brother. Eric, your thoughts on this topic?
So with Aaron Rodgers with the conversation I was having, it seems like that the big deal is the finances of it. Seems like Denver was really wanting to get a deal done, but Green Bay only has like under $3 million in cap space currently. They're eating $31 million to trade him. It's much better for them financially if they wait until June 2nd. Denver right now, they don't want to wait until then. We'll see what happens, kind of as Nick was talking about. We'll see what happens with Justin Fields if they go up and get him, if he falls to 9, whatever the case may be. But if they trade back, then Aaron Rodgers is still very much in play later down the road.
Very, very interesting. Might be disappointing, I guess, Lance, to some Broncos fans if that's the way it shakes out. But again, well, I guess everyone can console themselves with analyzing, as the last super chat said, the new blood that's going to be coming in at 9.
Well, and I put this out on my Twitter account earlier today. I mean, let's stop the vitriol for a little bit, guys. We are all Broncos fans, and regardless of what you think of, I mean, Drew Lock or Justin Fields or Trey Lance, whoever it may be, the Broncos do decide to take it 9 or in a trade up or a trade back. This team is getting better, and the roster as it's currently constructed is very well constructed. I mean, I think Pro Football Focus had him as the 6th best roster. Mike Clay of ESPN had him as the 6th best roster in the NFL. So, regardless of what happens here soon, the Broncos are going to get better. I mean, would we like to see a Hall of Fame quarterback come into here? Absolutely. But also at the same time, I mean, my preferred option going into the draft was trading up to number 6 overall to go and get Justin Fields. And I mean, that's still definitely very viable and up on the table here. So, I mean, it sounds like Cincinnati has a pick coming in here as well, but it's very interesting to me to see how this is all going to play out. I would love either one of these options. If Justin Fields is the guy here at number 6 overall, then absolutely, then I'm all for that. I still, again, I mean, whether it's Aaron Rodgers or Justin Fields, this team is going to get better. They're going to be competitive next year.
All right, so it looks like the pick is in. Am I hearing Jamar Chase, guys, for the Cincinnati Bengals?
Yep.
Are you kidding me? Man, I feel so bad for Joe Burrow. Dude. There
He
they
wanted
go.
it.
Cincinnati Bengals. Yeah, he wanted it. Did his knee want it? Because he's gonna be on his back all this next season. That is a whole man. That's disappointing. It really is. You're not gonna protect your number 1 quarterback. I don't get it.
It's one of those, they have a couple guys that can play maybe average to below average tackle, and they feel like their quarterback can get rid of the football quick enough, and he's got enough legs to make things work. And I guess, I mean, you want to make your number 1 quarterback happy. And if it's go get his guy that he loves in Jamar Chase, I can understand it. Plus, this offensive tackle draft is deep. I mean, you're not going to get a Sewell or a Slater in the 2nd round, obviously, but you still get guys that could be at least average players for you that can come in, do pretty well. So I get it. I probably would have gone offensive tackle as well, but if it makes your quarterback happy, I guess that in today's game, especially, I mean, we're seeing Rodgers wants to be moved, Watson wants to be moved, Wilson has talked about he wants to be moved. So you got to almost kind of play to the ego of the quarterback a little bit to make it work. And I don't quite agree with it. I still think you should do what's best for the team. But right now, I'm sure Joe Burrow is jumping for joy. Well, if he can with that knee.
Hopping.
It also seems like that one of the teams that really flagged Penei Sewell with maturity questions was Cincinnati.
Interesting.
Interesting. Justin Gordon, real quick, appreciate the super chat, buddy. He says, and it's a symbolic one, $9.21 for pick 9 in 21. Love that, dude. Very poetic. We see you. 2nd year watching our War Room, rocking my Broncos number 12 jersey, hoping to will Aaron Rodgers to Denver. #discount double check. If not, rock with Lock. Hey, dude, I'm superstitious. I'm not just a little stitious like Michael Scott. I'm superstitious. So anything you can do to stack the deck in your favor, man, by all means.
Does it look like the pick is in for Miami? It looks like the commish is at the podium.
He hasn't announced Jamar Chase yet for me.
Oh, yeah.
This could be a trade
my
spot,
bad.
boys.
I saw the aqua lights on him. That's what did it.
Okay. Yeah, this is a trade spot. I did actually plug in the Broncos for breakfast. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Mountain Time. But when I did a mock with Scott Kennedy, so far this has fallen exactly as I predicted it. But I had the Broncos moving up to pick number 6 for Justin Fields. It's been pretty well noted that the Broncos coaching staff is interested in Justin Fields. They've sent everybody out there to Columbus a few times. And Miami, if the board fell this way with both Pitts and Chase off the board, there's been some talk that they would like to move back a little bit, still stay in the top 12 and have their choice of Jalen Waddle or Devonta Smith. So we'll see what comes to pass here. But this is a flip spot where the future of the Broncos could change here if they do end up moving up, which is very possible.
Nick, in that trade scenario, what did you have the Broncos giving up to move up 2 spots?
I had them giving up 71 and a 2022 second, I believe.
Okay. That seems realistic to me because it definitely sounded like Peyton didn't want to give away future ones for next year. So I think that's that's a realistic scenario. I think that's fair.
Real quick, Ryan Hamer, across the pond in Britain. It's late. It's 1:30 a.m. in his neck of the woods. Really appreciate you being with us, my friend. He says, I've just woken up for the draft. Set his alarm, I'm guessing. Rodgers, am I still asleep? Broncos country for life. Man, it's so cool to see just all the different locales that our community comes from because, again, Broncos country, it is a state of being. So welcome, Ryan. It's good to see you, buddy. All right, guys. What are the Dolphins doing here?
Trading back.
I think they're going to stay and take Waddle.
Trading back with Denver so that Denver can go get Justin Fields, please. Let's do that. I'm about that one.
What about those other teams that want quarterbacks? Chicago, Washington, New England. Scary, right? I mean, especially when you bring up the big bad Patriots. Could they be looking to come up?
There are
Not with
teams
the
like
Dolphins.
the Chargers, too. They need a tackle. I mean, Sewell's right there. They can move to Miami spot. Miami wanted to move down. The Chargers reportedly wanted to come up. That could be another possibility. I think this is a trade, though, coming from Miami.
Pick is
Yeah,
in
well-
from Miami.
No,
Sorry,
Pick is
Zach.
into Miami.
no, never mind.
I got it
Well,
back,
then.
Tom. There you go. Tom's
Jalen
laughing at that
Waddle.
one.
I'll be petty and I'll spoil it for everyone. It's Jalen Waddle.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, then.
We've got
So Tua's
Andrew
Tua's
Morrow.
happy just like Burrow.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, the college connection back to back. Thanks, Andrew. Your super chat was jumped. It's just so hot and heavy tonight, but we're still grabbing your question. We're still giving you your love. Appreciate you. Hashtag says Andrew. Hashtag Nick's Beer Fund.
Oh,
Go
I'm
MHH.
drinking.
Go Broncos. I hope we can do a discount double check tonight. Please, no blue and orange. You know what? Your two friends below the waist tonight. Get the deal done. Thanks, Andrew. Appreciate that. Time will tell. Time will tell. But I got to tell you, Trevor, I'm going to throw it back to you, buddy. I got to tell you, the closer we inch to pick 9 without anything breaking on the whole Aaron Rodgers front, I mean, got to assume that the chances of the Broncos making that deal dim.
Yeah, I mean, every pick that goes in, it definitely drops the odds a little bit more. I'm still thinking, I'm kind of sticking with what I thought the Broncos are going to be, what they would do from the beginning, and that's trade back. And so far, the draft is pretty much unfolding exactly how most of us thought it would at the top. I think that there definitely are a few teams that are probably a little bit more inclined to trade up and grab a Justin Fields here in these next several picks than Denver is. So I think it's going to get to 9 and Denver's going to be on the clock and they'll have to make a decision whether or not they're going to move back.
Sharon, thank you for that super chat. It's great to have you back in the chat. It's been a minute. Sharon says, Merry Draft Day. What an inaugural year for Peyton. Yes, indeed. Things are popping. George Payton, I mean, John Elway got quite a few deals done in his, first few years. But, man, I'm trying to think. 2011, of course, Vaughn and that draft class. I don't remember there being too many head-turning free agent deals in 2011. Of course, 12, you get Payton. 13, you add a couple of guys. 14, you had a huge free agency period. But, yeah, I mean, Peyton's so far, I mean, the only bone I can pick with Peyton up to this point is his decision with Philip Lindsay. But even that is one that, you can understand. You can understand the rationale. But, yeah, he's been pretty stellar, Lance.
It's been awesome, man. I mean, like I said earlier, he got Ronald Darby in on a 3-year deal there's some scheme versatility with him. You can play some man as well. I'm probably better in zone. It gets hit on double moves a lot, but still, I mean, that's an upgrade there for the Broncos over just Michael Ojemudia. But then you go out and you go with Kyle Fuller. You bring back the core guys that you wanted to bring back in Shelby Harris and Justin Simmons. He's done a great job, and now he's just got to figure out these last final puzzle pieces to see where it's going. As far as Philip Lindsay's concerned, I mean, that really kind of stung to a lot of Broncos fans because he is the Colorado kid. He's the Denver guy. He went to Denver South High School, I believe, obviously the University of Colorado. So he's been in Denver his entire life, and he was a super huge fan favorite, but he just didn't work in Pat Shurmur's scheme. They wanted to run him between the tackles and instead of getting him to the outside. And even when they did run him to the outside, he decided to cut it back and run between the tackles. So he's also not the best receiver out of the backfield. He had like 6 or 7 drops last year. So again, it's just with what Pat Shurmur wants to do with his running backs. Philip Lindsay just didn't fit there. And I understand why they went and got Mike Boone, who is a little bit better of a receiver and a tougher runner between the tackles. He's got some more bulk to his frame. So you can't really fault the guy for making that tough decision. But at the same time, it just sucks for Philip Lindsay because, there's a lot of Broncos fans that wanted to see him get the money that Melvin Gordon got. So I don't know. It's very interesting to see how this is kind of playing out right now. Waddle at 6 is huge to me. This is, again, Broncos are still in striking distance of a top-tier quarterback. So it's going to be fun.
Not crazy about the Von Miller part for me. I would have liked to see either an extension done, but just what is it, 18 million for this year? That bothers me. Kyle Fuller, it is a good deal, but it's a 1-year rental. Kareem Jackson, 1-year rental. I like both of those moves, but to pretend like it's going to be anything really past that, I can't go there. So yeah, I like what George Paton is doing, but he's just, man, he's been blessed with this Aaron Rodgers news, and to let it slip, it would be really tough to see Justin Fields within striking distance, like everyone's mentioning, and not either want to go after him or take that big gamble, that big risk, trade back, let someone else grab him, and maybe you get Aaron Rodgers.
Well, and to kind of piggyback off of there, and don't get me wrong, I like Vic Fangio, and I think that they're doing a really good job of changing the culture of this team. But at the same time, like as you've very blatantly said before, we don't know if Vic Fangio's staying around. So what they're doing is they're loading up the defensive side of the football for him to have the most success. They gave him his top cornerback when he was in Chicago. They gave him another cornerback. They brought back a safety that's thrived in this system, another safety that is one of the top safeties in the NFL. They're giving him every single piece that he can have to succeed this year. So George Paton essentially is doubling down on Vic Fangio for right now, with also if things go poorly, he can move on from Vic Fangio, get rid of some of these older players that are on these 1-year rentals and rebuild the team in his vision. Or if nothing else, you go back and you say to Kyle Fuller, who's I think still on this on the younger side of 30. You can go and say, hey, we'll give you a 3-year extension. You're going to be the bookend cornerback with Ronald Darby for the next 3 years, and we'll get you a safety in the draft. And we have a stellar defense set up for at least the next 3 or 4 years. So it's a very interesting dichotomy there, where you're selling out for this year to make sure that Vic Fangio can actually continue to keep his job, or you also have the opportunity to, if Vic doesn't get the job done and this team continues to lose football games, that he can move on and still rebuild this team in the correct vision and in the way that he wants to. So again, it's nice to see the moves that he has made, but also at the same time he's looking out for and he's covering all of his bases, which is a very smart thing to do as a first-year GM.
Brandon, thank you for the super chat, buddy. He says, Bama Broncos, bring him to Dove Valley. Hey, it's about to start happening, buddy. It is about to start. John, we need Michaela. Zach, what's on your mind?
There goes Penny Sewell to Detroit.
Penny Sewell going to protect one Jared Goff, huh? I'm hearing a weird sound. Check your mutes, boys, if you're not on.
Somebody's typing.
I think that's Thomas again.
One thing about Peyton's job, I think he's done a great job in free agency, but I think this draft is really going to define the start to his career. Let's face it, the Kansas City Chiefs have drafted about twice as many impact players that over the last decade than the Broncos have, and we've got a nice roster that's coming together. I think there's some potential to have some really impact players on these last few drafts. But if he comes away with, the Chiefs have the impact player at the most important position in all of sports. If Payton doesn't come away with Aaron Rodgers from this draft or some other very high impact player, it's going to be a letdown, I think, and it's going to be kind of a mark on his start of his career.
I like that, Tom, and I would add to that. Peyton has made his bones in the scouting community, a guy that is so well respected. So many people in the scouting community didn't think he would accept the Denver job. He had other opportunities. It was kind of one of those things. Why did he choose Denver? And I think John Elway certainly deserves some credit in that, the ultimate salesman. And it makes you wonder, and I want to ask the question as this draft progresses. We just saw behind the scenes, no shortcuts, right? The Broncos videos, John Elway, some clips in there. How involved is John Elway if in fact the Broncos are trying to obtain one Aaron Rodgers?
You got to assume that he's a big part of that. But at the same time, I'm with you. Like Elway, the closer, right? But 2012, one of the reasons Peyton picked the Broncos and why Denver was so attractive was Elway made his pitch and then hung back. He didn't try and strong arm. He didn't try for the hard close. Peyton really appreciated that. But nevertheless, with Aaron Rodgers, I mean, their hands are a little bit tied in terms of contacting someone that's under contract and all that. But you got to assume, I would think, Zach, that Elway is seeing the opportunity for a swan song. Because, the last few years, post Super Bowl 50, not so good. He wants to end on a good note. His hope was to provide Denver with a future franchise guy before he rides off into the sunset, which is probably going to be next year, by this time next year. Aaron Rodgers would allow him to do that with a nice punctuation, a nice exclamation point there.
Yeah, but would that be an Elway move, though? I mean, how much impact would he have in making that move? Would it be a George Payton move because this is George Payton's team? He's the GM. And I wonder how much could he really provide the Broncos? I mean, Vic Fangio was in Chicago watching Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. George Payton was in Minnesota watching Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay. Those are two sets of eyes that seen Aaron Rodgers way more up close and personal than John Elway has. So I'm sure if it came down to what Payton said, listen, is he worth moving on from Locke? Is it worth giving up this capital? Is it worth bringing Rodgers into this culture in Dove Valley? Those are questions that John Elway can answer. But in terms of whether Rodgers is a good quarterback or the technical aspects of that, I think Fangio and Payton have way more of an input on that.
I just wonder why you keep John Elway on the roster if not for moves like this, if not for trying to get these deals done. I don't understand why he's there in the bullpen. I get it's George Payton's team, and he's certainly guiding the direction. I would just hope one John Elway would be involved. And speaking of involved, Michaela Parker has been very involved in the chat tonight, a very generous super, sacrificing a chicken to the football gods for Aaron Rodgers. Absolutely
We feel
love
that.
it. Thank you,
Rip,
Michaela.
Just one?
Zach, that reminds me of
The Atwater story?
our interaction with Atwater at the Combine a couple years ago, but I digress. All right, so the Lions pick Penny Sewell at number 7. Number 8, the Panthers are on the clock.
This is the Justin Fields pick. If he comes off the board here, Denver's got to trade back. If it's not Justin Fields here, then Denver has a really tough decision to make.
Well, remember what Lance kept saying. Justin or Mac Jones at 9, still a possibility.
No, it is. And everyone, I get that's tongue in cheek, but it really is. Mike Liss has been lassie barking that, something I've been writing about ad nauseum, not because I want Mac Jones here, but because I think there's some validity there. Now we're seeing teammates going with teammates, quarterback, wide receiver connection. Could you see a Jerry Jeudy, Mac Jones connection? That'd be a little odd, especially at the number 9 pick, but I agree with Nick. Don't discount the Carolina Panthers for a quarterback.
I don't know. I'm dead set on giving them Rashawn Slater right here. I think that he's their offensive tackle number 1. I think that's actually been reported in multiple different areas. I mean, Rashawn Slater here, the versatility to play in guard. He can play at center. He can play right or left side. The Panthers are looking for offensive tackle help. They just went and got Sam Darnold, and what did he not have in New York? I mean, he didn't have an offensive line. So now you've got Zach Wilson going over to the New York Jets, and they don't have an offensive line to protect him either. So why would you run that back with Sam Darnold in Carolina? You know what I mean? Like, to me, this makes more sense for them to either take Rashawn Slater here or potentially even move out for a team that's going to come up and look for a quarterback like a Washington or a Chicago, maybe even a Pittsburgh, if that's like the direction that they're looking at is going to get in quarterback. Like, I don't think quarterback here at 8 is going to be Carolina. Let me just say that.
Well, we're going to find out how much they love Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
True. Rogue
They don't love
theory.
him enough to not extend his 5th-year option yet, right?
Yep.
And we got Rogue Theory.
Appreciate you, buddy Joshua. Go ahead, Luke. Grab him. And then also Carolina's only got 2 more minutes left on the clock.
Rogue Theory, we appreciate you guys. We appreciate everybody in the chat, too, trying to get to everyone as quickly as we can. Rogue Theory, thank you so much. Draft day, baby. Let's go. Hashtag the Huddle Up Squad. Absolutely.
Josh, you the
love
man.
it.
Love you, Josh.
Thank you guys so much for all of the support. Rashawn Slater, I'm looking at John. Was that John Bawanabe's favorite tackle, I think, right? On Twitter, I think he said he liked Rashawn Slater quite a bit. Yeah, I know he liked Rashawn Slater a lot more than Penei Sewell. A really good prospect, Lance. I could see it. Sure. I could see Matt Roll wanting to go after that.
All right, real quick, I want to give some shout outs in the chat. You know, at high impact times like this, a lot of scrutiny, a lot of anticipation, a lot of eyeballs. We want to try and be as democratic as possible, but of course the Super Chat superstars have to come first, and that includes YouTube and Facebook. But still, shouting out those of you that are keeping the convo going over on Twitch. Love you guys. Our Twitter audience, each and every one of you, we appreciate you. All right, so we got 54 seconds left till the Broncos are going to officially be on the clock. Man, I'm
scared.
Is this going to be Justin Fields at 8? And if it isn't Justin Fields at 8, what do the Broncos do? Is this going to be a log jam at quarterback with Drew Lock, Teddy Bridgewater, Justin Fields?
I mean, if Justin Fields is there at 9, I think that Justin Fields is the pick and Drew Lock is done in Denver, unfortunately for him. But at that point, I think that a parting of ways would be best for everybody involved. But it really depends on what happens here at 8. I mean, if a team moves up, I don't know if the pick's in or not.
The pick just came in.
It just came in.
I doubt it's Fields.
Yeah, I don't think it's a quarterback.
I think it could be Slater or a corner even.
Horn.
But if Fields is there, I think it's Fields for Denver.
All right, it's going to be interesting here. We're getting close, Zach.
It's Horn. So the Broncos officially.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
Chad, wasn't
Matt
that
Roll absolutely loved him?
wasn't that one of the mock players to Carolina? If I remember correctly, wasn't Horn in that spot, or was it Slater?
In the SI Publisher mock draft, I want to say it was Slater at 8 and Horn I took at 9.
That's right. Well, now the Broncos have their pick, guys. They can take Fields. They can take, God forbid, Mac Jones. They can take Micah Parsons. They can trade down. I think that would indicate, as Nick tweeted, which I agree with, if they trade down here with Fields on the board, that indicates they have another plan up their sleeve for later this offseason. But if they don't like Fields, guys, they can move down. This is the high leverage spot now. If a team like the Patriots or Chicago, Washington, whoever, if they love Fields and have to have him, I mean, this is where Peyton can really leverage them for more picks.
So if it's the Broncos are on the clock, the pick is in, right? I mean, if the pick is in, the Broncos are on the clock. Am I wrong?
They're on the clock, yes.
Yeah, they should be on the clock.
Okay, then I get to use our graphic. Okay, finally I get to use this bad boy. Broncos, your Denver Broncos are on the clock. All right. And
let me just say I'm taking my shoes off right now because I promised everybody that if the Broncos do manage to figure out a way to get Justin Fields, I would clap my feet for everyone.
I don't want to see your feet, dude.
No, put all that down right now.
By the way,
that sounded very personal, Chad.
we got almost 1,000 people with us on YouTube. Guys, give us a like on YouTube. All right, even if you're only with us for a minute, and even if you're disagreeing with some of our takes here, at least if you respect the effort, give us a like on YouTube. Give us that like. Hundreds already with us currently also on Facebook. It's great to have each and every one of you with us. That's a little organic thing you can do. Like the true litmus test, though, is if we're doing a good job for you, share this out there. Help us continue to grow. And we can still reach a lot of Broncos fans tonight that might be floating out there, not aware of what's cooking with this team and what's going on with Mile High Huddle. All right, guys, Justin Fields is on the table here. This is a real Sophie's choice. Is there any way in your mind, Carl, can you see the Denver Broncos passing on Justin Fields? I mean, he's fallen this far. We got to assume it's for a reason. I mean, I don't pretend to know what that reason might be, but your thoughts?
Me personally, I would not pass on him. He is such a good quarterback. I have him as my number 2 quarterback in this draft. I think he'd be a great fit with the system, even here with Shurmur, because he's highly accurate, and Shurmur's system is built on yards after catch. And you mix him with these kind of weapons, oh my gosh, it could be fireworks right off the bat. I'm shaking right now because this is my guy. This is what I've been dreaming of for the Broncos. And I love Rodgers. I do. But I've gone back and forth ever since we heard that the Rodgers thing could be a reality. of whether I'd still want to go Fields or Rodgers, because you could get 15, 20 years out of Fields. And plus you get these 5 years of rookie contract where you can build an amazing team around this guy. I really hope they don't pass on him. I just would not like to play the chicken game with Green Bay. I don't want to take that chance. I've got my guy right here. Go get him.
A bird in hand is worth two in the bush. You already know that you got your guy. If you want him, go get him. He's there.
Man, it's cooking,
Trade
baby.
back.
It's cooking.
Trade back.
John,
Trade back.
John, do you have Marcus Durant, if you've got him by chance? If not, I'm going to scoot down and see if I can flash him while we got a little bit of a lull going here, waiting for the Denver Broncos to – nope, he's not in my – I don't see him on mine. If you can grab him, that would be really cool. We'll get to you, my friend. Don't worry.
Looks like right around 5 minutes to go with the Denver Broncos.
I got to say that if they have a chance to take Justin Fields, from what I'm hearing, he's a heck of a player. You trade back, you better get a massive haul, because you have a much higher probability of getting that impact taken now than trying to come back, trade back, and getting a couple extra picks, because it falls off the cliff once you get past the top 10. How fast your probability of getting an impact player is. If they trade back to get, I don't know, who would they be trading back for? Why would you pass up on what seems to be a pretty darn good quarterback talent when you have been terrible at the quarterback position for the last several years? I mean, Drew Lock, I just did an analysis based on era, and he was the 75th. He was number 75 in the top worst seasons in 2020 since 1960. That's how bad his season was. I like Drew Lock, but there's definitely been a void at that position. If they pass up on, and they must not like Fields if they pass up on him, is all I'm saying.
So could we do a quick rapid fire real quick? Yes or no to Justin Fields, Chad?
I'm passing on Justin Fields. Sorry, guys. I'm taking Micah Parsons right here. I'm taking Slater right here. I'm not taking a quarterback right here.
Boom.
Love it.
And don't forget to mute if you're off mic, guys. Don't forget to mute. But yeah, that would be my pick. Zach, what's yours?
What I think the Broncos will do is take Fields. Do I want them to? I'm in agreement with you. I think I would move back and just pillage another team for draft capital and then use that capital to maybe come up in the first or second round. But when you have a quarterback fall into your lap, you don't have to give up any capital, any compensation. How do you not pull the trigger?
Eric, do you want Justin Fields?
Yeah, that's the way I would go. I mean, it's the best player on the board right now on my board anyways. You got to have that quarterback. You got to upgrade. You can't continue to roll with somebody who was the worst quarterback in the NFL last year. I get there are other circumstances behind it, but if it's not Fields, I'm trading down.
Quick shout out. I'm going to serve it back over to Lance. We got 2 minutes left here. Marcus Duran, appreciate you, buddy. He says, started listening a year ago, but rarely able to catch live. Love all the shows. Thanks to you all. I don't care what happens. Peyton has done a great job, and I'm excited for the season no matter what. Go Broncos, hashtag state of being. Love it, Marcus. Really good to have you. And stick around, man. Try and, you might have a schedule that doesn't allow you to be with us in the evenings, but it's not hard to remember. You got a live Mile High Huddle podcast streaming literally 7 days a week from 6 Mountain to 7 Mountain, that hour block. So hope to see you more in the chats, my friend. Appreciate you. Lance, very quickly, I guess for you, it's Justin Fields. That'd be the dream, right? For you?
Yeah, Justin Fields is quarterback one to me. I don't care what anybody says. You can hate me for it, Trevor Lawrence and whatnot. No, Justin Fields is quarterback one. The processing, the arm strength, he's got a baseball arm. He's got high end athleticism. You can unlock some of that potential with him if you put him in the right scheme. Justin Fields is quarterback one, and as of right now, it's Justin Fields, plain and simple. Yes.
Carl, we know your thoughts. Luke, how about you, bud?
I trade back trying to keep Aaron Rodgers alive. I try to get that haul that Zach was talking about. Chad, I'm with you. I love Micah Parsons. Absolutely love him. So much that Nick and I scream at each other over it on Saturday nights on MHI. So no, it's a no for me. How about you, Nick? Would you take Justin Fields here?
Yeah, 100%. Drew Lock's been a bottom 3 quarterback, bottom 5 quarterback. He was a second-round pick. You still don't know what you have with only 2 years left of control. He's been injured 2 years in a row. He's got the worst completion percentage over expected of any quarterback in the NFL. He's been bottom 2 in turnover per play. I mean, you can't roll into next season with him and expect to be anything more than a 500 team. You have a great quarterback prospect fell into your lap. If the epilepsy scares you, that's another thing. I am a scientist, but I'm not a neurologist, so I'm not going to speak to that. I mean, rolling into next season with Drew Lock, I would put money down right now that if it was Drew Lock versus Teddy Bridgewater and there's not injuries, Bridgewater's winning. I think that's probably where I'm going to lean. I have zero faith in Drew Lock, and I think if you're going to take a swing, every single pick is a risk. If you're going to risk, go big, go for the quarterback.
The pick is in.
They didn't trade.
Trevor, do you anticipate him taking Justin Fields here, bud?
I do not. I think Slater's the pick. I have not sensed that they've been on Justin Fields this whole pre-draft process. So it's going to be a move that, if it is not Fields, is going to define George Payton, though, because that is what we'll be looking back at for years to come.
Ooh, man!
Here we go,
suspense.
Broncos
The
country.
suspense.
Here we go, Carl.
Don't you dare tip it. Don't you dare tip it, Zach.
Promise you I won't. I'll react with my face only. I won't say anything.
Oh man,
I'm gonna have to walk out of Mac Jones.
If it's
Mac
if it's
Jones at
or
Panda?
Oh my God. Oh,
Is it gonna be Parsons?
Kliss just tweeted it. All I'm going to say is, oh my God. It's not a quarterback.
Okay.
It's Slater. They went
Nope.
Slater.
Nope.
Patrick
my goodness.
Surtain the second, dude.
Oh
Yes.
my goodness.
Luke spoiled it. Patrick's doing that. We're gonna have some pissed off Broncos fans in tonight's game.
All right. I had Patrick Surtain the second as my number 1 rated corner very, very early. That being said, I am disappointed with this pick. It's a quarterback desperate league, boys. Justin Fields wasn't my favorite, but Justin Fields or Patrick Surtain the second, I probably would have went Justin Fields.
Wow.
Guys, what is that on field? Is it the epilepsy? Because Nick, maybe explain this. I don't think a lot of the listeners know what we're talking about when we say epilepsy and Justin Fields, because that was a relatively recent development on that coming out publicly.
Yeah, I mean, it's concern for him, the seizures he's had. So we will see what happens there. But it is Patrick Surtain. There's also been some talk about Justin Fields questioning coachability. There's questions about his, not character is the wrong word, but just his personality. So maybe kind of being a little bit of a prima donna. Granted, that's true with quarterbacks, a lot of quarterbacks in general. But the Broncos take probably if not the safest player in the draft, one of the safest player in the draft in Patrick Surtain. I'm not sure exactly about the scheme fit per se, but I mean, he's going to tackle, he's going to cover space. He's long, he's very smart. So the Broncos continue to address the cornerback position. I wrote a piece very early on in the offseason how the Vikings have prioritized the cornerback position underneath Spielman and during Peyton's tenure in Minnesota. Well, here we are. Patrick Surtain, the Broncos go heavy, hard, and deep at the cornerback position. And we'll see what happens.
Real quick here, guys. Zach, either you or myself, we need to hop on off. I know you got other business too.
I got the Cowboys coming up, yeah.
So, guys, we're gonna dip out for a minute. We'll be back on here shortly. But guys, here's what I'm gonna say. All right, there's the implications to this are twofold to me. You got to pick a path. The implication is either, again, the Broncos have been a lot higher on Drew than anyone ever really could have anticipated, or they're trying to keep the dream alive for Aaron Rodgers. But as we've inched farther into the first round, the whole Rodgers thing feels like it's starting to become a more dim prospect. But implications on Drew, I know our fans want to hear that right now. What does this mean about how the Broncos view Drew or even Teddy Bridgewater? And I'll see you guys in about 15. Don't forget Super Chats. Nick, you got the gavel.
So I don't necessarily like this pick for the Broncos, but I don't necessarily know if it's a pick for the Broncos. I'm going to throw some conspiracy theory out there. I mean, the Packers were wanting to come up. They wanted to get a cornerback. Like, is this a pick that the Broncos are going to use to parlay to go get Aaron Rodgers? Like, is that something that could potentially be happening here?
I'm doubtful, given, I mean, we haven't seen that very often, but right, like the way the now they're showing Peyton, everybody fist bumping. I mean, they love their cornerbacks, right? Welcome to the Denver Broncos under George Peyton, a cornerback in the first round every other year, if they're going to follow the Vikings trends. But I think that's probably a little bit of a reach there. We'll see.
Yeah, especially with Jair Anderson on the roster already. They don't really have a need for, not a strong need for Patrick Surtain. I mean, everybody can use Patrick Surtain. I mean, but it just doesn't really line up with what the Packers need, I don't think. But hey,
and
you never know. There's been crazier things, right?
Yeah, for sure. And this is a pick for me. It's about Patrick, not Patrick Surtain, though. Patrick Mahomes. The Broncos in this AFC West, it is an arms race. And we saw last year when the Broncos got down to their 7th, 8th, and 9th cornerback on the depth chart. That's not even an exaggeration. This team fell apart. So the Broncos went with a priority position with a player who has a lot of SEC tape against really good wide receivers, multiple years of good tape, and one of the most important positions on the football field in a passing league. So it's not the direction I would have gone. But they're showing Mac Jones now looking a little sad there. I mean, where will Mac Jones be picked? Where will Justin Fields be picked? We'll see. But I get it. It's not the direction I would have gone. But here we are. At least it wasn't a linebacker.
It felt like
and with Patrick Surtain, like I like the player. My question is, they did zone quite a bit at Alabama, but it was out of press. I wonder how he's going to play off. I don't like the hip fluidity as well to play off. It's going to be something to watch for that. But yeah, this is definitely a pick for Denver. I don't think he's going to be moved to Green Bay. And one thing that can be sure is that he tackles and he tackles well, and Vic Fangio loves that.
I think it was a bit early. I think it's important that they do get a cornerback in this draft because they've got one on the roster really after this season. So they're looking to the future. I get it. But a lot of times you can get a cornerback a little bit later. There's a few left. I don't know. I'm kind of iffy on this pick just based on what position it was taken. So.
It just doesn't necessarily make sense to me, and it doesn't make sense to Samaki Hill here coming in on Super Chat with a $2 donation. I'm just mad that we didn't take Fields. Like, why? I don't understand it either, man. It's frustrating to me because Eric and I are in lockstep on this one. And I don't think that Patrick Surtain is a scheme fit. Now, I have always maintained that I love the player. I love his ability. I love him in press man and whatnot. It's his tackling ability as well. But at the same time, man, it doesn't seem to fit right. Now, if Vic Fangio is the one that's signing off on this, then I guess that I'm all right with it. But man, you had an opportunity to go get one of the top quarterbacks in this class, and instead you go get a guy that I don't know, man. I'm pretty disappointed. I will say that.
Yeah, if we're talking about scheme fit, though, I would also argue, does Vic Fangio fit as a head coach for the Denver Broncos? This is a positional pick for George Payton, where he obviously envisions Patrick Surtain II to be here for a very long time. Can we say the same about Vic Fangio? Maybe if Aaron Rodgers was here right now, that buys him some time. We don't know if that's going to shake out. The conspiracy theory thing, Lance, the tinfoil hat, I might entertain that a little bit. It's kind of like one of those basketball trades, right? Where the NBA lottery, one team picks a player and then ultimately trades him before he even gets that suit on. Maybe. It's interesting. I had Patrick Surtain as my number one corner. I do like J.C. Horn a lot. Never been high on Caleb Farley. A lot of those medical concerns, but Patrick Surtain II, it shows you that George Payton is definitely trying to bolster that secondary with that 1-year rental and Kyle Fuller.
And it does look like the Eagles just traded up with the Cowboys, maybe?
With
the Cowboys.
Yep.
They want a quarterback.
They sent the 12th overall pick and third round pick, I think 84 to get to number 10. So if they take a quarterback here, it'd be very interesting.
It'd be a Philly move, right, fellas? I mean, Philly, what a mess.
Can't count anything out with the Eagles.
Did they play rock, paper, scissors with Justin Fields?
It just doesn't make sense why you would trade up within the division, or as the Cowboys, why you would trade back. Well, I guess I could see that because both the top cornerbacks are gone. Maybe they're looking offensive linemen. They could have taken Rashawn Slater here to add to that. I mean, this is actually, you know what? Now we're getting into the really true reaction. I mean, we had all the Aaron Rodgers talk, the Justin Fields talk, but now that we know the Broncos pick, this is actually kind of a very interesting move to me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious how to see what this means for the position, right? That George Payton just recently said that the Broncos were, for the 9th overall pick, they're looking for a day one starter, but this cornerback room as it stands right now, Surtain is probably not a day one starter. Are you going to displace Kyle Fuller? Are you going to displace Ronald Darby? Surtain, you're probably not playing him in the slot over Bryce Callahan. I know he played star his freshman year for Alabama, but do you have any thoughts here, Trevor? Let's get you in here with that. Draft cherry.
I think one thing that we have to take into consideration is, the injury history with Kyle Fuller and with Ronald Darby and with Bryce Callahan. I mean, we have 3 guys that are all projected to start that all have significant injury histories and have concerns going into the season. So this is a future pick. Thomas touched on it earlier. Ronald Darby is really the only cornerback that's going to be on. Michael Ojemudia are the only corners under contract beyond this season. This is a future pick. There's no question about that. So I know that's not the pick that a lot of people wanted, but I think in the end, we'll probably look back one day and we'll think, well, we're glad we took Patrick Surtain, because personally, I thought he was the best defensive player in this draft. And to get him, I know if Justin Fields was not on the board at 9, I think we'd probably be having a little bit of a different conversation right now. I think that's just really obviously hard to block out, because I think that's what a lot of Broncos fans were hoping for. But I think in the end, I think we're going to look back and we'll be happy that we have Patrick Surtain on the roster.
I would agree with the issue. I'd say the issue, though, is he could become a great player, but if Fields becomes a great quarterback, it doesn't matter.
Yep.
It's a bad pick.
I agree.
And it's same with, it's kind of the same argument with Bradley Chubb and Josh Allen.
Yep.
He's a great player, but right now you'd definitely rather have Josh Allen than Bradley Chubb. And so I think that's the hard part. You're right. If Justin Fields is off the board and it's Patrick Surtain the pick, it's like, oh, yeah, I guess I understand that. But when you have a guy that could become a top 5 quarterback and you need a quarterback, man, this one hurts. This one hurts a lot.
Eric, what do you
think? We have to keep in mind, too, fellas, look, the only quarterback that everyone's saying is not going to have success is Mac Jones. The reality of the situation is not all 4 or even 5 quarterbacks that could be taken in the first round are going to be the next Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen. I mean, we talk about risk, sure, but I would say that the odds are actually really against every single one of those quarterbacks, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, that they're all going to work out. We just don't know that. Clearly, George Payton is showing that he values defense a lot.
Yeah. Eric, I want your thoughts on this, please.
So there's a few things real quick is with Justin Fields, there was a study done about epilepsy in higher altitudes. And that probably is actually the big concern that Denver had playing at the higher altitude with the epilepsy. And then with Denver taking Surtain and not trading down, I guess the big thing here is Dallas was going to take him. They couldn't trade down. That shows how much that Denver valued him and just over a trade down and everything. And I think that speaks as well to how they view Rodgers. I don't think that Rodgers is as much in play, because if he was, they would have traded down. They would have accumulated more picks, and especially future picks, and use those to go get him. And then with Surtain is, we know that George Payton values them. We know Vic Fangio values them. And after seeing what we saw last year with all the injuries, with Ronald Darby only having 1 full season played, Kyle Fuller only 1 season on their contract, Bryce Callahan never playing a full season, like, it makes a lot of sense. Like, you can't hate on the pick too much, because Surtain is a good player. He has a really good upside to be the best corner out of this class. My big concern is, as I said earlier, is just the fit in the scheme. And as Luke mentioned, maybe Vic Fangio is done. Like, that's a big thing here. And so that's a lot of things in play. I don't like the pick. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's not terrible.
Yeah. And just a little background on Patrick Surtain for those who are just joining us. He is the SEC Defensive Player of the Year. Looks like he is also the defensive MVP of the 2021 Rose Bowl, the son of Patrick Surtain, the senior, of course, who Broncos country should be very familiar with his dad playing a couple years with the Chiefs and obviously a lot with the Dolphins where he was drafted. But a physical corner, that's something that everybody seems to recognize with Patrick Surtain II. We know that tackling is something that Vic Fangio will not compromise on. I just think this speaks to the lack of faith in Bryce Callahan a little bit. I'm not saying he's going to be the slot, but when you've never completed a full NFL season, bless his heart, because he was playing at an incredible level, shocking the world last year before he got hurt. It's just such a concern if you cannot be available in the NFL.
And I just have one question for you, Luke, with all the studying you did on Surtain. How worried are you? Because I noticed that he tended to get grabby a lot, especially when he was playing off. Didn't lead to a lot of penalties, but he still has that. Are you concerned about that becoming penalties in the NFL?
I am. Yeah, that's a really good question, Eric. I am concerned about that because, as you know, it's a quarterback-driven league, offense and everything like that. He's a very physical corner. He likes to get up and receiver stuff, but I guess I would rather go that route than just have a guy get burned like Isaac Yiadom all day and not trying to compare Patrick Surtain. But yeah, you're right. I mean, and I've read your draft articles as well. He has problems on the deep ball, something that Nick has brought to my attention as well. And when you're playing Tyreek Hill and you're playing these heavy hitters in the AFC West, that's definitely something to be concerned about. The interesting thing that Nick said, or I think someone else reiterated, George Payton said he wanted a day one starter with Patrick Surtain II. Yeah, man, that's going to be tough. I don't think you have to rush Patrick Surtain in right away, but he needs to play, and he needs to play sooner rather than later.
And we have a trade actually apparently coming down the tracks here. The Bears are trading up with the 11th pick with the New York Giants, and now the Bears are on the clock, obviously coming up for a quarterback. This might be Justin Fields right here, heading off to the Chicago Bears, a team that's been, God, you guys think the Broncos have been bad with quarterback play the last 5 years. Imagine being a Chicago Bears fan dating back to when they were wearing leather helmets the last time they had a good quarterback. So probably the Bears coming up here. I would guess Justin Fields, but I've been shocked before. You're not making this move, though. I would be even more shocked if it wasn't for a quarterback.
Yeah, it's got to be Justin Fields or Mac Jones here. Brandon Harden jumping in here on Super Chat. We're going to grab some of these Super Chats really fast, guys. Bama Broncos. Y'all can say Bama Broncos, Yeah, I mean, and obviously Patrick Surtain at Alabama. I'm just so disappointed. So disappointed here. Let's see if I can find another one. John, you got some ready to pull up? Wardy jumping in here with the $5 super. I wonder if we're including Surtain in the deal to get Aaron Rodgers. This pick makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm with you there. Eric, go ahead.
I just want to say, how funny is it that a year ago before the draft, it was all Elway doesn't draft Bama players. And I know it's not Elway in charge anymore. Right. Back-to-back first-round picks going to Alabama.
Yeah. Obviously, Todd jumping in here. Obviously, Peyton lied to throw off teams, but I thought that he really did like Fields. I'm kind of shocked. I think everyone right now is kind of shocked. Update a pick here. The Philadelphia Eagles did select Devontae Smith, wide receiver from Alabama, in their trade up with the New York Giants. Nick, what do you think about that?
I think it's a very interesting trade there. Obviously, going up for that last of the big three wide receivers. Now they're showing Mac Jones looking like he's a. Never mind. I'm not going to make the comment about his mugshot, but I think it's a weird trade to trade in division. But if that's your guy, go get it. I'm surprised that Justin Fields has been falling here, and I would have taken it if I was the Eagles. Right, stack the quarterback room. If you have a second round pick at your quarterback position, you do not have an investment. Stack the room.
I like Jalen Hurts. I'd be okay without a quarterback there. Oh man, the Eagles are a mess. The Bears are a mess. This is going to be tough. What do you think, Tom?
I'm guessing they're coming up for a quarterback. I was surprised the Eagles. I mean, when you're trading up for a wide receiver, it kind of bothers me. I think you can find wide receivers later, especially if you have a decent quarterback that can get the ball to them. So I think Chicago's got to be coming up for Justin Fields or maybe Mac Jones. I don't know if but they're desperate and they want to find their future at the quarterback position, and I think that's what they're doing. But who knows? It's been kind of a wacky last few picks here, so we'll see.
And the pick for the trade for the Giants and the Bears here, the Bears sent pick 20, pick 164, a 2022 first round pick, and a 2022 fourth. I'll be honest, guys. I would have preferred that than Patrick Surtain for the Broncos at 9.
Same.
I would have preferred to be picking 20 with those picks.
Yep, absolutely. I totally agree with that.
That's a lot of draft capital to move up.
Calvin Hamilton jumping in here with the $5 super. Parsons or Fields, Bronco country. Aaron Rodgers is welcome as well. LOL. Well, we'll see how this is going to play out. I mean, I'm not necessarily sure how everybody else feels. Well, I think I have an idea of how everybody else feels here, at least on this live stream. But as far as Broncos country is concerned, Patrick Surtain, man, it's wow, holy cow. I cannot express my displeasure with that pick nearly enough.
I mean, again, it's maybe not the best scheme fit, but this is a draft cycle where it's going to be, you didn't see these guys at Indy. You didn't get the scouts to go to all these games, and you're dealing with limited information. So there is something to be said about going for somebody who, A, plays a position of value, that boundary corner. You need 2 cornerbacks for 2022. And also, again, just how safe he is, right? Like I would say he's scheme versatile. He can play. He played star for Alabama. There's been some talk of maybe going to more of a 4-2-5 base with Vic Fangio going forward. So then you have Surtain. Can you play that nickel spot then? And you can do some other stuff there as well. So, I mean, I get it. He's a great tackler. I wish he had a little bit more ball skills. But Peyton saying that right here on an interview saying that Surtain was our number one player on the board. He has great intangibles. He's long. He ran a 4.41 and the game comes really easy to him. We did not think he would be there. We're really excited. So I get it. Again, it's not like they took a safety or an interior offensive lineman here. It's a boundary cornerback that's under cost control for 9 years. However, it does not really take you to the position where you are that much closer to solving your quarterback question. So that's the biggest thing for me. I probably would have preferred Slater. There were some questions about the back. He is starting to slide here. We'll see how far he does slide, but I can talk myself into it. Still, though, man, it comes back to Drew Lock. I don't have any faith in Drew Lock becoming a good enough quarterback. Now that Chad and Zach are gone, I think we can all be honest about it. No, I'm just kidding. But we can all be open up about that. I don't know if the chat would appreciate that as much, but go ahead, Luke.
So yeah, with Patrick Surtain, his dad gave an interview a couple months ago that I wrote up on milehighhuddle.com, and I just pulled it up. Now, one thing I think you've got with Patrick Surtain, of course, his dad's going to say good things about him, right? It's his son, obviously very proud moment for father and son, and congratulations to Patrick Surtain. But it just a quote that resonated with me on kind of the professional aspect that this young man takes towards his game. Character concerns, those things aren't going to be a problem with Patrick Surtain. I know they've surrounded other players like Micah Parsons in this first round. I'm seeing a lot of Micah Parsons and people wanting Micah Parsons, but this is Patrick Surtain Sr. talking about his son. He said, quote, he's got tremendous ball skills. He comes up and he tackles. He does that all very well. He understands zone concepts, and he's going to be a very smart player, a player who's already a pro going into the league. Obviously, there's some things that he has to work on, and he's not a finished product to say the least, but that's what they pay the coaches the big bucks for in the league. The sky is the limit for him, and on top of all that, he's a great kid. He doesn't get in trouble, and he knows his why. He knows how to do the right things, and that's going to carry over to the next level. If you're George Paton and you're trying to redesign a losing team for the last 5 years, really, since the Super Bowl. I know they didn't technically start losing until 4 years, but you're getting a quality young man in Patrick Surtain, something that I think needs to be noted.
Yeah. And real quick, I just want to say this. I got a text saying that Denver has a value on players who didn't opt out. Something to keep an eye on as the draft goes forward as well.
Yeah, that's good, Eric, because didn't GM George Paton just say that? He said that in his press conference, last week, saying, hey, look, that matters to us. I think you could take a lot of truth from the things George Paton has said and now what he's doing.
Yeah. So real quick, Fields was the pick for the Bears. He just went. So the Cowboys are on the clock now.
Yeah, and again, just a big disappointment. That's quarterback one to me, and we're watching now. To speak highly of him, I mean, I think that there's a possible impact for Patrick Surtain to play day one. Obviously, you got the boundary cornerback ability, but quite honestly, I think that you might be able to move him and slide him back another level in the secondary and play him at safety. And with Kareem Jackson being as old as he is, and I think there's some versatility there with him, he might be better suited as a safety in this Vic Fangio defense. I mean, he drives well on the football. He does a good job as a tackler. You can slide him down into the slot if you want to, and have him play some man coverage in there in that match quarters defense. Like the more you think about it, the more that you can kind of like it and come back around to it. And like I said earlier, I mean, obviously, if Vic Fangio is the one that's signing off on it, I was all right with it. It's just, man, now you're watching Justin Fields, your potential quarterback of the future, going to Chicago, and you had the opportunity to get that. Like that's the big thing to me.
Call of Duty coming in with a very generous super chat. Broncos fans are already trashing Surtain. Shake my head. We need to be better. This was a good pick. Obviously, with some Bama love with that profile pick. Appreciate you so much. Yeah, boys, this is tough. I think for some in Broncos country, maybe, Lance, I think you're definitely representing a good solid portion of Broncos country right now that's disappointed with not so much Patrick Surtain, but you had a top level quarterback sitting right there. perhaps the honeymoon for George Paton is over for some in Broncos country. You know, we just praised him so much, but I can definitely feel a little bit of angst, a little bit of disappointment and frustration with the new GM.
Yeah, Carl, what do you think, buddy?
Yeah, it's just such a double, if we're talking in baseball terms, which, I mean, hey, that's a good hit.
Yep.
But for a GM to have a chance to possibly hit a home run right off the bat, and it was going to have a lot of risk with it, obviously, with Justin Fields. There's risk in there, but it just, I would have rather seen him swing for the fences, especially at the quarterback position. You know, even if Drew Lock turns into something, hey, you got a great trade piece moving forward, and you didn't have to give up hardly anything. I mean, you gave up the number 9 pick, but you could probably get pretty close to that back, if not more, if Justin Fields looks good in preseason or really competes with Drew Lock. You know, there's so many ways that this could have worked out great for the Broncos for the now and the future. And to take a cornerback that, yeah, I feel like he was trying to be as safe as possible with this pick. And in the NFL, safe doesn't win you Super Bowls. No. Chiefs took a chance of going and getting Patrick Mahomes. They took a chance in trading for Frank Clark. They took a lot of chances to go win Super Bowls. Tampa Bay taking a chance on a quarterback that's 40 plus and bringing in Gronk and some other players and just hoping, hey, we can make this work. You got to take risk to win in the Super Bowl or to win a Super Bowl. And this had zero risk to it.
Yeah, I agree there.
Yeah. And, the other thing to take note, especially to this point here, how many cornerbacks does this team need? I mean, safety is another concern. Outside of Justin Simmons, you got the same issue as far as people being under contract beyond this season. I'm not suggesting that some of these guys will shift to safety, but Kareem Jackson's got a 1-year deal, and they got Trey Marshall behind those two guys, but the secondary needs more than one pick throughout this entire draft. And I do expect that they will address safety at some point on day 2 or 3. But I think, I know this won't sit well with a lot of fans because of the Justin Fields. If you really read through the lines, like there wasn't really a lot that suggested that Justin Fields was going to be the pick for the Broncos. I know that there's a lot of fans that thought that Justin Fields was the right pick, but if you paid attention to the comments by the organization, they weren't really linked to him. And I even alluded to it on an article I wrote earlier this week, or maybe it was last week. I said that they would probably get to number 9 and Justin Fields would be there and George Paton would not take him, and it would not sit well with fans. And we're starting to see that. Can already kind of imagine what Twitter is going to look like tomorrow with all these tweets. But, at the end of the day, it's a prospect. We thought that a lot of these prospects in the past would step into the NFL and be stud quarterbacks, and they don't. So until he actually steps foot on the field, and, he's going to kind of an interesting situation in Chicago now. I'll say that he didn't look too pleased when they showed him in his home when he got drafted by the team. So I don't know if that's the fact that he fell that far in the draft or if he has to go play in Chicago. But, I really do like the Surtain pick. I didn't see that coming. But I think that he is going to be a huge piece of this defense. And it's not a pick for this year. It's a pick for the future. And that's what Paton has pretty much done with all of his moves so far this offseason. So it's really no surprise on that front.
Well, and speaking of Patrick Surtain, we had, I think it was Big Kid Rook with our last super chat. And I don't know if we could get that back up there, but Big Kid Rook was asking, how many cornerbacks do we need, in reference to a lot of Lance's comments about bringing in Ronald Darby, Kyle Fuller. And then obviously you just heard Trevor talk about needing depth at the cornerback position in the future. So it's tough. I can hear Broncos country's frustrations. Go ahead and sound off for us on the comments here, and let's get some supers going, guys. I think we got a lot of stuff to go to. Before we get there, Nick, the Dallas Cowboys just made their pick. Do you want to update Broncos country on the draft?
Yeah, Micah Parsons off the board to the Dallas Cowboys. Pretty interesting there. They've spent a lot of premium resources, including cap dollars and draft picks, on the linebacker position, the running back of the defense, if you will. But Jerry Jones, man, he loves himself some character concerns and some guys with traits. So we have Micah Parsons going there. I'm curious to see where he's going to play there. Obviously, they still have Leighton Vander Esch. Had a really good rookie season, had some injuries since then. They also have Smith still there, another injury guy, but did not play as well this year as you'd think. But Parsons going there, obviously, Dallas is a team that's loaded up on offense over the last few years. They paid Dak, and they've really needed defense. I bet you they probably panicked once Surtain and Horn were off the board 8 and 9.
Mhm.
It seemed like they were a team that was penciled in by every single prognosticator to go cornerback there, either Surtain or Horn at 9, and then didn't happen. So they're like, oh crap, I guess we'll have to trade with the Eagles even, and they still get a potential difference maker at the second level. Jerry Jones not shying away from character concerns, so I don't need to go too into depth about the Micah Parsons stuff. We've all heard the locker room incident, but interesting pick there. And we'll see. Let's Anthony Edwards, love the AFC West, is loaded at wideout and at quarterback, two of the top corners that poor injury history. And his dad was a really good pro. So I feel like this is more versatile than people give it credit for. Thank you, Anthony, for the super. And again, that's what I come back to. I'm trying to think. I'm not on the stage of grieving. I would have gone Justin Fields, but if the epilepsy is a concern, if you still think you have a shot at Rodgers, or you think you have a shot maybe Matt Ryan, maybe you're waiting on Deshaun Watson, punting that need and getting a position of value that is going to be a hole next year, no matter how you slice it, sets you up where you can be aggressive with future picks still. Aaron Rodgers is not off the table, not by any means, I would say.
And just for some context with that last super chat with regards to cornerback Patrick Surtain Sr., he was drafted in the second round of the 1998 draft by the Miami Dolphins. He played 7 seasons in Miami, where he became a 3-time Pro Bowler and a 2-time All-Pro before he was traded to the dreaded Kansas City Chiefs in 2005. Surtain went on to play 4 seasons in Kansas City and had an 11-year career in the NFL. So he comes from good stock, to say the least. Eric, talk a little bit about some of these generational players. We see J.C. Horn, he's off the board. We see Patrick Surtain. There's some more defensive backs that are definitely generational players in this draft.
Eric's had to step out for just a second, but I'll speak
whoops,
to that.
my bad. I'm looking at the monitor here, and I'm like, we need to kick it over to Eric for a second.
He's coming back here in just a minute. We'll get him right back on, but I do want to actually speak to that, because when you watch Patrick Surtain play the cornerback position, I mean, the NFL bloodlines show through. He's got really good technique. His footwork's great. I mean, I don't like the hip fluidity, and I think that he's probably going to be more of a press man coverage cornerback, or at least play in press coverage, even if it's in zone, where he can get his hands on you and show that physicality and get his hips turned. Like, that's the way that he actually uses his body to win, is he gets so physical at the point of attack and gets you off of your timing on your route, and that helps him get his hips turned to where he can turn and run. He's not a true click and close kind of an athlete, but you can still see that he understands route concepts. He understands what he needs to do to drive on the football, and he's a very smart and does a very good job diagnosing what's going on in front of him. Like, there's a lot to like about the player. I don't like the fit. I don't like the fact that you went out over Justin Fields for him. But at the same time, if that's the way that the Broncos want to go, and they want to tap into that NFL bloodlines with him and to bolster this secondary, I mean, by all means, I'm fine with it. It's just very disappointing is my biggest thing.
And I want to pivot here to just a philosophy standpoint with the likes of Vic Fangio and his defense. It's been said for a number of years now, Vic Fangio's defense does not prioritize cornerback. You can have just nobodies out there at cornerback, not going to spend heavy resources at the cornerback position.
Right.
More so safety, linebacker, phooey. I say absolute phooey. We're seeing the proof in the pudding this offseason. Not only the Broncos' biggest splashes in free agency, doubling down, tripling down in free agency. And obviously they got really dinged up this year, but no more excuses for that secondary, right? Like, you brought back Kareem Jackson. You still could use some depth at safety, but the cornerback position looks good. You have defense or offenses that are going to be running 10, 11 personnel. And the Broncos, you can make an argument for what was the straw that stirred the drink for that 2015 defense. Was it the pass rush? Obviously they had a great pass rush in 2015 with the depth they had there, the defensive line and edge rusher, but having 3 cornerbacks and 2 solid safeties, but really those 3 cornerbacks that were matchup proof. I mean, you could put them up different ways and really just isolate teams and close spaces, because you could more stack the box because you weren't worried about those guys out on the boundary. I mean, that's something this team can feasibly do now with the cornerbacks they brought in. So I get the pick. Still, everything to me comes back to quarterback position. If you don't have one, good freaking luck. But this defense is fixing to be as good as it possibly could have been this year. And now it's injury proof. I would say as close to injury proof as it can be at the position that you were most concerned about injuries.
Guys, I'm going to hop out real quick. The press conference with Patrick Surtain II just happened, so I'll be back.
Good
All right,
luck.
buddy. John, go ahead and pull that super chat while you got it right here. Dehane jumping in here with the $5 super. The only thing I can think of for not picking Fields is that Rodgers is still a valid option. And that very well could be. I mean, we try to figure out. Eric mentioned something about some cap space issues. I think that the Packers are on the hook for like $31 million in dead money, so they got to try to figure that out. And also just the compensation here. And I mean, I'm going to hold on hope that Surtain is that. No, I'm just playing here. But no, it is kind of an interesting pick here. And I like where your headspace is at here. That Rodgers is still a valid option.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. I have another super chat that I had pulled up in the shop with Willie jumping in here with the $2 super. I just didn't want Fields or Parsons really with the we all know the horse lock. Let's just put it that way. The Drew Lock emojis that everybody likes to know and refer to. Fields, obviously, and Parsons is an interesting one because I didn't necessarily like the off-field issues. I also didn't necessarily think that he was the best off-ball linebacker in this class. Trevor, what do you think about Micah Parsons as a player?
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm pretty much on a different level than y'all on some of these because, Fields and Parsons were the two guys that I really wasn't a fan of at 9. I tweeted about it this morning. Those were the two things that it probably would. I mean, at 9, I probably would have been okay with Fields, but it wasn't a guy that I thought that we should give up the farm for. Parsons, I think the character concerns are something that probably scared him away on the Denver draft board. I mean, clearly Peyton values character, and that even shines through with this Surtain pick. I think that Parsons could have been a good pick as well, but I don't really love his coverage ability. I like JOK a little bit more. I like some of the day 2 guys a little bit more, and coverage is one of those things that this team has really been lacking at the linebacker position for some time.
Yeah. Carl, been a minute since we got to talk to you. What do you think about what's going on right now with the draft, buddy?
Well, it's I think the Bears won the draft. And the players picked haven't really surprised me a whole lot. A couple of the teams that they've gone to have surprised me. And I mean, I'm still a little bit in shock. Obviously, just I had my eyes on Fields for about 3 years. So it's been 3 years building up to that moment. And then there's 4 or 5 people that tweeted out, hey, Broncos picked Fields. And I was all excited for about 2 seconds and saw that they were fake. So it does hurt a little bit. But we got Anthony Edwards coming back in here. First year Surtain can already fill Park's spot with how physical he plays and his prowess in coverage. I think that's a real possibility. I think the Broncos really highlighted last year how important that position is, and bringing Parks back and trying to get him to fit within the defense. And I mean, like I said, this pick makes sense in the sense of just the player and what he can bring to the team. There's nothing against that. It's just everything else that was going on around it that really adds to the whole picture of what's going on here. And it is. It's a very high character, very clean player, no real injury history. Played well, was very consistent in college, played for a great university on a defense that has always shined in college football and has produced a lot of great NFL players. So there's so many reasons that you look at this and say, hey, this is a very solid pick for the Broncos. And I do expect that he'll get plenty of playing time this year, either through injuries or just through defensive scheme of how they try to build that up. But all right, that gets us to Carson here. Really appreciate the super chat here. Great picture with John Elway there, man. That's awesome. The Broncos went from having the worst quarterback room in the AFC West and jumped all the way up to having the worst quarterback room in the AFC West.
For now.
And that's, you were talking about it a little earlier, that post June 1st cut. That's the number to look at, or the date to look at. I don't think the Rodgers thing is completely dead. If the Packers really realize he's going to play chicken right along with us, and he's not turning, we better turn. It still wouldn't surprise me if later in this offseason they made that trade. So I haven't lost all hope, but just a little.
I got a question for y'all.
Trevor.
Where on the depth chart do you think that Patrick Surtain will be next season for this team?
Honestly, here's a question for you. Does who's the most versatile inside-outside cornerback this roster has right now? I know Surtain played that star position, but is it Darby? Do you think Darby could be the guy who's actually kicking in to the nickel, and this maybe puts Bryce Callahan on a trade block or the chop block contract-wise? I mean, I know he played good last year, but he's been injured. His contract is easy to move on from. I'm just curious. That maybe that's something that you see coming down the tracks.
I was actually just getting ready to raise that point. Does this pick signify the end of Bryce Callahan in Denver with moving Darby to the slot with what Vic Fangio and George Payton have said about him? It makes it seem like they believe that he can move into that slot and perform well there and be that nickel guy. Remember, then getting Surtain, that gives them another boundary corner opposite Fuller. So I think that that's plausible. I'm not sure how likely it is, but I think that at the very least, we're probably looking at Surtain as number 3 corner.
That's a fair point. To interject here really fast, the Los Angeles Chargers just took Rashawn Slater, the offensive tackle from Northwestern, here at number 13 overall.
Yeah, it was always going to be an offensive lineman, just a matter of who.
Yeah.
Chargers are getting last 3 drafts. Derwin James falls to them. Justin Herbert falls to them. Rashawn Slater falls to them. I know Chargers have been kind of the butt of the joke for a number of years now, but guys, the Broncos it's battle for the Raiders and the Broncos right now as far as long-term prospects, I would say, who is the team. And again, it comes back to the quarterback. Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert are 2 of the best young quarterbacks in football. But man, you hate to see the Chargers nailing the draft like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we got Cody Powder coming in here. Let's get to this real quick. Cody's a big friend of the show. Everybody, Cody, if you got anything to plug, drop it in the comments too, because man, you are such a supporter of the show. We want to support you too. There is no way we made that pick for us. Surtain will be traded to Green Bay. Lance, he's wearing the same tinfoil hat as you are. If we roll into the season like this, GM is already on the hot seat. If no A Rodgers, well, it's possible that you don't see Rodgers this year, but the Broncos already made their floor raising room in Teddy Bridgewater. I think worst case right now for the people who are skeptical of Drew Lock, you see Drew Lock versus Teddy Bridgewater can't battle this year. Either way, it's going to be, I would say, better than what it was last year. Bottom 5 quarterback play. Drew Lock would play better this year. Teddy raises the floor of the room, protect the football, better defense, no injuries again. Everyone knock on wood. But I hear your frustration, Cody. A lot of people are hoping for a big swing at the quarterback position. This is much more of a ground rule double, but in a draft like this, we'll see what happens. And we got John Houston coming in here too with the smoking Jay Cutler pick. John Houston, always love that. Hearing from you, seeing from you. Love the Surtain pick. Love the Lock hater tears more. John, oh man, I hope that I really hope that you guys serve us up the biggest deep fried crow ever if Lock can turn into a top 10 quarterback. I'm going to go by the data. I think it's extremely unlikely. I also have heard from many people the Broncos were interested in a quarterback. That quarterback went number 3 overall. But we'll see what happens here with Surtain. And I mean, it could have been worse, right? Like I'm happy that they at least went with the position of value and they were looking forward to one of the most valuable positions. So let's hear from Thomas here. Thomas, what is your take here on the Broncos taking a quarterback? You do a lot of data analysis, cornerback in the top 10. What does that say historically? Obviously, it's a position that's gotten more valuable over the last 10 years.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about that. I mean, you talk about all the poking and prodding and the reviewing by, the teams that they do on all these prospects. Yet, even in the first round or even in the top 10, their hit rate on impact players is still, a coin flip, even in the, early first rounds. And with cornerback, it's actually been worse. It's about 35% is what they hit in the top 10. So when you're swinging for an impact player that the Broncos have to get in this draft, you're taking one position that's probably the lowest rate of impact in the last decade as far as hitting on them in the top 10. Their hit rate is probably the lowest. So I don't know. I think, he's probably a great player, good person. These teams know a heck of a lot more than I do about draft evaluation, but I'm looking at the numbers. I can flip a coin just as easy as anybody, and cornerback has not been that successful being taken in the top 10 in the last decade. So that's my problem with it. Even putting the quarterback being there to take aside, it's just I feel like you could probably have tried for something else, maybe traded back and still got a good cornerback.
Yep, and speaking of cornerbacks here, the Jets have moved up now. Apparently, we have a pick, so I'm going to kick it off to Eric. What's going on with the New York Jets now on the clock, apparently?
They moved up for a guy that like myself, they believe that can play offensive tackle, and Elijah Vera Tucker out of USC.
Wow.
Nice. Wow.
Sub 32-inch arms, good player, and they are investing in Zach Wilson. Maybe they learned something from the Sam Darnold fiasco. The Jets they're a laughing stock. I know Mark Schlereth got in a big tizzy with a bunch of Jets fans. I don't know if you guys followed that over the social media landscape. That was pretty funny. But the Jets are actually in a good position. I think Robert Saleh is a good coach. They have a good quarterback now, and they have capital on capital on capital where they can build around Zach Wilson. So it will be really interesting. I'm glad to see them attack the position, and Elijah Vera Tucker going in the top 15, tackle, guard, doesn't matter, right? Get the best 5 out there. So I'm excited to see about that. So guys, Carl, I'm going to kick it off to you. Your favorite pick so far in the draft that is not Justin Fields with the Bears.
Okay. I guess I do like I'll go JC Horn to the Panthers. I kind of like that one. I think he's a good fit with what they want to do on defense. I think that I think he could become a great player in the NFL. I mean, we're talking about, again, a guy with, history from his family and everything else. And I just think that's a very solid pick for them. I know a lot of people expected them to go offensive line. I would have liked Slater to. I guess I probably should say I don't want to give the Chargers a whole lot of credit because I think that is the easy one to point towards with Rashawn Slater. But I know, but I kind of wanted to go a little bit different one. I do like J.C. Horn there.
Interesting. I mean, gosh, I want to see how long we see before Rule takes an offensive player in the draft. Right now, what are we at? Like 10 in a row where they have still not taken a single offensive player since he has been the main decision maker there for the Carolina Panthers. And we got Stevie Sconey coming in here with the golden retriever. Is that on snow or is that on stuffing? Because I'm getting PTSD either way. My golden retriever, you get a stuffingless toy. Sure. Eats it out in like 2 seconds. So gosh bless, but very cute dog there, Stevie. How do you stop Patrick Mahomes? A killer squad of defensive backs. And this goes back to the debate it's been a debate for 3 or 4 years now. Pass rush versus coverage. It's an analytical debate. It's going to continue to rage on. Maybe the analytics don't do the best job of quantifying coverage, but I'm curious what Lance has to say here as far as the Broncos strategy here. Obviously not an edge rusher worth a top 10 pick, not an edge rusher worth a top 14 pick, apparently, unless what you have to say about Micah Parsons as an edge rusher. But Broncos attacking the defensive backs. We've seen that working pretty darn well for a lot of teams in the playoffs over the last few years. Most notably the Baltimore Ravens, right? Rotating like crazy with edge rushers, pass rushers. Keep investing in the defensive backfield because your depth is going to be shown eventually, especially in a 17-game season. So what do you think about that debate, pass rush versus coverage?
It's kind of one of those things that you always say on building the Broncos all the time, synergy. What is the synergistic value of taking a cornerback versus an edge rusher versus a linebacker and the positional value of that? So going back to the 2015 Broncos defense, what is that team known for? The no-fly zone, right? Yeah, they locked down in man coverage and cover 3. They did some split field stuff like that. But for the most part, I mean, man coverage, cover 3. But something that doesn't necessarily get talked about nearly as often enough is the horses up front: Malik Jackson, Derek Wolfe, Von Miller, DeMarcus Ware. Like that pass rush got home so often that the defense, that the secondary didn't need to cover. So to me, it's a one or the other. Either you have to have that pass rush that can get home early, or you have to have some guys out in the secondary that can cover. Or if you have both of them, like the Broncos had that year, that's when you have an incredibly dynamic defense. You can throw some blitz packages and stuff like that out. So to me, and going back to that super chat, that's how you stop these wide receivers, is have a bunch of coverage cornerbacks. However, what happens when Patrick Mahomes has the ability to hold on to the football for 6, 7, 8 seconds? Where he can scramble around, kind of like he did in the Super Bowl, where, I mean, the pass rush was getting home quickly, but he was still being able to get out and about, and still, I mean, he ran for his life, but the Chiefs were still competitive in that game. So you have to have both, essentially. You have to have the coverage players in the secondary, and also be able to get home quickly and effectively to limit the quarterback in that particular aspect as well. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. So how does the synergy work? I don't know. It's a crazy way to talk about that philosophy without giving you a real true answer. I mean, to me, I would rather go get a pass rush that can get home quickly and effectively, kind of like what the Broncos had in 2015, and then have some high-quality coverage guys on the back end rather than overload your secondary without being able to get home, which is something that we haven't necessarily seen with the Broncos under Vic Fangio without him sending a bunch of blitz packages over the last couple of seasons. So I don't know. It's a weird dichotomy.
So, really quick, grabbing this, John Bermudez with $2 donation says, if no team drafts Mac Jones, could he come to Broncos? No, because he just went to the Patriots.
Oh man, well, there you go. The few everybody who compared him to Tom Brady, going back there, and I'm really interested. Obviously, the comparisons: Tom Brady, pocket quarterback, cerebral guy, that makes sense. But how are they going to really flip this offense around? Cam Newton to Mac Jones. Right, like that is a really interesting one to me. It's kind of like when the Broncos were trying to figure out, how are we fitting an offense with Paxton Lynch and Trevor Siemian? You have to have like two completely different systems there to make it work. Obviously, Mac Jones is apparently an intelligent quarterback, and here the slide stops. But interesting here. I will say, I'm not scared. I'm not scared at all. Everybody's like, oh man, make sure Bill Belichick doesn't get the quarterback he wants. I don't care. Ain't scared.
Who's going to throw to?
Yeah, they still have the worst
Sonny
weapons
Michel?
in the NFL. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, Cam Newton actually honestly played better than his numbers said. He's not a great quarterback, but he was just terrible partly because of the weapons around him and nobody getting open. So yeah, the Patriots have so much work to do to build up a system and build up a team around him.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we talk about Mac Jones being a guy that he can succeed. What is the avenue to success for Mac Jones? He has to be surrounded with a good offensive line and weapons. And New England last year, probably two of the worst in football, right? Skarnecki retired. That offensive line kind of took a step back. The offensive weapons were dreadful. Granted, they went out and spent serious money on the offensive weapons, but it will be really interesting to see here. And Bill Belichick, I'm surprised he didn't go up. Obviously, the quarterback falls to them. The Mac Jones slide ends, but going to be fascinating to see. I don't think that if anybody's out there saying, oh no, the Patriots got their next Tom Brady, there's only one Tom Brady, so I would not worry too much about that, guys. I want to hear what Trevor has to say. Oh, go ahead, Eric.
Real
Actually,
quick,
Eric first.
like
Sorry, Trevor.
Thomas
You're gorgeous, but
it seems like Thomas has to jump out of here, so we want to thank Thomas for joining up with us tonight. Definitely always great to see the analytics side of things and hear about that. Always enjoy your work. Thank you for joining us, and I'm sure that everybody's watching is appreciative of you joining us as well.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Thomas, stay safe. Have a good one. And all right. And then there were 4 with also 700 people in the chat. So that's great. But Mac Jones coming down the track here, and the Arizona Cardinals are now on the clock. We're almost officially halfway through this gauntlet of the first round. I want to get to Trevor a little bit. I want to get to a little bit more to Patrick Surtain because there's been some salt in here today. I know everybody's kind of hyping up the quarterback. I need a little bit of sugar. And that's speaking more than my, Pineapple Pillows IPA from Great Notion. So am I supposed to talk about drinking alcohol in here? I don't know. But Trevor, let's get to you. Patrick Surtain, I know you've been a fan of him for a bit. You were a Justin Fields skeptic. You and I went back and forth. I think I kind of got you a little bit around on Trey Lance. But obviously, if that was the Broncos guy, went off the board at 3, c'est la vie, what can you do? But Patrick Surtain, for picking at 9, that's probably... I'm coming around to it. I knew I would always talk myself into it as long as it wasn't Micah Parsons at 9 or Mac Jones. But Patrick Surtain at 9. Talk me through it because I need sugar, man.
There's a few things I keep thinking right now. Like the one thing that I really think is like if Justin Fields wasn't there at 9, like I don't think that we would be sitting here criticizing this pick in the way that we are. I mean, I think that it's just the optics, right? I mean, there was a quarterback on the board there. Quarterback is a major problem in Denver. We didn't take him. So that's obviously going to spur some negative reaction. The Surtain thing, you touched on this a little bit earlier. I mean, we're rebuilding the 2015 defense. I mean, we have the secondary. You have the pieces. You've got Von Miller. You've got Bradley Chubb. I mean, you hope that Von can come back to form. You've got the interior pass rusher. Shelby Harris, most underrated player in the entire NFL. I mean, I do think that they will have a dominant defense. I think that they're still going to look at adding another inside linebacker at some point during this draft. I know they like Justin Shenault a lot. I think that they're going off the blueprint that we just saw from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Yeah, of course they have Tom Brady as their quarterback, but they won that game because they absolutely suffocated that Kansas City offense.
Funny. Sorry, Eric's laughing here. What's the pick, Eric? Is it a crazy one? Cliff Kingsbury does some crazy things.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt or anything. It was
you're
just funny.
fine.
I was reading a thing. Apparently, when Mac Jones was hugging Roger Goodell, he whispered, "This is what I wanted."
Oh, well.
Interesting.
That's
okay then.
This is what I wanted to hang out with you guys today. Actually, what I wanted was a $5 super from Terry D. Terry D coming in here. Need to cover those wide receivers in Kansas City and the AFC West in general. All our needs were filled during free agency. Drafted best player on Peyton's board. Simple defense wins championships. And you know that no matter what happens here, the Broncos and Surtain, right or wrong, as Carl mentioned earlier, is going to be compared to Justin Fields and the Bears. Now, I will say that going to the Chicago Bears for Justin Fields is probably one of the less ideal situations for him to succeed. So we will see. It's a team that is very much at the precipice of a complete teardown of their front office and coaching staff. It's a team that, outside of Allen Robinson, I wouldn't be excited about any of their weapons. So we'll see there. But I can understand, Surtain. It's a position of value. The Broncos have flexibility, and it fills a 2022 need. Now, probably would have rather them traded back, but it is what it is. So, Carl, actually, Eric, you are the senior draft analyst for Mile High Huddle. The Cardinals are on the pick 16 here. Who are some guys that are your best players left that you'd be expecting to come off the board here pretty soon? Obviously, we're getting to the halfway point of the draft. The Cardinals are looking probably wide receiver, offensive line, cornerback. Those would be positions. The Raiders are coming up on the pick. Everybody's connected them to Tevin Jenkins. And then the Dolphins on the clock again. A lot of talk about edge rusher, maybe Kwity Paye. A lot of talk about Najee Harris. What are you thinking here? Who are your top players left?
So my top player available is my number 10 overall player in Tevin Jenkins. Gut feeling is I don't think he gets past the Raiders. He could be the pick here. Feeling I get is that the Cardinals are going to go corner. Greg Newsome possibly. Maybe they take the risk with Caleb Farley. He compares very similarly to Patrick Peterson. Very athletic guy. Can do a lot of different things in their defense. So they have a lot of different options. And then Miami, I think that they go to Alabama and they go get Najee Harris. Kwity Paye is a good option for them, but from things I've heard is that there's not a lot of love for this edge class at the top. So maybe they don't go there. Definitely plenty of options. Christian Darrisaw, he's another player that's available, one of my top offensive linemen. Wyatt Davis, if they want to go another receiver, Rashad Bateman makes sense. Kadarius Toney, Jalen Phillips is the edge that I would probably go if they were clear on all the medicals.
Yeah, and it does sound like the commissioner's coming up here, but it does sound like it's going to be Zaven Collins here to Arizona at pick 16. That is a very interesting pick, I will say. Obviously, Zaven Collins is a good size athlete, but measured at the medical checks at 270. And his usage at Tulsa was very odd, right? For being such a big, long linebacker, he was a finesse player. I would say he was more of a finesse linebacker. He was dropped back in coverage pretty far, sometimes over that slot. But the length, especially in today's NFL with more zone coverage, an extremely intelligent football, kind of a moldable body type as well. I'm curious about your thoughts here, Carl, since I know that you had some thoughts on Zaven Collins.
Yeah, I mean, I know there's a lot of people who are really high on him for the Broncos, and rightfully so. I mean, he's athletic for his size, for being a really big linebacker. But at the same time, for his size, I still question a little bit of his ability to come downhill and make plays in the run game at times. He didn't play to his size all the time. But for the Broncos defense, you do have to like that size and length of his ability to play that zone right there in the middle and really cover a lot of ground. I did like that setup. For Arizona, I don't know. It's kind of a weird pick after taking Isaiah Simmons last year.
So real quick, just getting some idea of where Zaven Collins is going to play. They're running a 4-3 base. He's going to be that same strong side linebacker for them, which I know on Dove Valley Deep Divers, or maybe when I subbed in for Luke on Mile High Insiders, I mentioned how the best place for Zaven Collins is probably that Sam linebacker spot. Sounds like Arizona, that's how they're going to use him.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, BJ, right? We'll see what happens there. How does that match with Isaiah Simmons being there? How are you overlapping that? Is Isaiah Simmons become the de facto will?
That's the way that I would run it. I would put Isaiah Simmons at the will linebacker, or even the hybrid box safety when they run 4-2-5, and you could actually work that with that as him as the overhang safety. I think that actually kind of works for him. And Zaven Collins, if you're going to do something like that, you could pull an interior defensive lineman, slide him down to the edge as that Sam linebacker, kind of like that Von Miller role back when Jack Del Rio was the defensive coordinator in Denver. So I think that's actually a pretty decent fit there.
It will be interesting. Obviously, that's another team that is right on the precipice of a complete overhaul. Cliff Kingsbury has been hurting my boy Kyler Murray there. That how many times can you use a little curl route with DeAndre Hopkins on the left side, right? Like, it's just absolutely kill me. It's like playing Madden with my little cousin. But we got Joe D coming in here. Best cornerback comparison for Surtain. Lock will kill it. Well, Joe, from your lips to the universe, because if Drew Lock can become a good quarterback, this Broncos team is set to make some noise. But if not, defenses are extremely unstable, and the Broncos will have 1 to 2 years of a great defense, and then the defense will regress, and it'll come back to just how good that quarterback is. I mean, that's just the reality of the NFL. So go ahead.
Real quick, we're talking about Drew Lock and turning it around. Quick question, Nick. What is it that you and I will do if Lock turns into a great quarterback? What is it we will do to be for us being wrong?
I mean, what we need specifics of a great quarterback, right? Like, I need like a 3 to 5 year sample size of top 10 quarterback play. Let's do a CPOE over EPA per play, because I think I like the advanced metrics. I'm a big nerd. I'm sorry, guys. I like stats. And I think I'm making a very safe bet because Lock's CPOE was one of the worst in the 2019 draft class of all quarterbacks, and it's been bottom 5 in the NFL 2 years in a row. So I think I'm making a pretty safe bet. So I don't know.
When you come up here, how about we eat some real agudic?
What is that? Now I'm scared. What is that? Agudic?
It's Alaska Native ice cream.
Is that come out of the back end of an animal? Because I'm not sure what an Alaska Native ice cream
I'm an
is.
animal,
Okay.
Not out of the back end.
Okay.
I've got plenty of it on me. That should give you a hint.
Oh, I'll eat fat. I'll eat fat all day.
I was thinking like that's some caribou milk ice cream or something like that. Knowing you guys up there in Alaska doing some wild stuff that you guys got going on up there. So
I want to pivot on this, and the boss man is saying he's gonna be back soon. Everybody, quick, we got to get in our check comments here real quick. But Malcolm Brown coming in here. He's been joining us in the morning. And we got Poop Lock from Rob coming in here. Peyton Wisely made short DB fixes for 2021 and drafted for 2022. That makes more sense than putting a rookie quarterback on a team with lots of 2022 holes. I mean, yes and no. If you have a rookie quarterback on this team, guess what you can do? You can fill those 2022 holes because you're paying a quarterback practically nothing in comparison to other teams. So it's, there's many ways to build a competitive roster. I would say there's only one binary area, which is if you have a quarterback, you can't have a terrible quarterback. Eric must pole dance. Eric,
I don't know if any of us want to see that.
Hide, run and hide.
Yeah.
I actually got an update here for you guys. The Las Vegas Raiders have their pick in, and someone tipped the pick to me that it's Alex Leatherwood, the offensive tackle from Alabama.
Wow. Well, that is interesting. I know that Justin Gamble, who does some draft work, has been very high on Alex Leatherwood, had him pretty consistently in his top 15. He's versatile. He's long. He was not the best at the Senior Bowl. But I want to kick this to Trevor. What do you think about this Alex Leatherwood pick for the Raiders? Obviously, this is a team that was, obvious offensive line needs. But the Alex Leatherwood, it's an interesting pick for them.
Yeah, it's kind of out of nowhere. I thought that they were going to take JOK. I'm really pleased that they didn't. Not to say that Denver is really going to be in a great spot to grab him, because he probably will end up going in the first round. But they definitely have needs on the offensive line. So it makes sense. It's probably a little higher than a lot of people pegged him, but he might end up working out. So who knows? To that comment that was just up though about planning more for 2022. I think that one thing that we forget sometimes is this is the first year for George Payton, right? He's not going to come in here and swinging and putting this team in any kind of debt where he's just going to have to be digging himself out of it. He wants to build a complete roster. And at the end of the day, I know there's a lot of people that aren't big on Drew Lock. Lock has to improve. I'm not a Lock stan by any means. But we don't know what we have with Locke and Teddy Bridgewater yet. Peyton certainly doesn't know yet. He's barely even seen Drew Locke on the field. So I think none of this is really too surprising. I think that he is playing the long game. So, I mean, anyways, I've been making the same point, I feel like, but you got to build a roster. Quarterback does lift all boats. Like grabbing Aaron Rodgers, of course, you know what you're getting in Aaron Rodgers. You're getting an MVP caliber player. You don't know what you're getting in Justin Fields. You don't know what you're getting in Trey Lance, Mac Jones, any of these guys. So he wants to keep the roster built up. Even though the starters on the team, the 22 starters look good right now, there are still a lot of depth concerns on this team. And as we saw last year with the injuries piling up, it can really hurt a team in a hurry. And at quarterback, we were trotting guys off the street last year we had no interest playing, right? So
let me ask this question. The Patrick Surtain pick, which quarterback does this help the most for the Broncos between Bridgewater and Locke? Because if you're playing for the defense to win you games, you need the quarterback that's probably not going to turn the ball over. Does that scream more for Bridgewater, or is that more for Locke there?
Well, it screams for Locke for me because if the Broncos take Justin Fields, I think Locke's playing for a different team. Like he's not on the Broncos at this point at the end of the draft. So that's probably the one who helps the most. The Broncos are going in on this season. Patrick Surtain is somebody who probably as good year one as any of the picks in this class, right? Like he's not going to have that much of a learning curve, which it's crazy for a cornerback. I mean, granted, I say that right now, and then we had Jeffrey Okudah last year look like absolute trash as the number 3 overall pick. So you never know. Cornerbacks, I mean, they can still look bad rookie seasons. And maybe that's another reason that you lean on this, like saying, like, look, we have needs coming up. We don't have to play Patrick Surtain if you have somebody out there. I mean, I can't think of a single rookie cornerback last year that looked good. It's just that hard in the NFL these days. So go ahead, Eric.
And on that point is I agree with you with Locke, but something that Trevor said about drafting for next year and that comment about next year, cornerback is one position that you want to address before it's actually a need.
Yeah.
And next year, it's a big need next year. So that it's a good pick in those regards. Like more and more, I'm convincing myself to love this pick. Don't want to because I'm still not the biggest fan of the player and his team fit, but it's growing on me more and more. And I agree with you that it's a much better outlook for Locke than it is Bridgewater because no quarterback.
Well, and
Absolutely.
I want to add something here that what does it mean for Michael Ojemudia? And I know that there were some rumors going around earlier this year, and I kind of hinted at it with Patrick Surtain flipping over to the safety position, but there were some rumors going around about Michael Ojemudia switching over to the safety position as well. I mean, and even if you are picking that for the 2022 season, you would then have, Patrick Surtain, you'd have Ronald Darby, you would have Asang Bassi, who's coming off that torn ACL, and we don't know exactly how he's going to come into the fold, but he was playing effectively in the slot. And then Michael Ojemudia, who could also play. I mean, you still have 4 cornerbacks that are working into 2022 that now you don't necessarily have to go in there and reach for that need next year. So another position that I would kind of argue that with is the edge position. I mean, the Broncos obviously have Von Miller there. They have Bradley Chubb. But outside of that, I mean, Malik Reed, really, I mean, he played well, but really it's a more rotational kind of a player. That's replacement level play for the most part. He took advantage of a lot of single teams on the outside. So, I mean, if the Broncos are really picking for that future need, I mean, edge has to be another conversation coming up here soon as well, right?
Yeah, 100%. Let's get to Franklin Peterson here real quick. I'm a Bama fan, and this was a garbage pick. So Franklin, letting it be known, the $15 super, didn't need a cornerback. Such a wussy move. Be a dude and make a manly pick. Well, Franklin, let us know what a manly pick is. Is it like taking like Tevin Jenkins at 9 overall so you can bury guys? I mean, it doesn't matter that he's wearing glasses or anything. Let us know what you're thinking there. I mean, this is a pick that obviously it's got Broncos country, Broncos nation, Broncos, whatever you want to call it, Broncos land, as Mike Klitz might call it, divided because there was so much built on the quarterback. And I want to pivot this. We actually have a pick that just was made, and I missed it. The Washington football team is now on the clock. Who did Miami just take? Somebody let me know.
Jalen Phillips.
Jalen
Phillips. I'm going to kick it to Carl because Carl and I had a love fest with Jalen Phillips. I know there was rumors the concussions are a concern. That there was some talk about the hand or the wrist and the ankle. Jalen Phillips, the first edge rusher off the board to Miami, a team that values typically back seven over front, but Jalen Phillips, power player, length, good pass rusher. I really, really, really like what this Dolphins team is doing.
Oh man, that's one of those picks. It's going to either be a swing and a miss, and he's going to be out of the league in a couple years, or it's going to be an absolute home run for them. And you add in that secondary that they have behind there with Miami. I mean, they paid some guys big time in that secondary, and you had a pass rush to let them go and eat there in the secondary. Man, I think this could be huge. And they took a lot of risk here in this draft. Waddle, he's one of those wide receivers. He's kind of a niche receiver. He's not that perfect, typical X wide receiver that you see in the NFL. But if you can get the most out of him and Jalen Phillips, Miami has a chance to be one of the best teams in football real quick.
Yeah.
And they're going for athletes too. Like, that's something that they would definitely want to get more athletic, and they needed to get more athletic on the defensive side of the ball, especially. I like it. And I would think that out of all the teams in the NFL, Miami probably has the clearest idea of his medicals, being so close to Miami themselves. I mean, the university. So it's definitely, they're all okay with it. I heard some stuff that teams were concerned about the wrist and the ankle with him more so than concussions. So going to be interesting to see. I absolutely love his play. Question was always medicals.
Yeah. And he went, I mean, if it wasn't for the medicals, we're talking about a guy as a top 10 pick, right? Like, we might be talking about Jalen Phillips as the Broncos pick right now, because edge rusher is, I would say, in the same position as cornerback. Obviously, the Broncos have Von Miller, who's a legend. They don't have a legend at cornerback right now, but Malik Reed, free agent next year. You have Bradley Chubb, who's about to get paid. And you have, obviously, Von Miller, of course, who's coming up 33 years old last year of his contract. So speaking of last year's contract, John, you're getting out of here soon. No, I'm just kidding. John, don't leave. We're signing you to a lifetime contract extension. What's the over-under fairly falling out of the first round entirely? Eric, you probably have your ear to the grindstone better than us on this one. What do you think? Is Fairley going to make it in the first round this year?
He still can. I heard that there's a lot of teams that are okay with the medicals. They're not super concerned about the back. There is some that are very concerned that he'll have to have another surgery. But I think that him testing positive is a bigger deal for a few teams than the injuries are. And especially with him testing positive so close, I think that's just enough to be like, all right, maybe not first round, but maybe we'll try to move up for you in the second round.
Can you expand on that? Like, why does him getting a positive test in COVID matter? Is it just because of the long-term ramifications potentially, or is it a decision-making thing?
It's a little bit of both from what I understand. Obviously, long-term effects. There's a basketball player he contracted. Now he has to use an inhaler before every game. So there's a concern about that with him. And then also there's a concern of was he taking proper precautions, all the stuff like that. With it going up to so close to the draft and him supposed to be in Cleveland for the draft, was he kind of skirting his self-responsibility, I guess would be the best way to put it, and keeping himself protected, things like that. And with teams likely still going to have protocols, they don't want to take that risk.
It just seems so funny that everyone was going to call it a character concern, and I get that. I understand, maybe taking the necessary precautions to make sure that you're still safe and doing the best thing for yourself and keeping everybody else safe. But man, I mean, you never know. I mean, you can take all those necessary precautions and maybe go get vaccinated and do whatever you got to do to take care of it that way. But still, at the same time, I mean, you're talking about catching a virus. Like, how can you ever really predict something like that? You go to the grocery store one time and you could potentially get sick. Like, I don't think that this is necessarily a character concern, and we don't necessarily know what's going on behind the scenes. But to label him as a character concern there, that just doesn't ring right to me. And I'm sorry if anyone feels differently about that, but also at the same time, like, give the guy a break for just a second. We're in the middle of a pandemic here, so.
Washington goes Jamin Davis.
Oh,
interesting.
Hey,
over JOK. Interesting.
Yep.
That team that Washington is valuing an actual linebacker over a hybrid.
Yeah,
First
guys.
for everything.
That's the thing about these hybrids, right? They tend to be overvalued by the media and fans, and then they tend to plummet when it comes to the draft. So we'll see what happens, unless they are absolute freak of freaks, which JOK, solid player, but did not test and have the size of somebody like an Isaiah Simmons. So I actually want to pivot this conversation. Obviously, a lot of people had hopes based on the conversations here in the chat, based on our conversations, based on what Twitter's like right now, that a lot of people had hope for linebacker. Trevor, I'm going to kick it off to you. what does Drew Lock need to do next year to start to mend this relationship? Because I'm gonna tell you, this guy is going to be walking on a thin line, because as soon as he throws a pick six, like the fans are going to boo him out of the state, right? There are the very ardent supporters. Yes, that's true. But I think a lot of people are ready to jump ship, right? Like they thought they were really excited for a quarterback in this class, the Aaron Rodgers stuff, the Deshaun Watson stuff. Some people dug in their heels very deep for Drew Lock, but I'm kind of concerned about him. And this is going to be a testament to his fortitude, right? Like he's going to have criticism, and there's going to be a lot of people who are outright ready to just jump on him at the moment he messes up.
Yeah. And, the thing that I keep thinking, if you think of the first wave of free agency we had, try not to pivot, but get into my point. First wave of free agency, cornerback was not addressed. You think everybody was freaking out. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? We got Ronald Darby, he was really, I guess, in the first wave. And then look what happened. Kyle Fuller just fell into our laps, and it wasn't by really chance or anything. I think it was something that Peyton had calculated. He knew that they were in cap. They had cap issues. They were going to have to cut some key players. I don't necessarily think right now, as we're talking about it on day one of the draft, that it is Teddy Bridgewater or Drew Lock week one. We still have a lot of time for the rest of this offseason to play out. And the Aaron Rodgers stuff is not dead. There are other potential options out there. I think they pretty much dried up at this point. The Deshaun Watson stuff, that's no longer in the cards. But there are other things that can happen between now and then. There could be a guy that they take on day two. I know Kellen Mond is somebody that a lot of people are really high on. Not to say that he's just going to step in and win this job week one, but I don't think that it falls squarely on Drew Lock's shoulders right now. I think there's still a long way to go. I think with the linebacker, which you're talking about, Davis was actually somebody I really liked. I did not expect him to go this high. I didn't think he was going to be a day one guy, to be honest with you. So now you're starting to see that linebacker crop thin down a little bit for Denver, which is obviously a little bit concerning, but there's still a lot of good guys on the board for them.
Yeah, and if Drew Lock has a bad game, he doesn't turn around and yell "F you" at the stands again like he did after the Chargers game this year. Not a great look. There's been some talk about maturity, and we'll see if that changes a little bit. But Eric, off to you.
Yeah, and just touch on Trevor's point real quick. There are definitely other options. Maybe everything with Deshaun Watson gets cleared up and Denver goes back into that. Right now, it seems to be dead, rightfully so. But Aaron Rodgers is still very much in play. Now, I know that we had some complaints from us about not trading back. Well, from Mike Kliss, Broncos, they did have calls from the Saints to number 28, which was too far back for Denver. They didn't want to jump back that far. Bears at number 20 and Eagles at number 12. But Patrick Surtain was the player George Paton had targeted. Paton, no doubt, has some Mike Zimmer influence when it comes to corners. Can't have enough.
Yeah, that's something I've been saying for this whole offseason, last offseason too, right? Quality up front, quantity up front. That doesn't mean you have to use the number 9 overall pick on a cornerback, but you need to have options there. You need to have depth. And I'm curious, Carl, what do you think? Do you think this decision to go cornerback really stack this room has anything to do with the schedule change? We're at 17 games this year. Your depth is going to be tried probably more than ever. This is a position that you have injury concerns. That's where my head goes.
Well, yeah, it makes sense that way. Even if it was still a 16-game schedule, you would have a lot of worries about the injuries and depth of the cornerback group. Last year, what did we get down to? Like the 7th and 8th guy. You're pulling guys off the street, off of practice squads, and asking them to come in and play at a high level. And it just, they put Band-Aids on a giant wound and they made it halfway work. But if you can get quality guys, Trevor said it earlier, the Broncos could have one of the best defenses in football this year. You look at the talent top to bottom, it is a great defense. You can win a lot of games with this defense, and you add another quality player to it. And I expect that they're going to add a couple other players that could really be great players for them. So, it's not, everything's not lost just because you took this player. But I do question, as Eric has said, the fit, the player. It's not a guy that I could ever see being a true home run. I don't see him ever becoming a top 5 cornerback in football. I think he has some versatility. I think he has a lot of what Fangio likes of being a solid player, smart, good tackler, those kind of things. But again, I keep coming back. It's a double for me.
Yep. So Anthony Edwards comes in with a $4.99 donation. Thank you, Anthony. We really appreciate that. We appreciate all of your guys' support. He says, thoughts on Mond or Mills post fourth? I know coming out with either of those giving our opportunity is disappointing. I'm going to handle this because I've done quite a bit of work on Mond and Mills, and I'm on record saying that I don't like either of them day two, but I think that they both go day two. I think they both end up probably in the second round. Mills maybe third, but there's a lot of love for both of them in the NFL. It seems a lot of later teams picking in the first round have been linked with Kellen Mond, so maybe we see him get picked tonight. But definitely a lot about it, and it's definitely will be disappointing if Denver goes that way. Trevor, you mentioned Kellen Mond earlier. So if Denver ended up landing Mond, how would you feel about this Broncos quarterback room going forward? And who would you think has the best edge to be the starter this year?
Oof. I mean, that's a good one. It's funny. It kind of reminds me of the open competition that they had with, was it Simeon and Paxton Lynch and
Mark Sanchez?
Geez, why am I drawing a blank? No, was it Sanchez that year?
Yeah.
Yeah, the trio. And you're like, oh, geez, none of these guys are really great, but somebody's bound to win this job and be decent, right? That's kind of what it feels like to me. I got to say, I think that Drew Lock probably has a leg up just because, he played in the system last year, and that's really about it. There's definitely some, didn't play well in the system though. But I think that there's definitely some loyalty there too. Elway's kind of changed roles, but I think that there's a little bit of influence there. I mean, I'd like to see Mond win out. That would be obviously the best scenario for the team, right? Because then you got a refresh on a rookie contract, and here we go. We got the best defense potentially in the NFL and a rookie quarterback. But the odds of that happening are so slim, right? I mean, if you're banking on somebody on day two or even day three coming in and being your starter week one, I mean, you're setting yourself up for failure. I mean, the Dak Prescotts of the world are not pretty common. I mean, that's an anomaly, right? So
right. And both those guys, I mean, the funny thing about them is there's points in college football where they looked like first round quarterbacks, but then they'd have an entire game where they looked like they shouldn't even be drafted. I think I was reading somebody the other day, and they hit it right on the head with Davis Mills. They said there's one game where for half the game, he looked like the worst college quarterback in the game. And then the next half, he looked like the best college quarterback. And so it just, that kind of inconsistency, I mean, that's what we're seeing with Drew Lock. He has those couple great games, and you're like, oh my gosh, here we go. Maybe there's a little potential here. And then he follows it up with throwing like 3 or 4 picks in the next game. And so it's hard to want to go after those guys that you already got that on your team. I'd rather see somebody that you think can actually become a true consistent player week in, week out for you, so you kind of know what you're getting. I mean, that's Teddy Bridgewater, I guess you could say.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, and really, when Teddy came in, I mean, the idea of taking a day 2 or 3 quarterback probably went out the window. Like I just mentioned that as like options, right? There are still options. There's a lot of things that they can do between now and week one. Do I think that they're going to take a quarterback on day 2 or 3? Probably not, right? It doesn't really make a lot of sense. Like, what's the point in adding another guy like that into this competition? That's why when you ask that question, Eric, it's like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Kellen Mond would be definitely at the bottom of the list as far as people that I would expect to win out a competition. But yeah.
Well,
I want to
go ahead, Eric. Sorry.
I want to thank Brian Greenfield for his $25 donation coming in with the big money here. Thank you, Brian. You're a big supporter of all the podcasts, and we always appreciate you. And I also want to point out that the Giants, after trading down, which is a first for David Gettleman, they ended up taking the Florida wide receiver Kadarius Toney, which is rather interesting with Daniel Jones, because Daniel Jones doesn't have that strongest arm. So Toney's playmaking ability on those quick passes definitely is very interesting with the Giants.
Mm-hmm. I just want to jump in here for a second, because that does make a whole lot of sense with the quick slants, the smoke screens, and everything they did down at Florida with Kyle Trask getting the ball out of his hands quick and getting the ball into his playmakers' hands and letting them do their thing after the catch. Kadarius Toney translates very well with that short area quickness and the toughness after the catch and stuff like that. That's a huge pick for me. I like that a lot. I was guessing Rashad Bateman here to get him a boundary receiver. Not that he has the best arm, but with Rashad Bateman, he's a more possession receiver. quality route runner, and to get the ball out of his hands quick to Rashad Bateman on the boundary would be a big move there. But Kadarius Toney on the inside, and to add to what Darius Slayton does, that's a pretty big pick to me.
Yeah, I kind of view it as last year with the Henry Ruggs conversation compared to like a CD Lamb. I mean, it's not a completely perfect fit kind of thing, but you're looking at a true X versus kind of a gadget player for you a little bit. And it's just kind of a matter of what do you want to do with your offense, what kind of player you can fit within that. I'm with you. I would have gone Bateman. I'd rather take the consistent wide receiver that I can expect to get 1,100, 1,200 yards every year and be a high producer, be that player that the quarterback can trust instead of the home run guy. You just see so many offenses in the NFL right now. They're going to that, hey, we're going to trickle down the field. Some of them, yes, hey, Trickle. But, you get those kind of quarterbacks that can do that, and that fits with Daniel Jones quite a bit and his ability to kind of move the ball like that. But I don't mind the pick. I like Toney, and like I said, he can be a home run player. He's going to produce highlight videos galore. But I like a little more consistency in my wide receiver.
So with Bateman, I think that part of the problem is that he ended up catching it, and that there might be some teams are concerned about lingering issues from that. Didn't seem to affect him when he came back from Minnesota, but he was at a lighter weight, and that also is a concern for teams as well. And Judah Walker comes with a $5 donation. Thank you. As I said earlier, we appreciate all the super chats, all of you guys. Even those of you who can't super chat, we appreciate you just joining us, having a good time, having a chill time, and sticking with us. I mean, we've been live for over 3 hours, and you guys are still sticking with us. And he says, just watch Surtain highlights. He has also of a lot of holding at the top of routes that wasn't called, but will be called in the NFL. That's a good point. That's one I actually made earlier on. There's a lot of times where he'll get to lose that route. Not even just deep, sometimes just a quick cut. He'll grab on, didn't get called for it quite a bit, and definitely thinking, that's something that's going to have to be worked on a little bit in the NFL.
Yeah. The long speed with him is another big concern. I mean, he ran 4.41, 4.42, something like that at the Alabama Pro Day, but it doesn't translate on tape. There were times where he got burned over the top, where it just didn't seem like he could stay in the hip pocket, especially in turn and run situations for him. And also something else that really stuck out to me is when he played off, his click and close didn't necessarily work the best. His short area quickness isn't great either. So again, like I was saying earlier, that press, physical presence at the top of the route, being able to turn his hips and then continue within the route and stay in that hip pocket, so long as they didn't go deep over the top with him, is if you can figure out a way to utilize that to his advantage and not put him in situations where he's going to be at the worst traits that he does have, he can be a fine player. But at the same time, just still got those questions. We got Chad and Zach joining us back in here. Chad, what's up, man?
What's up, dudes? Guys, how big was the brick you crapped when the Patriots landed Mac Jones? Because I was like, man, that was, there's the dream, right? The dream is getting Aaron Rodgers. The nightmare is Bill Belichick getting another 20-year potentially. All right. None of us were enamored and in love with Mac Jones, but as a system quarterback, I mean, Tom Brady, great quarterback, greatest of all time, let's face it, but very much needs his system. I could see Mac. I'm a little bit nervous about that, but he's still got a lot of row left to hoe. But man,
I'm not nervous about it actually.
No. He doesn't have anybody to throw to.
Right, he's going from Alabama, where he had probably the best offensive line and best weapons of any college quarterback, to maybe one of the worst offensive lines and worst set of weapons in the NFL. And so, yes, he's a system quarterback, and I expect him to do pretty well working there with McDaniels, but they've got to do something to help him out because he needs talent around him to succeed. And Patriots have a long ways to go. I'd say they need 5 or 6 more starters on that offense before it becomes halfway competent, even with Mac Jones.
I thought it was interesting, Zach. You got your boy, but he just ended up going to Dallas.
I thought that's good value for getting him there. I mean, you're talking about a potential top 10 guy, and they needed a linebacker after moving on from Sean Lee. They might move on from Leighton Vander Esch, might decline his option. So, they were targeting defense. They wanted a cornerback, though. I think when Horn and Surtain went off the board, that threw their whole draft plan through a loop. So they went for plan P in this case. That's Micah Parsons.
It is very interesting to me to see them trade down with the Philadelphia Eagles so that the Eagles could go out and get Devontae Smith to add to that wide receiver core. Zach, with you and your knowledge of the Dallas Cowboys, covering them for Heavy.com and their secondary right now, what does that speak to you as far as them not getting another cornerback like a Greg Newsome at 13 and instead going with Micah Parsons?
Like I said, they wanted Horn, they wanted Surtain, but I think they can target those kind of guys in the second, third round. They have, Trevon Diggs last year was their star, 2020 second round pick. They brought back Jordan Lewis. They have Anthony Brown. There are some pieces in that secondary, but I think they will or should definitely attack that starting tomorrow, if not sooner.
So the Colts pick is in. They take Kwity Paye, and just talking about this a little bit because over at Horseshoe Huddle, I'm contributing there a little bit. And Kwity Paye he's the type of edge that the Colts are looking for. He can play in the scheme very well. He's just this versatile, athletic guy that they really like. The length, everything that you look for when you look at Colts edges is Kwity Paye to a T. They needed help there even after taking Ben Banago, or however you say his name. Even with Kameko Toure, they had more need for getting pressure on the quarterback. I mean, it was a huge gap between DeForest Buckner to the next guy as a pass rusher, and this is a good Colts pickup. I thought they might have gone with Christian Darrisaw with he fell, but maybe there's some character stuff with him, some attitude stuff. He did fire his agent during the process, but Kwity Paye makes a lot of sense for the Colts here.
Yeah, he does. It's a team that values those 4 rushers, and Kwity Paye came down here off the board probably a little bit lower than I thought he would, but strong player. One of Feldman's freaks. If he was not number 1, he was pretty darn high. And the Colts continue to build that defense, right? That's a team that's traded down. They've really filled out that defense. Everybody drink. It'll come down to the quarterback play, right? You can have a great defense. If your quarterback's not doing anything and turning the ball over at an extremely high rate, you're probably not going to have a good time. And that's Carson Wentz this past season. But it's a good pick for them. Also a guy, high character. Man, Kwity Paye, refugee. Everybody just raves about his work ethics and how mature he is. A little bit kind of a weird body type, like 6'2". But good athlete, can get after it. Still a little raw. This is a good value. This is a classic Colts pick.
Yeah, and with that classic 4 down front and using him as that 7 technique to 6 technique as well, where he can use that length. Even though he's 6'2", he still has some longer arms. I think he was at 34 inches on his arm length. And the strength in the running game where he can actually set the edge and on the outside and still contribute in the running game. I mean, there's still some refinement to work with him as a pass rusher, and I think he can definitely get there. But man, this is a really good pick. Not necessarily a surprise to me. I thought Jalen Phillips, but he's already off the board. Or maybe like an Azeez Ojulari, but at the same time, I mean, Kwity Paye here, perfect scheme fit. Quite honestly, this is one of my favorite ones, along with Jalen Waddle at Miami. Jalen Waddle to Miami is a very intriguing pick to me.
Eric, who's left on this board that you are surprised to see down here? I know a lot of Bronco fans were very interested in JOK. Actually, let's get to the Cody Ives real quick here. Next round's on me since the Chiefs don't have a pick. Thank you, Cody, for the funny comment there. We appreciate that. Everyone have another round. We're having a good time. It's draft day. Everybody's getting gifts. Eric, who's left on the board here? Who are you excited about?
So Tevin Jenkins still continues to fall. Christian Darrisaw, he also continues to fall. Kind of touched on them both a little bit. They both have concerns off the field a little bit. Travis Etienne for a running back. Running backs don't matter. Not surprised. He's falling a little bit. He's my 13th overall prospect. Wyatt Davis, second top offensive line, interior offensive line, top one left after Elijah Vera Tucker went. Rashad Bateman, Azeez Ojulari, both of them have medical concerns. Azeez Ojulari came up with a knee. He tends to be falling. There's a lot of talk that he could fall even to day 3. I doubt that. I think he goes somewhere around 2 just because the upside's so high. And then Rashad Bateman, after he got the thing we can't talk about, there's concerns about that as well. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, he's still available. Greg Newsome, a lot of good talent left, and it looks like, just doing a quick guesstimate here, I have 15 players with first round grades still left on the board.
Wow, holy cow. Quick shout out to Cody Ives there. That's my buddy, the good friend of mine here where I live. Super huge Chiefs fans. Thanks, Cody, for joining us. Appreciate you, buddy.
Speaking of first-round grades, Chad and I didn't get to dunk on the Raiders for taking Alex Leatherwood. There's one every year, so ha-ha. Had to get that out there.
Raiders been a Raider.
I'm kind of surprised that pick wasn't Tevin Jenkins, honestly.
Well, with the Raiders is we've seen that they value, especially under John Gruden, these athletic offensive linemen. And Alex Leatherwood, he's a better athlete than people think. They took Colton Miller over Derwin James. Still not a fan of the pick. I think they could have had him later, but it fits the mold that they go for offensive linemen.
By the way, we gotta soon be saying goodbye to Trevor Judge. He's got to dip on out of here very, very soon.
Oh, no.
And
No,
Trev,
he's
I
not
just
allowed.
got to tell you, it's been a blast. It's been a gas having you on the podcast. And as I said when we kicked off tonight's War Room watch party here, that we definitely want to start trying to figure out ways to fit you into the pod rotation more as we kind of, inch deeper into the off season. So good job tonight, man. It's been really, really fun. And when it's time for you to go, just go ahead and dip out. But I just wanted to make sure we got this send off for you before you do. And guys, follow him on Twitter. It's easy to find him at Trevor Judge. Simple as that. Trev, you the man, dude. Thanks for being here with us.
I appreciate that. Glad to be here.
Yeah,
All
Trevor,
right.
appreciate you a lot. Bringing a lot of positivity. Big Surtain fan, and excited for the Broncos defense here. The no-fly zone 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. What rendition are we going to call it at this point? Maybe we need a new name.
Yeah.
But excited for it, and it'll be fun. It's a pick that makes a lot of sense for the Broncos long term. And if he was number one guys on Peyton's board, I guess proof will be in the pudding. Everybody raves about Peyton's scouting, right? So if this ends up being the best defensive player in this class, then good for you, Peyton. That's a valuable position. Broncos are going to be a good position long term. But man, if it's like Bradley Chubb versus Josh Allen in 2018, people are not going to let him forget that as long as the Broncos are looking for a quarterback.
Yep.
What's the latest we're hearing on Aaron Rodgers? Eric, I know you keep your ear low to the floor as everyone here, but what are you hearing on that whole front?
It's still a possibility. There was some issues with Green Bay financially. I touched on that earlier. I mean, they're just so stuck with cap that they do seem to want players back, but they just can't fit them. They have to eat $31 million of dead money with Aaron Rodgers. Big issues there. Sometime after June 2nd seems more plausible at this point. I thought that Denver would trade down if they really valued him and doing a trade later. Still seems like a possibility. It's just going to be, I think, a little bit, not necessarily more difficult, but a little bit more, what's the right word for it? I guess harming for future assets without trading down.
And I've heard that the Broncos also had a pretty good deal on the table from the Chicago Bears as well that they turned down. So that hurts that ability as well. Maybe, gosh, if you like Patrick Surtain, I guess, and you thought he was special, don't pass on special, as they always say in the draft. But that's a little bit of a bummer if you had a good pick there, a good trade down with the Chicago Bears, because I think the Chicago Bears are not going to be that good next year, even with Justin Fields.
I'm just trying to deduce like the implication here, and this is honest. Is this more about the Broncos being just that kind of locked in, pardon the pun, on Drew, or is this more about keeping the options open relative to potentially Aaron Rodgers? There's probably a foot on each side of that to greater or lesser degrees, but I still can't help but take away from Surtain being the pick at 9 with Justin Fields and Mac Jones still being on the board that it is a vote of confidence in Drew Lock and, of course, Teddy Bridgewater of some kind.
And Vic Fangio. I mean, George Payton has operated the entire offseason by trying to fix Fangio's defense. He got him 2 cornerbacks in free agency. Now he drafted one over a quarterback. I happen to think Fangio has a lot of influence in that war room, Chad, and he was pounding the table for Surtain.
And just to double on that, I heard that Vic Fangio was a main proponent of Bridgewater coming to Denver as well, saying I need a quarterback that's a little bit more trustworthy there and can raise the floor of that room. So Vic Fangio maybe has a little bit more influence than you'd think.
Yeah, they're definitely doing a lot to have Vic Fangio be successful this year. As I've stated before, you never want to fire a coach, so George Payton's doing what he can to try to make Vic Fangio successful. There seems to be a playoff contingency on him sticking past this year. And just to throw this out there, Caleb Farley ended up going in the first round to the Tennessee Titans.
Great value there.
Wow, it's a great pick for them. That's an amazing pick for them. I was thinking edge there, but they definitely need some cornerback after I believe they went away from the Super Bowl hero Malcolm. I'm drawing a blank on his name there. Malcolm Butler. Thank you very much. And Adoree Jackson. Yep, they Adoree Jackson signed with the New York Giants after the Titans let him go. So getting Caleb Farley there, who was at the beginning beginning of the pre-draft process and prior to him having the back surgery and all those back injuries and everything like that, all the questions with his health and stuff, Caleb Farley was widely considered as cornerback 1 to many people, including myself. So to get him here at 22, that's great value for them.
Hey, real quick, guys, because Zach and I, once again, we're going to have to dip on out of here for the night very, very shortly. But before I got to get running here and leave it to the draft experts, I want to let everybody know, if you have put in a super chat tonight, all right, you have automatically been entered to win. We're giving away another State of Being mug, all right? The more supers you got, the more names in the hat you get, the better your odds go. So just as a little incentive and a modest thank you to our great community for supporting the content tonight on Super Chat, we are giving away one of these mugs. So keep that in mind. John will announce the winner of the mug. Well, Nick will announce it, but John will go through and make sure it's randomly selected by the end of the show. So stay through till the end of the first round on this stream, and we'll announce who gets this Mile High Huddle State of Being mug. Love you guys.
Yeah, that mug would be great for Broncos for breakfast when you guys join us tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Got one for you on the way, Nick.
And touching on the Titans and value and Caleb Farley, supposedly they had him as a top 10 player, even with the injuries.
Wow.
Well, doesn't surprise me. I mean, the athletic ability is there, the hip fluidity is there, the scheme versatility is there. I mean, there's some tackling issues with him, but still, I mean, you could line him up pretty much anywhere in that defense, and he would have a high level of success. So, not a surprise that they have him as a top 10 player.
And I mean, he was a top 10 player without the injuries, but the question was, how much did you worry about the microdiscectomy, right? Like that's a condition or a surgery where if you have one, odds are you're going to have another one. It's something that was debilitating for both Tony Romo and Tiger Woods as well, right? They had one. Had to have another one. So how long is it going to last? How long until he needs another one? And he's already going to be, I think, 22, 23 years old next year, a little bit older for a cornerback prospect and a little raw. So there are things there that there's reason that he fell this far. But if you're not as concerned with the back injuries, you have a chance. I mean, he has a chance to be, honest to God, he has a chance to be the best player out of this draft class with being the cornerback position, his athleticism. But man, there's a lot of things against him that would make it scary. We got In the Shop with Willie. I bet Nick $20 we don't get Rodgers either. Well, Willie, you're just trying to make me cry now. But I won't cry because you're giving a super. So I'm going to hold back the tears. So I appreciate you, Willie. We'll see what happens there. The Vikings pick is in now as well. They traded back, obviously. Everybody talking about how George Payton's talking about draft pick accumulations, kick the can, get more picks. Well, George Payton sits there at 9, maybe even passed on a trade with the Bears there from what I've heard. But the Vikings end up trading back. Their pick is in and now at pick 23. I'm leaning Darisaw here, right? Like, this is a team that needs offensive line help badly. That's kind of their identity. Obviously, it's the draft. Anything can go any which way. But unless there's some massive character concerns with Darisaw, that's the way I'm leaning.
Yeah, I would agree. And at this point in the draft, pick number 23, that's some serious value. I mean, we don't know what we don't know. There might be some things that we're just not seeing with him, but I mean, this was a guy that many people thought would be in the top half of this round. So 23, you got to like the value.
It's kind of surprising to me that Darisaw has fallen this far. Not really, though, because with the Chargers being able to take Rashawn Slater at 13, I mean, that was a player that I thought that the Chargers were going to be on, and Christian Darisaw, because obviously they need to upgrade that offensive line. They ended up getting probably the best true offensive lineman of any position in this draft, and Rashawn Slater at 13. So Darisaw makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what the Vikings do. I could maybe see them going this is a team that runs a 4-3 base. Maybe they would look for a Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, something like that. So we got Shane Schaefer coming in here on YouTube with the 99-cent super. Shane, we see you. We appreciate you. If you guys are joining us on YouTube, guys, make sure you like, subscribe, and share. That's something you can do to help us a lot. Obviously, we appreciate the supers. We appreciate all of the comments, the chat here. I mean, we still got almost 700 people in here. Goodness gracious. But if you can like, subscribe, and share on our YouTube page, that can help us a heck of a lot. Also, if you're on Facebook, for all these eyeballs in here, on my end, it only says 109 reacts. See some sad faces, see some angry reacts. Probably back when the Broncos were at pick number 9. Probably when somebody said something about a quarterback or Parsons. I don't know. But either way, if you're joining us today, if you're enjoying the content and contributing, If you're leaving a comment, why not click the little thumbs up, the heart react? That can help us a heck of a lot. So still waiting on this person's pick. Guys, I'm curious. Let's go around the room. Let's take the temperature. Lance, I'm going to kick it off to you. What has
real
been...
quick, Nick, we got to
go
go. Zach and I got to dip out. I'm sorry. Continue your conversation. We really do got to go. So we'll pop in just for a little bit tomorrow night, but we're going to leave the rest of these streams to the draft experts so that we can grab the content for you guys and keep that video and written content coming down the pipeline. So thanks to each and every one of you pod hosts. Trevor, again, thanks for the guest, my dog. It has been great to talk with you. Luke, back in the saddle from the Sertan presser and cranking out an article that I'm going to go get published right now. Zach, I'll see you tomorrow night, bro. Everyone else, love you guys. See you later.
Good night.
Later, guys.
And also, here we are. Called it. Vikings getting Darisaw here, unless George is leading us astray. But I don't think George would do that. George is a great commenter, great in the community here. We appreciate you. I don't think he's leading us astray. I think Darisaw makes a heck of a lot of sense.
Darisaw is the pick for the Vikings, and if they weren't able to trade down, he was going to be the pick for them. So they traded down, got more picks, and still got their guy.
That is how you win the draft. Speaking of winning the draft here, this is winning the draft for us. Anthony Edwards coming in with a $2.99 super over on YouTube. One word for round one pick, RELAX, winky face, winky emoticon, hashtag Rodgers. The dream's alive. Anthony Edwards is keeping the dream alive. He doesn't seem as locked in as some people. We're fixing to find out what happens here. But I kind of want to go around the room here. I want to take the temperature. I want to hear favorite pick so far. This is pick 24. The Steelers are on the clock now. Favorite pick so far. I'm going to go first. It hurts me to say. I think Rashawn Slater at 13 is a heck of a value. That Chargers offensive line was the worst in football last year. It's been one of the worst in football for a while. I know a lot of Broncos faithful piss and moan about the offensive line year after year. If you guys want to go see bad offensive line play, plug on any Chargers game. I mean, it is night and day difference. You would think that Broncos offensive line was the unit that won the Super Bowl compared to what the Chargers had to deal with. So getting Rashawn Slater there at 13, a guy many people has a top 10 value, can play any position for that offensive line, where you guys, if you've listened to me at all, the offensive line is a unit where you're as good as your weakest guy. So if you can get Rashawn Slater out there and play him at any 5, that's a great pick. So that bums me to say, but I think just Rashawn Slater at 13, great need, great fit, great value, A+ Chargers, A+.
And I think of that your least favorite pick probably just happened with the Steelers taking Najee Harris.
Honestly,
that's to be expected. Pittsburgh has been linked to Najee Harris. I mean, long since the Senior Bowl, as you all well know. I think that's it's odd, in terms of the first round running back. I could see Nick's point there. A lot of people, it bothers me when I get the Derrick Henry comparison, strictly because of the Alabama connection and some of the size. They are not the same runner at all. And when I got to see Harris in person, just standing there on the sideline in the Senior Bowl, I mean, he's a mountain of a man. But it's tough. I guess when I'm looking at one of my favorite picks, I think it was Zaven Collins to the Cardinals. Cardinals defense has got to be looking pretty good. I mean, Vance Joseph, we could make fun of him and pick all the jokes at him, and I do it all the time. But he has got it going with the Arizona Cardinals defense right now. I think that defense is so good, it's probably going to get him some job interviews for another head coaching job in the future.
It's curious to me, the interior of the defensive line and the cornerback position, they need some help on that side. But adding Zaven Collins, and we were talking about this earlier, me and Nick, as far as the fit with Zaven Collins in that defense. And you run 4-2-5, slide Zaven Collins up to the Sam linebacker role where he can rush the passer and maybe move back in coverage and whatnot. Isaiah Simmons is that overhang safety in a 4-2-5. I mean, there's a lot of versatility with that defense, and I don't necessarily hate that. Probably my favorite pick so far that I've seen, Jalen Waddle at 6. And I know I mean, the Broncos, the Broncos had the opportunity to go up there and whatever we want to talk about that. Jalen Waddle, though, I mean, that's a field stretcher. He's a great route runner, big hands, solid receiver. Getting Tua Tagovailoa, another receiver to add to Devontae Parker. There was a big need for them, and to go and get a guy that I think that Carl is the guy here that had Jalen Waddle as wide receiver 1 in this class. There's a lot of high end explosive potential with him, not only in the short area but in his deep speed. So I really like that pick, Jalen Waddle to the Dolphins at 6.
I'll go the other Dolphins pick, Jalen Phillips.
Yeah,
getting him at 18. I mean, he seriously, if the medicals work out, I think he's a top 5 player in this draft. He's long, he's strong, he's got enough speed. He can do a lot of things for that Miami defense. And like I said, he's got a lot of other talent that's going to help him out as well. I think Miami hit a home run in this draft. They took a lot of risk, but man, they could really, really pay off big time for them. And I really like that one. And then I do also like the one that the Vikings just made and Darisaw. Trading back and getting the guy that you would have taken if you couldn't get a trade back. I mean, Darisaw, that there was a lot of people that had him going easily top 13. And so to be able to get him here where the Vikings did, I thought that was a great job for them.
Yeah, and Trevor, what are you thinking? Best favorite picks?
You stole mine with Slater. The tackles in this draft, the value is just incredible. I'm going to go probably with Trey Lance. I mean, I think that the Niners were aggressive. They knew what they wanted. They made the move up. They gave up the capital. If this pick hits and he is able to hit his true ceiling, then the Niners are going to be a very dangerous team. I mean, they were decimated with injuries this last year as well. They're looking to get back healthy. Trey Lance probably not going to start this year. They're probably going to roll out Jimmy G again if he's still on the roster week 1. I mean, we don't know what they're going to do with trades, but
he'll get hurt.
He can, he'll get hurt at some point. If Trey Lance can reach his full potential, I think that we're going to look back and this is going to be one of those moves where like that type of Patrick Mahomes, Deshaun Watson type trade up where we're like, wow, why didn't we think to do that? That was the move that we should have made. So that's my pick behind Slater.
Eric, what do you think, man? What's your favorite pick so far?
Christian Darisaw. I don't think that just by itself, it's not the best pick, but the fact that they target him at 14, they were able to move back and still get their guy, that makes that the best pick for me.
Yeah. And they got extra added value here. I'm going to grab this super chat here from Brian Van Vorst jumping in here with the $5 super. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that we had Willie up there. Just watched the video released by Broncos YouTube channel. Peyton said, "You are the guy we wanted all along." That's good news. And if that's the guy that they wanted, that's the guy that they came to the consensus to, I'm for it. I mean, again, not to go back to the disappointment of passing on Justin Fields, but if that's the guy that the Broncos wanted, I'm all for it. And he's going to make this team better. Like I said to open the show, forget the vitriol, forget the hatred, forget all of the nonsense about who you wanted and whatnot like that. This Broncos team is going to get better regardless of who they take. And to go get Patrick Surtain, this team just got better. They added some cornerback depth. They added a need for the future. It's a good pick at face value, but if we get into it a little bit deeper, leaves some people wanting, but at the same time, I can get behind it.
Well, it just the big thing for me, it makes me question the whole, he's coming from the Vikings who love cornerbacks, and here we go. They take a cornerback. How has that worked out for the Vikings? They've been half kind of successful, but they've always kind of been middle of the pack. So I'm just not completely a big fan of that. But let's get to In the Shop with Willie, giving us a $2 super chat here. Really appreciate that. Been saying it. They like Locke more than we think.
Yeah, they like Locke. They don't love him. It's so easy to see that. And I love In the Shop, Willie. We're constantly chirping each other. Thank you very much for your donation. Happy draft night. Look, the very first thing that George Payton did when he got here was try to get Matt Stafford. What does that say about Drew Lock? And you know what? The deal didn't fall through because the Broncos weren't willing to give up Drew Lock. I'm sorry, that's just not the case. I agree with that. They like Drew Lock. They don't love him. And I'm being told, there's still a possibility that the Aaron Rodgers thing is on the table. Just because the Broncos made their pick at 9 doesn't mean that it can't happen. Crazier things have happened in the NFL, but I'd agree with that. They like Drew Lock. They don't love him.
I got a question here. I'm showing that the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock right now. They traded up to get Elijah Vera Tucker. Did they not give up that 23rd overall pick?
Jets traded up.
Jets traded up, yeah. Wrong J team
Jaguars.
that took a new quarterback.
Yeah, Jets traded up with the Vikings.
Sorry about that.
And we got Cody Ives coming in here. Another super chat. Doesn't help my cause, but please don't give me a Broncos mug. Cheers, guys. Well, you might get one anyway, Cody.
Yeah, you can have mine.
Would you want it if Nick autographed it?
Ooh. No comment. I was going to go somewhere real dark there. Brought to you by Manscaped. We'll say that. But guys, I want to hear the grades for the Patrick Surtain pick. Obviously, we do want to hear where we're at. We've got a chance to be not so reactionary now. That's what social media is all about, right? You don't have to think something logically. It's how you felt in the moment. So very emotional response. But now that we're here, pick 25 now. Jags on the clock. Only a few left this day. Patrick Surtain the second. Broncos pick number 9 overall. I'm going to kick it off to Luke, my co-host with the Mile High Insiders, rocking the beautiful blue hat there. In fact, she's right there. I'll put her on real quick for old time's sake, just on top of the headphones. Patrick Surtain the second. Luke, what are you thinking?
I'll give it a solid B. I'm not going to overreact just because he was my favorite corner and give it an A+. I think we're all a little bit on this quarterback roller coaster ride, whether that be Aaron Rodgers, Justin Fields, Mac Jones. Just wrote a quick gut reaction that should be on milehighhuddle.com really soon. But, people are going to ask, and not only just Justin Fields, they're going to say, wait a second, I thought quarterback is the most important position in football. How could the Broncos go corner? Well, they're getting a very quality corner, something we've all talked about. I love this kid's pedigree. I love his mindset. I love that he knows his why. You're getting a professional that's walking through that door for years to come. Let's go with a solid B right now for Patrick Surtain. George Paton did just talk about the young player, and so did head coach Vic Fangio. And George Paton told the team that Patrick Surtain checked all the boxes. He's, quote, big, long, physical. He can play man. He can play zone. He can tackle. And Fangio said, look, he really plans on using him in the nickel and the dime, starting to at least give us a preview of how we can expect to see Patrick Surtain on the field.
Yeah, I'm actually with you. I know that Luke and I know that on the Draft Primer show, you and I had a different opinion on Surtain, but it all came down to scheme fit for me. But I still give this a B because he brings that physicality to the team that the team needs. I do have concerns about his lateral movements, the short area agility, the ball skills, and the tendency to get grabby. But he's still a good player. He's a great kid. Nothing but praise for him from anybody I've talked to about him. Like, he fits the mold that the Broncos want. They want to fix the locker room a little bit and kind of the attitude in it. He's a guy to help do that. He's a competitor. He's a fierce competitor. He's a fiery guy. I like that about him.
Yeah, and before we keep going with these grades here, still want to hear from Lance, Carl, and of course Trevor. Some more supers. We got some more coming down the tracks here. Want to make sure that we get to these. Stevie Sconey coming in here with the very cute golden retriever again. You're going to have to let us know the name of that cute guy there, or girl. Aaron Rodgers with this receiving crew. Whew. What is the reality of this? Eric, real quick, if you had to put odds on it, Aaron Rodgers becoming a Denver Bronco, what are you thinking? Like 20%, 15%, 50%? It's happening. It already happened. Like, do I need to check Twitter? What's going on?
So asking about odds is always the worst thing because my answer would be 50%. Either it happens or it doesn't happen.
Okay, but what is the reality of this? Is this still in the works? I mean, Luke is saying that don't sleep on this Rodgers thing yet. It would make sense. I think that the Broncos trading back from 9 and accumulating 2022 capital probably would have put them in a better position, right? As I've been saying on all the shows, that gives you more chips to buy in on the high stakes poker table that is going after a quarterback. But the Broncos still have assets, and they're one of the teams that is very much in flux for quarterback still. So maybe.
Yeah. And on that is, as I said earlier, the financials on Green Bay's part are a big factor in this with how much dead money they eat. June 2nd is the date to be looking at, I think, at this point for any potential trade for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, just because it doesn't happen tonight doesn't mean that it won't happen. George Paton has emphatically talked about this ad nauseum. There's an entirely different quarterback market after the draft, something that we could see with Aaron Rodgers even during the draft, possibly day 2.
Man, that would be amazing. Let's roll through some more supers before we get to the grades. If we still have some.
Do we have a pick in?
Travis Etienne.
Travis Etienne to the Jags, yep.
And this is a great pick. Urban Meyer has said that he's been looking for more speed out of the backfield. I thought maybe they would go with Tony there. I'm kind of getting another speed option to go with LaVisca Chenault. But Travis Etienne, 2 running backs. Anybody who took I think it was, whatever the prop bet was, now legal in Colorado. Good for you guys. Where 2 running backs going off the board in the first round. Jackpot. You guys just made yourself some money. So good for you. There still may be a third.
We could still see a third in Javonte Williams to Buffalo, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know Buffalo is very interested in ETN here. If I was Buffalo, I'd be saying, get yourself a Tevin Jenkins, but that's just me. So I'll let John get some more supers in the chamber here before we get going too far, but I know Trevor's got to get out of here. Trevor?
I actually got one really fast right here from Tyler Randall, a very super generous super chat coming in here on YouTube. I just got off work, so joining late. Super excited about getting Surtain the second. Hashtag lock 2021. Hashtag let him hate Denver Broncos for life. Mile High Huddle for life, and hashtag Broncos country. Tyler, appreciate that, man. That's awesome. I'm working my way towards getting around to this Surtain pick. I'll let somebody else take it away from here, though.
Look, you can talk yourself into it, and that's the nice thing about it. You don't have to love it. You don't have to hate it either. I think that's something that I really like, at least with all of our hosts right now, and Broncos country too. Look, I get that you're frustrated, but you guys don't hate the pick. You don't love it, but you don't hate it, which is why Broncos country is the most knowledgeable fan base in the NFL. I understand it. I can empathize with it, and I feel that way too. And aren't we all just a little exhausted right now when it comes to the quarterback thing? Like, not in terms of energy level, but we're super high on one tweet and then we're low on the other tweet. And now there's rumors here and there's rumors there. And it's really all we have to go on.
Yeah, I mean, it's all you can do, right? But we're fish to any bait there. But we got to get Trevor judging here with his grade on Patrick Surtain, because he's got to get out of here, man. He's got to get
I'll tell you, I got to give him an A- on this. I think it's a solid pick. I think, hindsight's always 20/20. Seeing some of these guys that have fallen a little bit, it would have been nice to trade back if that were an option, right? I think that is something that maybe keeps it from being higher than an A- for me. I'm looking at the salary cap tables here, and I'm looking at next year. Justin Simmons, $18.85 million salary cap hit next year. Ronald Darby, $13 million. You've got two guys there making a significant chunk in the secondary. So replenishing that secondary with some youth, a guy that I really think can step in and be a CB2, maybe even your CB1 next year, depending on how he progresses this year. Hey, Peyton loved the pick. Peyton loves this player a lot, and he got behind this. Vic got behind this. So I trust in the process. I think that they have a longer plan in place. It's not all about this year. Yes, we might roll Drew Lock out there this year or Teddy Bridgewater. It's not ideal at all, right? But this is a pick for the future. This is not a pick for 2021. I will say this, though, just to be devil's advocate. I'm not advocating this. Like I said before, I'm not a Drew Lock stan. But what if Drew Lock does end up being good this year? What if he starts? And let's just say he's like middle of the pack, not an elite quarterback by any means, but let's just say he cuts down the turnovers and he's just average. This team has the components around him to be a good team if he is average. You look at last year, he didn't really have a full offseason program. He had a lot of wide receivers that were dropping balls. There was one game where drops probably cost us that game. The critical Jerry Jeudy drop. I'm drawing a blank now on what that game was, but
Chargers. Away game.
That's it. So there are a lot of things you can really start to piece it together that Drew Lock could take a step forward. Is he going to ever be elite? Probably not. Everything we've seen, what he's done in his 2 seasons in the NFL has pretty much reflected what all the concerns were with him coming out of Mizzou, right? So, but if you can get something serviceable from him this year and improve the team a little bit, build the components around him, and then next year we can take another look and see what the deal is at quarterback, then I'm all for it. If you look at the Bears, didn't think they had a shot at a quarterback in this draft, and they're coming away with Justin Fields having picked at number 20. So I know we say it all the time. I feel like I go back and forth with Nick on this constantly because, I know, Nick, you're on we got to take a quarterback. We got to take a quarterback. We're not going to be in a position like we are now next year to take one. Well, things can happen. Aaron Rodgers was not really available. Or maybe he was, maybe he wasn't, maybe he still isn't. But that wasn't even something we were talking about up until tonight, right? So the same thing with Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson, all these guys, nothing has actually happened, but something can come out of the blue very quickly at the quarterback position. So I don't really think it's the end-all be-all that they didn't get somebody in round 1. I do like the pick. And like I said, I think when we look back one day, we'll be happy that Surtain is a Denver Bronco.
And speaking of picks, I think we have a pick in for the Cleveland Browns.
We do. We actually have Gregory Newsome, the cornerback, to the Cleveland Browns at pick number 26. And that's actually, it's interesting. I'm not sure about the scheme fit there, but Newsome is actually pretty scheme versatile. I think he can play some press man and line up on the boundary cornerback there. I had always heard that they were going to be on the defensive backfield. I thought safety here or linebacker, but with JOK still on the board, they decided to pass up on that and go with the cornerback position. Carl, what do you think about Gregory Newsome to the Cleveland Browns?
Oh, it makes a lot of sense. I'm pretty sure they signed 2 safeties in free agency.
And
I know
Delpit's coming back.
Yeah. So I think they're okay there. Cornerback, yeah, makes a lot of sense. They just added pass rusher Clowney, which it's an okay move. But there probably wasn't a pass rusher that was really available here that they really liked. I like what they have on offense. I thought maybe wide receiver just because OBJ has been not what he used to be. So that was another option I thought for them. But Newsome makes a ton of sense. He's a great player. I know a lot of us have hyped him up as a guy that we thought if the Broncos trade back, this could be a player the Broncos go after. So I think this is a great fit. He can be a great number 2 for the Browns, and I think he can be an immediate impact player for them. And honestly, because of that pass rush they have and that he's not going to be the true number 1 there, it wouldn't surprise me if he ends up being that defensive rookie of the year.
Wow.
That's pretty high praise, man.
That is high praise. Very good player. I thought JOK made sense here, but also the cornerback, it makes sense. Greedy Williams is coming off a serious injury. You also have concerns with Denzel Ward. I don't think he's ever played a full season. And like we've said on here, this is a team that's ready to contend for the Super Bowl today, right? Like they were actually the team that probably gave, until they got bounced in the playoffs, but gave the Chiefs a really close game, right? Like that AFC divisional round, Browns took it to them. So adding another cornerback here, depth to that position. They know that they're going to have to get over KC to get to that next level. I love this pick. This is honestly one of my favorite picks of the draft. I think the Browns are a team that, heck, if dumb money to bet against the Chiefs until you see them not host an AFC championship game, right? 3 years in a row, first time that's ever happened. But the Browns, man, look out. This is a pretty damn good roster. I'm excited to see what they can do this year.
We got Ben Dover coming in with a generous super. Appreciate you, Ben. Happy draft night. Vic Fangio sure has a lot of power for, quote, a lame duck head coach. Peyton needs to get him an analytics guy. Fellas, we all know that George Payton came in here and a lot of change is needed, not necessarily in terms of coaching, as we've retained Pat Shurmur and Vic Fangio and most of the good old coaches over there at UC Health Training Center. But George Payton has stated that analytics will now be implemented in the 2021 NFL season. How much do you guys think that's going to help or hurt the Denver Broncos? Is this an upgrade, and is this something that the Broncos needed?
Well, it's kind of interesting. You go back to watching those behind the Broncos scenes and those videos that the Broncos put up on denverbroncos.com, and they actually highlighted their analytics guys and the work that they do in incorporating analytics, not only in statistical analytics, but also measurement analytics from arm length to hand size to everything goes into how they're weighting that into their process. And it is very interesting to see that's more of the direct approach that they're taking with this class. I'm very interested to see how that works out moving forward.
Looks like the pick is in for Baltimore. Do we have any speculation at who this could be?
I'm going to go edge rusher. I'm going to say Jason Owe or Joe Tryon. This is a team that needs to replenish the edge rushers in that team. They're in a Super Bowl window right now. They need to get after the quarterback, though. In their division, you have the old band, Big Ben, but I'm more worried about that Cleveland Browns team, as obvious based on my last comments. Great offensive line. I think you got to get after the passer here. I'm looking at Jason Owe or potentially also Joe Tryon. Dark horse, though, would be the first safety off the board here, Trevon Moehrig.
I'm going to go in a different direction. Sorry to cut you off here, Eric. Rashad Bateman, the wide receiver out of Minnesota.
I like that. That's interesting, Eric.
There's been a lot linking them to Rashad Bateman. And with the Saints and Packers, supposedly they've been looking at receivers. Supposedly the Saints wanted to move up for a receiver. I mean, it can make sense that they go here, but there's still some good receivers left. Maybe they take the edge rusher. Probably it's going to be one of the two. I think that they walk out of the first round if they don't trade the 31st overall pick, walk out with the edge rusher and a wide receiver.
Carl, who do you like in Baltimore?
Was there any thought, since they just moved their right tackle, of going offensive tackle here?
Tevin Jenkins is still available
with Lamar. That would be fun.
Interesting. Okay.
Tevin Jenkins projects better in a more run-heavy offense, which, I mean, the Ravens, you never know with Lamar Jackson because he's not nearly as refined as a passer as he should be. And you've got the read option looks with him, the RPO looks and stuff like that. They have J.K. Dobbins as well. So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense here if they want to go offensive lineman and take Tevin Jenkins as a road grader up front.
I mean, I still lean that they'll go Bateman. Just because, again, they've got some other teams that are really looking heavy at wide receiver and not so much on the offensive tackle spot. So I'd say that direction, but I don't know. There's a lot of places they could go here.
It's too bad that it's, a tough D-line here because the Ravens do need edge rushers and some D-line. They had Derek Wolfe and Calais Campbell playing out there each on one leg last year, trying to get after the passer, and that's a problem. But man, I just hate to see Baltimore get any defender because it's the last thing I need for them to have as a defender. It feels like Baltimore's just got such a rich history with defenders.
Well, usually their edge guys, they try to find in like the third round. That's one thing I'm kind of leaning here is towards their history, that they like to get those guys that they can have kind of build for a couple years, then start.
Develop a little bit.
Yeah, and then the other guys leave. They get a third round comp pick because they get paid big money. So I just kind of lean that they're going to keep going in that kind of direction because it's worked well for them.
And they go with Bateman, who's going to be either the next pick or go to the Packers. They get their guy. They've wanted Bateman for a while.
Yep.
Let's get to Eric. Let's get to Eric Ortegon. Please correct me if I'm mispronouncing that, Eric. Thank you so much for joining us here on this War Room. Thank you, fellas, for the show. I hope for different, but loved Surtain a month ago. I can get on board in about a month. I love it, Eric. I think that's a very honest and refreshing answer. We got to let emotions, I think, kind of calm down a little bit. I guess we could call George Paton whatever we want. We can overreact if we want. I think we can all agree George Paton is cool, calm, and collected. Doesn't seem to flinch. Or if you're the other opinion, he flinched big time tonight.
Yeah. I always tell people, biggest thing with the offseason, wait until the entire picture is done. I know, like, first day of free agency, people freak out. Why haven't we signed anybody? It's been 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the same with the draft. You just never know. Let's get the full picture of the draft. And even there, I mean, Aaron Rodgers not out of the picture. Maybe that happens. If you get that full picture and Aaron Rodgers is a part of it, and you get Patrick Surtain added to this defense and a couple other players from this draft here in the second, third, fourth round, man, you're going to be pretty happy at the end of that. And we're going to look back at this time and go, oh my gosh, why in the world were we panicking so bad back then? And so, it's in the moment. I understand. I was frustrated. Justin Fields, that's my guy. To see him not be a Bronco and then to not see them trade back when I know they had some really good offers on the table. But I'm trying to talk myself into waiting and not letting the emotions take over in this moment.
Yeah, that's a good comment there. I agree with that. So we're down to the 28th pick. New Orleans, a team that a lot of people said was going to move up here. Speaking of moving up, John Houston coming in. I'd say the best pick round one so far is probably Leatherwood. Interesting. I think that I have a couple of friends who are Raiders fans, and they both actually coach offensive line. They're pretty upset. They did not want Leatherwood. Both of them were saying another year, another letdown.
You have friends that are Raiders fans?
I know you want to keep your friends close, enemies closer. They're both Hawkeye fans too. So
there you go.
A little bit of
that's
good
why.
I would say to me it's one of the worst picks of the first round.
Oh, Carl coming in off the top.
Sorry, Houston.
Firing to John. John, get him, John. Get him on his birthday.
I like the player. I do. I think he'll be a pretty solid player in the NFL. But for the first round, I just thought he was more of a second kind of maybe edge of the third round kind of guy. That there's a lot of other offensive tackles that I like more than him that I think have higher upside. The Raiders always kind of zig when everybody else zags on some things. And especially when it comes to the draft. You're like, what in the world? How is their board made up? Because it just seems so different than every other team out there. And Leatherwood, yeah, like I said, he's going to be a solid player. If he doesn't work at tackle, I think he has some promise there at guard because he's got enough strength to handle being on the interior. But I just, when it came about, I was actually kind of excited because I'm like, oh, they're the Raiders being the Raiders again. And maybe I'll be wrong because I didn't like their last offensive tackle pick they made a few years ago that they just paid big money to. So maybe it works out that way. And I missed on this, and Raiders did a good job.
I just want to thump my chest really fast that the Broncos paid less money to Garrett Bowles and everybody hated him than the Raiders paid to Colton Miller. And I definitely do not like Colton Miller. So thump my chest on that one. At least we got the All-Pro out of it. So
Lance, that's the second victory lap you've taken on Garrett Bowles. I cannot allow a third just for my own sanity. No, you're right, man. I mean, I've eaten crow on that before. You called it. I mean, Garrett Bowles, who would have thought, and that's one of those things now where you're looking at this team and you're saying there could be a possible window if you get a quarterback, whether or not George Payton flinched, that's up to debate. But it's the interesting thing about the draft, guys, right? I mean, do we have a pick? Let's announce it.
Yep. Saints are taking Peyton Turner, defensive end.
That was my sleeper in the first round. Hell yeah, man. Oh, man. Building our Broncos for breakfast, Scott and I had, who's your deep sleeper? I'm like, listen, Peyton Turner's going to go high. He is super long. He's 270. He's pretty raw still, but, man, he can power guys to the back there. I really like his tape. I am surprised that he comes off the board before Joe Tryon and Jason Owe. That does surprise me. But man, tomorrow morning, I'm going to be like, Scott, unless Spencer Brown comes off the board here in the next 2 picks or 3 picks, which might happen because he's an athletic freak. But I'm going to be able to take a victory lap tomorrow morning because I was like, listen, Peyton Turner's going to go first round.
It makes you wonder who the Saints were looking at moving potentially with those reports of wanting to move up in the top 10. Makes you wonder if that player was gone, and they stayed where they were. What do we think?
I think they wanted Jalen Waddle. That's just a total shot in the dark. But there's some link to cornerback, some link to wide receiver. But it sounded like they were more interested in moving up to 7, 8, 9, or 10. Waddle went 6. I'm just matching up here. I think it was Waddle.
In the shop with Willie jumping in here with another $2 super chat. Luke is proof they like Locke more than we think.
I absolutely love it, Willie. Thank you so much, man. No, I'm just telling you, dude. Locke is not the answer. He's not the problem, but he's not the answer either. We got to see. I can only imagine being Drew Lock right now. His stomach has got to be in knots. I don't know what if you're Drew Lock, and I'll ask all of you, and I'll start with you, Eric. It's been a minute since we've heard from you. How do you feel if you're Drew Lock right now?
Well, first I want to say is you put it perfectly. He's not the problem, but he's not the answer. Like that's the best way I've heard it put all off season long. Now, if I'm Drew Lock, he's got to be hurt. Like there's been some rumors going around that the Stafford stuff bothered him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So with this continuing to going on, the Aaron Rodgers stuff, Justin Fields, Trey Lance, all this stuff, like there still has to be something on it. Maybe it's a chip on his shoulder. Maybe it's the kick in the butt that he needs to just settle down and just go out there and play ball and just really focus on improving. We'll see, but he's got to take this as a message.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like the Broncos being in every single quarterback discussion. I mean, it goes back to the Matthew Stafford trade earlier. It goes to the Carson Wentz trade earlier. It goes to Jared Goff being on the move. It goes to the Deshaun Watson rumors. It goes to them potentially trading up for a quarterback in the draft. It goes to the Aaron Rodgers rumors. Every single time that there's a new quarterback on the market, it seems that the Broncos are in conversations to either go and get that guy and potentially move on from Drew Lock or move on from Drew Lock, period. I mean, they brought in Teddy Bridgewater, so he's got to be uneasy. I mean, his seat's definitely got to be flaming red hot right now, and it's going to show the testament to him as a person and as a player and as a professional. If he wants to be that guy, he has to now go up and step up and do it. And the Broncos still aren't out of the quarterback market. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is definitely still a thing. Like there's still a possibility there, even after June 1st. If that's the way that the Broncos want to go, I mean, he's got to be hurt, but he's also got to be motivated. And if that's the ticket for him to get motivated and go and improve himself as a player, then by all means, I'd welcome it. I mean, so something that Nick always likes to say is bet on the tools. Bet on tools. And Drew Lock has a lot of good tools. He's got great arm strength. He's got at least somewhat decent awareness. He has bad decision-making, but there's some athleticism to work with there. But at the same time, he's got some tools that he can turn into a high-quality quarterback. So if there's enough time for him to develop, then I think he can turn into a top 12, 15 quarterback. I really do. I just don't know how long you're willing to wait on that. And if he can take this motivation and turn it into something, then sure, there's a potential for him to become something special, at least Derek Carr-esque. And I'm higher on Derek Carr than most people are. So there's that.
Yeah, I mean, top 12 quarterback in football. You didn't hear it here. Dakota's Marquez coming in here. What's up, my Broncos friends? Thank you very much, Dakota, coming over on YouTube. We appreciate the heck out of you. We got Krister Vanderford coming in here with a $2 super. I like the player, hate the pick, not happy. Well, Chris, it's all going to come out in the pudding, right? This is we won't know until we know. Put this pick in a box, right? Let's come back to it 4 or 5 years from now. We'll know. Once the 5th-year option kind of stuff is coming on, let's judge it then, because it can come down to Caleb. Somebody said Caleb Farley is a pick. Maybe if Caleb Farley is a much better player, then we can kind of be upset about it. If there's a quarterback there, we can be upset about it. Not upset. Shane Schaefer coming in here. 99-cent super. We appreciate the heck out of you, Shane, over on YouTube. Guys, if you're joining us on YouTube, like, subscribe, and share. We still got 600 people in here, which should be 1,200 eyeballs. Math is hard. Hashtag football guys doing math. But we appreciate you, Shane. Gosh, we only have 4 more picks left here, guys. The Packers pick is in. Another one. So the Packers pick is already in. We already know who it is. Eric, let's hear you announce it, buddy.
Eric Stokes. Out of Georgia. Out of Georgia.
Okay.
Interesting. How irritated were the Packers when Newsome went off the board? Because what a scheme fit. I bet you they were holding their breath.
So they, from what I understand, is that they wanted to get up to 15 if there was no quarterback available and take Newsome because they felt that Newsome was going to go to Arizona. And so they wanted to get up for that. They were trying to move up after that didn't happen. They just failed to move up, couldn't get up, and Bateman was another target of theirs, but no other receiver they liked here. They liked Eric Stokes quite a bit.
I like Stokes upside a lot.
And I'd say this probably does say Surtain would not be a part of the deal if they did actually trade for Aaron Rodgers.
And I want to talk about that because, Lance, you initially brought that up and you put your tinfoil hat on, and I actually wrote about that too. Here's the thing with that. I don't think George Paton is so disingenuous to call a young man on the night of his life in Patrick Surtain and say, welcome to the Denver Broncos. We're excited to have you, with disingenuous plans to trade him to the Green Bay Packers with the hopes of getting Aaron Rodgers. That doesn't sound right to me. George Paton, from everything that I can gather and everything that we can all gather about George Paton, he's the best thing ever, right? You don't hear a bad word about him. I don't think that's his personality. And you know what? For any of you basketball fans, I'm just going to say this isn't the NBA where freak deals happen, trading in the draft and all that stuff. This is the NFL. That stuff doesn't happen. But if you're the Green Bay Packers, you probably want Patrick Surtain over Eric Stokes. I like Eric Stokes. I think he's got to develop still just a little bit. Great measurables. I think he can play in the nickel immediately. And the Green Bay Packers, they needed help.
Yeah, I think he's got a great name. Eric, wonderful, strong name.
There you go.
Spelled a better way. Though,
it's not nearly as strong because he doesn't have the K in there.
True.
But the Packers taking Eric Stokes here. Interesting to hear they were interested in Bateman and as well as as well as Greg Newsome. Surprising guys still on the board, guys. We want to keep looking. Broncos obviously have the 40th pick. This was I was hoping for Asante Samuel round 2. I guess I can take that off my board for the Broncos. But there are some intriguing edge rushers still available. They have to get through the Baltimore Ravens at 31 here and also Tampa Bay at 32. But anybody left? Let's start to turn our sights towards day 2 because the Broncos are going to be picking 40. A lot of people get really up in arms about round 1 because, oh my gosh, whatever the Broncos do at 1 is going to determine the future. If you take a quarterback, it could, but the draft is 7 rounds long. So we're looking at pick 40 here. Broncos pick pretty early day 2. We're getting in the range, right? A lot of these guys left on the board could be there. Who are we looking at right now?
Well, before we get to that, let's get to Aaron Peluso. 100%. with his super chat. Really appreciate that. Because of all the depth at cornerback, do you guys think it would be beneficial to move Ojemudia to strong safety and prepare him to replace Kareem Jackson?
Oh, great question.
Yeah,
Great
I think it gives you at least some options. You can try him out there. You got an off season to go have him work at some of that, and he's not going to be a guy that's going to be starting this year. So yeah, you've got a year to go really see what he can do. You still probably hope that he stays at cornerback just because that's the more valuable position of the two. But hey, this gives you lots of options. The Broncos have been one of the teams that have done probably the most moving of cornerbacks to safety and trying to see if you can get a guy to work. And so far, it has not worked out great. I mean, Kareem Jackson's about the only guy that's kind of worked out that way.
Mhm.
But yeah, you might as well explore it and just see what happens.
Why does Vic Fangio not like Michael Ojemudia? Are we going to talk about tackling? Because I can talk about coaching problems with Vic Fangio and timeouts. I can't figure it out, and I'm not just trying to rub Nick's Iowa ego here. I like Michael Ojemudia a lot. I do. I like his potential. I'm not saying he should go start right away, but man, I think he's in the doghouse, and I can't figure out why.
Yeah, it's interesting. We got Mr. Boggins coming in here saying he will calm down before training camp. Don't make any promises you can't keep, Mr. Boggins, especially if we get to hang out before then. You're not going to be calm out here in the Pacific Northwest. We're going to have to split a few cold ones up here, but appreciate Mr. Boggins. And also, everybody, want to give a shout out to John K. He's been working in the background here. You can follow him on Twitter at John K. MHH. Man, it has been a busy night tonight. I absolutely love it when he flashes his face on here. And we wouldn't be able to do this without him. He is absolutely the engine that is running this tonight with all the chaos here. So we got Chase Wellner real quick before Eric. How many picks so far opted out or didn't play? That's something we're going to have to come back to. I can look through.
I believe it's 3.
Oh, nice.
3 that I know of.
So I know Farley. Yep.
Slater and Parsons.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head.
Sewell.
Oh yeah, Penny Sewell. I forgot about I forgot that he opted out. So 4.
Jamar Chase.
5. So there's a good amount. That's why we wanted to go over it.
Good job, boys. That was great. That was like in real time right there. I love it.
Yeah, no, that is I'm scrolling through. Rashawn Slater's another one.
Yep.
I said
we said him, yeah.
You said Slater? Okay.
Yeah.
Velveta jumping in here with the $5 super chat. I will only become upset about picking Surtain and passing on Fields if Caleb Farley plays better than Surtain does long term.
No way. I think the only reason I say no way to that is because Caleb Farley has injury problems, and it's not his fault. I mean, the guy plays with reckless abandon. He's a freak athlete in the cornerback position. If it wasn't for the injuries, I'd have him probably right there, almost, neck and neck with Patrick Surtain, even though they're different corners. I just think he has an uphill battle with the injuries because it's on the back. That back, man, that scares me.
Yeah.
But as Nick said earlier, the microdiscectomy is a major concern there, and it sounds like there's going to be another follow-up procedure potentially down the road there. He did clear the medical rechecks, but at the same time, I mean, he had the torn ACL 2 years ago, I believe, 2 or 3 years ago, something like that, after the switch from wide receiver to cornerback. So there's also some development you have to work with him there. I mean, the high-end athleticism, the scheme versatility, there's tackling questions with him as well. So there's some concerns there, but also at the same time, I think that the Titans are getting a hell of a player.
Absolutely.
Baltimore Ravens still on the oh no, excuse me. Yeah, Baltimore Ravens are on the clock.
Ravens on the clock. Bills pick is in.
Okay.
And who did the Bills pick? There's Trevon Moehrig. That would make a lot of sense. There's both those edge rushers. That would make a heck of a lot of sense. Maybe this is a team that thinks JOK, who everybody wanted to pick. I mean, I know a lot of mocks out there had JOK going 9 overall. Now he's on the board with the 30th overall pick. So obviously not as viewed as high in the NFL as many in the media would have portrayed him. But here we are. The Bills pick is in. Tevin Jenkins is still there. I love Tevin Jenkins. The Bills have said multiple times, this is a team that wants to run the ball better. You want to run the ball better, invest in the offensive line. But I could also see edge rusher as well. Shaq Lawson moved on. Greener pastures. AJ Epinesa is good edge rusher, but not a alpha. Maybe this is a team that's looking for edge rusher, and especially with Eric Stokes going off the board there.
To me, Javonte Williams here. I mean, they're looking for a running back. They were in on Travis Etienne. If Najee Harris fell there, that would be a great pick. But a running back to Buffalo to take some pressure off of Josh Allen, give them an actual true running game, because last year with Devin Singletary, Zach Moss, they weren't necessarily the greatest in the running game. In fact, I think they ran the ball the fewest times in the NFL, if I remember correctly. They were really bad in the running game. So to give them an opportunity with a Javonte Williams, who does well out of the backfield, it does really well as a pass protector as well. He fits the scheme, patient runner, powerful runner, good in short yardage situations. So let's see here. I mean, Roger Goodell's up at the podium. So
the
pick is in.
The pick is in. It's Gregory Rousseau, the edge out of Miami.
Wow, okay.
They wanted edge. They definitely wanted that. They also wanted a running back. They do want to take pressure off of Josh Allen a little bit, but edge rusher, that was their biggest need, they felt. And I don't think that one, I wasn't sure that Rousseau would be a guy for them. He makes sense, but he definitely has a lot of work to be doing. And talking about guys who opted out, here's another one.
So he's going to be in there with Wink Martindale coaching him, cursing him out with Derek Wolfe and everybody. Yeah, that'll be interesting. Lance, I liked what you were saying about the running back. I mean, maybe we look at the Ravens as a team tomorrow that will potentially trade up to try to get a running back, or they go with a running back in the late rounds of round 2. Man, this is interesting. I wasn't expecting edge right away, to be honest with you, for the Ravens.
You're stuck on the wrong team here, buddy. It's the Bills.
Oh, Bills, excuse me. Yeah, my bad.
Sorry, don't mean to put you on the spot there.
Yeah, no, please, correct. We got to keep those housekeeping issues up to date.
Yeah, this actually makes a lot of sense there, because as I think it was Nick was talking about, AJ Epinesa on one side. Now you have Gregory Rousseau, some 5 techniques, some 7 technique versatility here. Super lengthy, super strength, more of an athletic mismatch than anything. I like this pick a lot. This is a bookend pick to me in Sean McDermott's defense. Carl, what do you think about Rousseau here?
Oh, I mean, a player with a lot of potential. He's got probably more potential than a lot of the other edge rushers in this class, but just him sitting out this last year, I thought his stats there in Miami were a little inflated just because of, one, the talent around him. There's a lot of plays where he just had clear line straight to the quarterback, nobody blocking him. So it's a solid pick at this point. It's worth the risk, but we'll see how that works out. All right, let's get to Naj Altaf here, coming in here with the super chat. Hey, brothers, great job tonight. Thank you. A Rodgers deal would be unbelievable. What do you think the Broncos would have to give up to make that happen?
Actually, on that note, as Luke has said, I've said it as well. Eric Goodman's come out and saying it. To all Bronco fans who are upset the team didn't draft Justin Fields and didn't get Aaron Rodgers, here's something that might help you feel better. A Rodgers deal to Denver is not dead. Both teams will continue to talk, and if something happens, it'll be around June 2nd.
Ooh, a huge development, man.
Yes.
That's huge.
So what do you think it's actually going to take to get it done, though?
Eric, I want your insight.
3 firsts.
I think it's going to include multiple first-round picks.
2 first-rounders and 2 starters.
I would rather give it the firsts. If you're going for Rodgers, you're going for now. I'm punting on the future. I'm not giving up a Chubb. Maybe I could give up a wide receiver. Like you're not giving up a Chubb. I mean, here's the thing. I like Chubb. I do, but I am so concerned about injuries with that cat, man. I mean, one more knee injury is all we need with Bradley Chubb, and Pro Bowl. Okay, but come on. Did he really? I'm concerned about Chubb every day.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing, though. Green Bay can't really take on those contracts.
That's a good point.
After June 2nd, it'll be a lot easier for them to do so.
Yeah, draft picks. Yeah, that's future money for them. So I that's why I think it's going to have to just be draft picks, even if they're waiting until after June 1st to make this cut. Just they'll be so razor thin, and they'll have to be trying to build for the future with Jordan Love there.
Maybe send him a Bryce Callahan, right? Like this is a team that Bryce Callahan, they're running that match quarters defense, and he's a throw-in, but they're looking for cornerback, right? The nickel rusher, and also this is a team that needs wide receiver. Tim Patrick, Deshaun Hamilton, both guys that were talked about being shopped around, maybe an Alberto Cuebanam as well. But I think
they want Jerry Jeudy. They want Jerry. If you're the Green Bay Packers, you're not going to be asking for Tim Patrick. Give me a break.
Why not? Why
Because
not?
you want Jerry Jeudy. You're giving away your Super Bowl winning quarterback, Aaron Rodgers. And if you're the Broncos, I think you get laughed off of the phone if you try to throw Deshaun Hamilton or one of these,
With 3
I'm not
firsts?
Go ahead.
With 3 firsts, though? I mean, that's you're talking about like the adding in like a 4th or 5th round pick then in terms of value. I'm willing to give up.
You're not
3
willing
firsts.
to give up any players, only draft picks for Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron Rodgers is different than looking at trading for a Deshaun Hamilton because Deshaun Watson. Yes. Because with Deshaun Watson, I'm thinking 8 years, 10 years, but with Aaron Rodgers, 37 years old, like I'm thinking we are going now. Like I cannot give up players who are in their best windows right now, other than maybe some lower players like a Tim Patrick farther down the line. So Eric has something to say here, but that's my opinion. I think it's a different perspective. Now, if they're saying like, we're not going to give you Aaron Rodgers unless you give up Jerry Jeudy. Okay. You called my bluff. Fine. I'm bringing in the quarterback, but like, I think it's a little bit different perspective than trading up for a rookie quarterback or bringing in a Deshaun Hamilton.
So real quick, I just looked it up. Aaron Rodgers' contract. If they trade him before June 1st, they only have about $7 million in cap space. After June 1st, that's about $25 million. So they definitely would have space to be able to take some contracts back.
Okay.
Depending on the player, I'd be willing to do it. I'm not sure I would do like Bradley Chubb. I wouldn't really want to do Jerry Jeudy. Not Noah Fant. I'd be willing to dangle KJ Hamler though. He can go drop passes from Jordan Love for all I.
Man.
How about here's a crazy one, and I think I know everyone's answer already, but I'm just gonna say it. What about Cortland Sutton? You're either gonna have to pay him or deal him. I mean, now's the time to start working after the draft with Cortland Sutton. You're either gonna pay him or it's time to ship him out.
I don't think that the Broncos are going to move on from Cortland Sutton. I mean, George Payton is in love with this guy. I would much rather move on from Tim Patrick as well. And I wanted to throw this in there just because it's absolutely hilarious and also brought to you by Manscaped. Never waste a Chubb. Never, ever waste a Chubb.
Oh my gosh. But if the deal hinders on Cortland Sutton being a part of it, I'm willing to make that happen because you still have Tim Patrick, who was a solid player. Got Jeudy entering his second year, Hamler entering his second year. You still got fans, so you still got enough weapons. But yeah, it's not something I want to do. If it's the make or break of the deal, yes, go ahead, make that happen.
So Jason Oweh to the Ravens, they get their pass rusher.
Man. A great pick
All right.
for them. Dwayne Brown jumping in here with a $10 super chat. Not mad at the Surtain pick. Number one, we are in the AFC West, so strength into strength. Plus, we are in great position to get AR-12. I'm guessing Allen Robinson there, or my personal
That's Aaron
favorite.
Rodgers.
That's Rodgers.
Or Aaron
yeah.
Rodgers, sorry. AR-12. I always go to Allen Robinson there. Aaron Rodgers there. Deshaun Watson once he gets out of his situationship. Aaron Rodgers still on the table. Deshaun Watson depends on the price and figuring out the legal matters there. Not necessarily sure I'm going to take a chance on that. Eric, what do you think?
Sorry, what was the question?
Deshaun Watson, Aaron Rodgers. What do you think after? Let's see here. Not mad at the Surtain pick. Number one, we are in the AFC West, so strength into strength. Plus, we are in great position to get Aaron Rodgers or my personal favorite, Deshaun Watson, once he gets out of his legal situation. Deshaun Watson, to me, is off the board. Aaron Rodgers is still on there. Deshaun Watson, though, I'm not sure I'm willing to pay that price.
I don't think anything's going to happen with Deshaun Watson until next year. And Aaron Rodgers, as we would say, maybe at June 2nd. Like that's the time to look for. June.
So can the Packers do their post June 1st cut now though? Because there's a few players.
Trade.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a cut. Okay, you're right. You're right. So they have to wait on that one. But Watson, unless that situation gets figured out real quick and like some information comes out, like, oh my gosh, there was this big conspiracy and all these women were paid to go against this guy. You stay away from him. But if he does become available, the nice thing for the Broncos is a lot of the other teams are out of. They've gotten their quarterback, so it kind of lowers your price a little bit. The Packers maybe hurt themselves by waiting because all the other teams will have already figured things out. Broncos maybe help themselves by just saying, okay, we'll call your bluff and we'll wait, and you'll have to come down to our value.
Yeah, Shane jumping in here with the $2 super. Do we get A-Rod or not? Man, your guess is as good as ours. Nick, go ahead.
I mean, I would say 25-75 right now, right? Like that's a pretty good chance for a guy who's not on your team. And I think the Broncos are definitely interested, right? Like they've been interested in many quarterbacks this chance, and they've been looking like, oh, if there's an obvious upgrade, they're going to make a run. Well, hello, obvious upgrade, Aaron Rodgers. So I definitely think it's got a chance. And we got Tyler Randall coming in here. Tyler's so consistent coming in the supers, dropping good donations here all the time over on YouTube. So Tyler, shout out to you, man. You are very helpful. We appreciate the heck out of you. Rodgers is gone. GB took ADB. So he's saying that because Green Bay took a defensive back, Rodgers is going to be gone. We'll see. I mean, really, the ball is in Rodgers' court. And it's going to be really interesting to see how much power and how much Rodgers presses that power against the Packers, right? A lot of people saying he's very upset. He wants to be out. So, we'll see. And the Broncos, I see some comments in here. The Broncos have a trash offensive line. Why would Rodgers want to come here? Well, I would say they're a league average offensive line. And they're one of the few teams that are returning all 5 starters next year.
George Payton said they were in the the top third of the NFL in terms of offensive line. For once, we can't blame the offensive line. What Mike Munchak has done to this offensive line is nothing short of a miracle. I mean, not just from Garrett Bowles, and let's be honest, Lloyd Cushenberry, I think he had a decent rookie year. Can he improve? Yes. Graham Glasgow, who we had on these very airwaves on the Huddle Up podcast, I'm still holding up good hope for him. I think he was a little bit of a lukewarm first year, could have done better. The injuries, I think, certainly slowed him down. Dalton Reisner, who doesn't love that cat? But Juwan James, he's really the only question mark at right tackle. So I would disagree with that just a little bit in the terms that the offensive line is handicapping this team. No more. That's not the case.
Yeah,
Eric,
that's a good point. Go ahead, Eric.
Go try on to the Bucks.
Joe Tryon to
Damn
the
it.
Bucks. Man.
Back-to-back edges. I am upset.
Oh.
I am upset. I was really hoping for Jason Owe or Joe Tryon to those teams.
That hurts.
And also, hey, teams in the playoffs, take note. If you're picking there at 32, guess what happens? If you take a running back, your team gets thin at the end. You're looking a year later for looking for more valuable positions. Going edge rusher back-to-back here with the Ravens with pick 31 and 32, Joe Tryon. Great job by these two teams. That's how you want to keep in the playoffs. You want to be good long-term. Get after the quarterback. Invest in that position. Great job. I'm unfortunately impressed with both those two teams' picks. I was hoping the Broncos would have a chance at one of those guys at 40. Alas, off the board. A bunch of good edge rushers off the board there at the end of it. And we still got never mind. It says on the clock, the Jags. That's for tomorrow, guys. It's been a long day. But that's going to do it for day one. Let's get through these supers. Let's wrap it up here real quick. Anthony Edwards coming in here with the $5 super over on YouTube. Appreciate you guys over on YouTube. Eichenberg round 2. Notre Dame offensive linemen always seem to turn out. Plus, it will be a swing tackle year for him. Luke, I'm going to kick it to you. Looks like you got some opinions here on Liam Eichenberg, offensive tackle at Notre Dame.
I like the big dog from Notre Dame, man. I'm more excited, if I'm going to be honest, about round 2 than round 1. And Aaron Rodgers, quarterback stuff excluded. I am in love with so many linebackers in round 2. I can hardly stand it. I think there's some good cornerbacks in round 2. Now, the Broncos went wide receiver. I know John Elway's not calling the shots this year, but never say never. I'm not saying they're going to draft a cornerback again right away, but I wouldn't count or discount George Payton on maybe trying to trade back into the second round after selecting a Liam Eichenberg or a linebacker like a Jabril Cox. Baron Browning is one of our favorites. I know all of us loved so many linebackers in the second round, but I'm just giddy over day 2 tomorrow, guys. I think the Broncos got a good player today. Liam Eichenberg, I don't know if he could start right away, but I'd be curious to see what Mike Munchak thinks of the young man.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's keep rounding through these supers, assuming they're still coming out on the track. So we got Benji Clay coming in. Is it possible for JOK to fall to us? If not, who? Carl, you look like you have some opinions on this one. Let's keep it quick because the boss man said, get the heck out of here.
He's still there, so there's very much a real possibility. It's not, we're going to pick 40. We're already at pick 33, so not too many teams in between. I think it's a real possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a possibility as well. Tweeners, right, man? The tweeners are scary. If you do a lot of things good, what is your role? We see these players who do a lot of things really good. That's just to me saying you don't do one thing great. Coaches, if they don't know where you're going to play, they're scared of you. So definitely possible. At pick 40, I get it, but I'm really glad the Broncos didn't take him at pick 9. Gosh, that's
no doubt.
What the hell? Do we have some more supers here? Awesome pod coming in here from Ernie Mays. Again, great job from John. We will be back here tomorrow at 5 p.m. Mountain Time for day 2. My literal favorite day of the draft. Thank you so much for everybody who joined us today. Obviously, very much hyped up at the beginning. Aaron Rodgers news, Broncos taking a quarterback. They end up taking Patrick Surtain. Hey, the Broncos invested in cornerback. George Paton did what Rick Spielman did. Invested in the cornerback position. You need it in the AFC West. The Broncos got better in the secondary. You're going to need horses in the secondary in the AFC West. Quick thoughts before we get on out of here, because, again, Chad has blown up my phone saying, boys, I need the stream. Lance, what are your thoughts on the day? Anything, main takeaway, 1-2 sentences.
Disappointed they passed on Justin Fields. I've kind of maintained that throughout, but still at the same time, they got a quality player. I love Patrick Surtain as the player. I don't like necessarily the fit, but as I've always maintained, if Vic Fangio signs off on it, then I can get behind it. Give me tomorrow to kind of digest everything, and we'll come back with a little bit more positivity on my end.
Absolutely. Got to be a little bit more protons and electrons in here, Lance. All right, Carl, on to you. We're going to be chemistry nerds here. Carl's always the positive guy. Let's hear, although love Justin Fields. Maybe I won't hold you to that right now.
Yeah,
but,
no, my main word is disappointed, but at the same time, I'm okay. I want to wait to see the rest of the offseason. That's my main thing. If post June 1st, Aaron Rodgers is on this team, I'm saying, boom, great job, George Paton.
Yeah, but wow. Short and sweet, Carl. I love you. Good job, Carl. Luke, let's hear it. And man, I'm sad we didn't get a chance to hear what you had to say about Patrick Surtain. He seems like a well-strapped, intelligent young man. Can you give me a couple sentences on what you took away from that, as well as brought to you by Manscaped? Maybe I'm well-strapped. I don't know. He's a big dude. But your thoughts on that and your thoughts on today.
Yeah, no, man. I'm impressed with George Paton that he did not flinch amid all the crazy rumors with a disgruntled Aaron Rodgers coming down to possibly the Niners, the Raiders, and the Broncos in no particular order. George Paton is staying true to who he is and his scouting roots. He's trusting his scouting abilities and he's trusting his internal scouts. He's formed a bond with this staff that I don't think should be discredited yet just because of one pick. I'm impressed that George Paton, he still has his poker face on and he's staying true to who he is, a very rare thing for a rookie GM in the NFL.
Yeah, man, that's very true. And investing in the secondary, that's not a bad strategy. So Eric, NFL, the main draft guy for the senior analyst for Mile High Huddle, looks like you just got some information, but I want to have your general takeaway before we get on out of here.
I mean, I like it. I don't love it. It's a solid pickup, and I wish that they traded down, but I understand that if they traded down, they weren't getting their guy that they wanted all along. Dallas was going to take him. Going to be interesting to see what they do with the secondary going forward. Definitely don't think that quarterback's off the board. Just got to wait and see what happens at this point.
Yeah, and mine is also, I get it, right? Invest in the secondary. I've preached it since before the offseason even started. If you want to have a chance in the AFC, you need a quarterback, but also secondary, right? That you got to have guys back there. You need to have depth. This team last year, the straw that broke this camel's back wasn't the lack of linebacker coverage. It wasn't Von Miller even going down. It was when the cornerbacks fell off the map. And once that happened, this team just couldn't do it anymore. The scheme just couldn't hang. You got to have cornerbacks, especially when you're spreading out these teams. Good quarterbacks, especially, can isolate good quarterbacks can isolate bad cornerbacks. Pick on those guys. Well, the Broncos have four very good cornerback options now, and they can really take away space on the boundary, do some things there, and actually dictate on defense, which is pretty rare in today's NFL, a very pass-oriented league. So I'm excited about that high floor player. It's a weird offseason. Less information than ever. I would be shocked if Patrick Surtain busted. So I think it's a very safe pick for Paton, but that doesn't mean it's a bad pick. So we're going to see what happens with the quarterback position. Drew Lock lives another day. So that, I hope it's a wake-up call because that dude this fan base is ready to turn on him in an instant. I want him to succeed. I really do.
Wake up call. I don't think that dude slept for the past 2 nights. It's going to be tough, man. It's going to be tough. It's going to be interesting, and it's far from over.
Let's be honest here before we get out of here. The best thing that could possibly happen for this Denver Broncos franchise, especially right now where we're sitting at after the first round is over, is that Drew Lock does take that next step forward. They didn't have to invest any more than a 6th-round pick in the quarterback position to come and get Teddy Bridgewater. So if Drew Lock does take that next step forward and turns into a franchise quarterback, that is the very best thing that could happen for this Broncos franchise. It really is. It always has been, and I don't think that that's necessarily changed even over the last 3 months. So
yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, thank you everybody for joining us today. We've been running for 4.5 hours now. Man, it's Carl on his birthday too. Everybody, before you get on out of here, wish Carl a happy birthday in the chat. He turned 86 years old. Man, you look so good for 86.
Well, thank
Carl.
you. Thank you.
I'm severely disappointed that our chances of getting the monkey tail from Carl dropped from about 60% to about 15%, at least in my particular estimation off the top of my head. So, Carl, you might have to at least indulge us over the summer if we get some better news coming out of Broncos camp. How about that?
Yeah. Like I said, if Rodgers happens, June, boom, monkey tail will happen.
And, good job today, everybody, man. And Mile High Huddle, thank you so much for making tonight so much fun. Guys, be sure to get at Mile High Huddle on Twitter. You can find all of us there, all of our usernames, and milehighhuddle.com for up-to-the-minute work. I know Chad and Zach are working on stuff right now. I'm sure y'all will be working on stuff throughout the night and tomorrow. I had a lot of fun, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah, guys, make sure you find us at Twitter, at Sanderson MHH, at Carl Dumler MHH, at Luke Patterson LP, at Erick Trickel, at Nick Kendell, also at John K MHH. We wouldn't be able to do this without him. Also follow everybody who's here today: Zack Kelberman, Chad Jensen, Trevor Judge, Thomas Hall, and also everybody in the chat today. Everybody who dropped in a super, everybody who dropped a comment. We appreciate the heck out of you. We will be back here tomorrow at 5 p.m. Mountain Time for day 2, my favorite day of the draft. God, we get through picks 33 to 100 and something. I mean, this is the meat and potatoes of the draft. This is where you're going to get a majority of your starters. It's so much fun. And man, we're getting nitty gritty, deep, dark scouting terms here. These guys fitting. Well, what's this guy fit like in this team 2023? That's as good as it gets, man. I'm about it. So we appreciate you guys. If you're joining us today, first time, like, subscribe, and share if you like what you're seeing. Also, follow us on Facebook. I'll hit the like and heart react if you are joining us on Facebook. Follow us at Mile High Huddle. Follow us at Huddle Up Pod. Follow it at MHI_football pod, BTB football pod, DVD. What is the handle for you guys? I don't ever do your readout. What is it, Lance?
DVDD_pod.
Okay, DVDD_pod. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. Stay safe. Stay awesome. Love y'all. Go Broncos.